2026. This is the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting that we're calling to order. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. Will Supervisor, with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, will he be arriving shortly? Okay, we expect Supervisor Lopez to be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda this morning?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we have closed session items number 1A through B today. Is there any public comment on our closed session for the Board of Supervisors this morning? I'm seeing none. We'll close public comment. Recess for closed session, but before we do that, we're going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, letting the record show that all supervisors, with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, are present. We expect Supervisor Lopez to be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to the closed session for the Water Resources Agency agenda?
No, Chair.
All right. We have closed session items 1A on the Water Resources Agency agenda. Is there any public comment on our closed session item? Seeing no one in chambers and no one online, we're going to close public comment and recess to close session. We'll be back here at 10:30 a.m. for the remainder of our public agenda today. Thank you.
Diego, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Valerie. Can you
Okay,
hear
we
me?
can hear you too, loud and clear, so you're good.
Oh, good.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
bye-bye.
Oh, the microphone. It's time to turn the microphone on is what it is. It's time to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. Let the record show that all supervisors are present with us for the morning. I'd like to welcome Diego Salas, who's with us online, to make an announcement. We offer Spanish interpretation services at all of our meetings. And Diego, can you make our announcement, please?
Yes, muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celes y seré su intérprete de español-inglés para la reunión de esta mañana. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We appreciate the services that you provide. We'll move next to the Pledge of Allegiance, and if you could all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our agenda this morning?
There are none.
Great, thank you. We do have some ceremonial resolutions today. It looks like items number 2, 3, and 4. I'll see if there's any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions. We do have one hand raised online, and this is comment on our ceremonial resolutions. We'll have public comment shortly after this, but Michael Henderson, we welcome your comments. We're opening public comment from Michael Henderson for the ceremonial resolutions. Okay, we are not getting audio. Michael, you'll have to unmute on your side in order to share comment. Okay, let's bring it back to the board for discussion. Okay, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Alejo. I think I heard. Did you have a comment over here? No? Okay. We'll try one more time just to hear from Michael. Okay, not getting audio. We'll keep trying there. But with that, we have two presentations today, and I will step down to present.
Take the vote, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, we should take a vote. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, good morning. Our first resolution today is to proclaim Emergency Medical Services Week here in Monterey County, and Deborah Hopgood, our acting EMS chief, is here to join us. Is there anyone else you have that you'd like to have come on down, bring the team? We have Kimberly Hernandez, one of our EMS analysts, here with us today as well. Thank you. So I'm going to pass this over to you, Deborah. And I want to thank you for being here, both of you for being here, and to pass our gratitude along to the additional team that works behind you and in partnership with you. This year marks the 52nd anniversary of EMS Week, which appreciates the people who jump into action during medical emergencies and disasters. In Monterey County, the Emergency Medical Services Agency responds to around 7,000 calls a year and transports about 25,000 people to care. Every one of these calls is someone's worst moment: heart attack, a car crash, a child in distress. The people that show up are not just technically skilled, through training requirements are extensive, and the continuing education never stops. They're also making consequential clinical decisions and doing it with composure.
Our county EMS system includes dispatch centers, fire departments, ground and air ambulances, emergency departments, and medical specialty centers, all working together with the county EMS agency setting the standards, overseeing the quality, and coordinating medical disaster preparedness across the entire operational system. That's why I appreciate this year's theme, Improving Outcomes Together, because EMS is a network of professionals who collectively and collaboratively make sure that when someone calls 911, our system collectively is ready to respond. So thank you, Deborah, thank you to the team at Monterey County's entire team of EMS agency and all of that goes into it. Sometimes I think about the work that happens at the county as kind of like the Wizard of Oz and the magic that happens behind the curtain. And when you pull the curtain back, you've got folks in our EMS agency team who really are making magic happen and ensuring that that entire system works well together. So let's give a round of applause to Deborah and our EMS agency team. And would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair Askew and members of the board for this proclamation recognizing EMS Week. I'm honored to accept the proclamation on behalf of our EMS agency team, our paramedics, our EMTs, our dispatchers, nurses, and other emergency response personnel who serve this community. Our EMS professionals serve 24 hours a day and often meet people on the worst day of their life with skill, empathy, and compassion. This proclamation recognizes the important work that EMS does to maintain the safety and health of the residents and visitors of the County of Monterey. I'm happy to accept it on behalf of the team and honored for the recognition of the commitment of all of our emergency medical services workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. Okay, and for this next one, I'm going to invite my colleagues from the board to come down because I know this is a big one and we want to make sure that we're all here together. We're going to be proclaiming May 2026 as Older Americans Month here in Monterey County. And the audience is full. Everyone's got their blue sticker on with the comment that everyone's doing it. We're all aging. And as a mom of an 8th grader who's getting ready to graduate at not what we're here today celebrating that type of aging, but I will attest that the years go by faster and faster as he gets older. And I think it's an important topic that we keep talking about because it does affect all of us. So thank you for joining me down here to my colleagues. And I know that we've got a couple folks that we're going to present to. I'm going to hand this to you. If I could invite Marlene Bush and Diana Jimenez from the county team to come and stand with us. And then to all of you who are here, I feel like we should just turn around and look forward because you should all be in our standing up here with us. But I do want to acknowledge that the Older Americans Act has been on the books for 61 years. And what it does is as urgent today as when it was enacted in 1965. The act is to connect people to meals, to caregiving supports, and to information. And importantly, as we're all here together, it connects us to one another as well. Every day, our Aging and Disability Resource Connection and the Area Agency on Aging translates that federal statute into human connection. Diana and Marlene are here with and your teams, the incredible teams that work with our County Aging and Adult Services Bureau. Your teams find people who have slipped through the cracks or who don't know that help exists, or sometimes are just too overwhelmed to know where to ask. And you offer them outreach, you offer resources, we offer caregiver connections, and all of that makes a difference in the quality of our life, in the quality of our neighbors' lives, and in the quality of lives of those that we love. So this year's theme for Older Americans Month is championing your health, asking older adults to take an active role in your own well-being, working best when there's someone to meet you where you are and help you navigate that system to access that health. Our team here does that work with dignity and with heart. And on behalf of my colleagues here on the Board of Supervisors, we appreciate you. We appreciate the work that you and your teams do. And to everyone in the audience, we appreciate that you're here and that you continue to advocate for the resources that are necessary and important to have a quality life for everyone here in Monterey County and beyond. Thank you for your service and your advocacy.
Thank you. I do want to call up also Thomas and a few other individuals in the audience that joined us today. Thank you for recognizing the Older Americans Act. My name is Diana Jimenez, and I'm the Director of Aging and Adult Services for Monterey County and the Director of the Area Agency on Aging. And once again, I do appreciate all of you who showed up today to advocate and support the needs of seniors and individuals with disabilities. The Older Americans Act is run by and overseen by the local Area Agency on Aging, which is part of the Department of Social Services. We provide, through their funding, vital services that augment and support seniors, individuals with disability, caregivers, and their families throughout the county and network with some amazing trusted organizations. These organizations provide services in partnership with government agencies. And these services matter, especially now when we have 22% of the population that's 60 and over here in Monterey County, and the needs are growing as we age. There's more health concerns, mental health concerns, housing, food insecurity. So the support services from both government and nonprofit agencies is vital, and we know we're having to make our money stretch even more so now with gas prices, food prices, and so all these organizations that are present today, along with us, your services are so much needed, and they make a difference to the people we serve. And so some of these nonprofit agencies that we partner with include the Meals on Wheels of Monterey Peninsula and Salinas Valley, the Alliance on Aging, Legal Services for Seniors, Alzheimer's Association, North County Park and Rec District, Lowe's Fishes and Computers, Health Project Center, Chispa, the Monterey County Food Bank, and along with our county programs like in-home supported services, adult protective services, and community benefits, we provide these essential services collectively.
Thank you, Diana. And thank you, Supervisor Askew and members of the board. Marlene Bush here with the Area Agency on Aging. I just wanted to add that the work that we all do strengthens the safety net of our programs. It also helps to support the dignity, independence, and well-being of the people that we serve, including older adults and individuals with disabilities. It takes a village. It takes an entire community like those of you here to really support the aging population and give them all of the necessary possibilities in Monterey County. I specifically wanted to thank all of our service providers that Diana mentioned earlier, the community members for coming out today to recognize Older Americans Month, and most importantly, the Board of Supervisors for recognizing the month of May as Older Americans Month, and members of our advisory council. We have Amy Kuda and Bobby Blakeney here that volunteer with all of their time and effort to support and advocate for all of your services to make Monterey County a great place to live and also age. So thank you so much.
And I'm not sure if we can maybe take a picture from the back here and we can have everyone stand so that we're taking a picture this way, if that works. That way we can all be in the picture. Does that work, Nick? Can we make this happen? Okay. Yes.
Okay, squeeze in a little bit. All right, look up here. All right, smile. Got it.
just say thank you all for joining us today and being in these chambers that do belong to you. We're here doing your work, doing the work of the people, and we appreciate you being here to join us today. You're welcome to stay for our board meeting if you'd like. We've got a bunch of very exciting topics coming up, or if you've got things to do and places to be, you can watch online anytime. And we always welcome your comments and welcome your engagement with our offices directly. So thank you again for being here. We appreciate your engagement and appreciate the work that you're doing in community. Thank you. All right, someone asked about when is public comment, and I'm excited that many of you are planning to stay for that. We do have a sort of a series of things that we roll through in our morning agenda. We'll be switching around some agendas, but public comment will be this morning. So if you're interested in staying for that, please do. All right, we're going next to our consent calendar. This is items number 15 through 40 this morning. Any board items to pull on consent? Have one from Chris? Lopez, Supervisor Lopez, sorry.
Yeah, there were a couple. I'm trying to pull up the numbers, but it was the item on the San Ardo sidewalks that I wanted to just speak to briefly. If that, I don't have the number in front of me, but.
Any others for the board to pull or comment on? Okay.
All right, so speaking to that, I'll just share appreciation. I know that there was a slight error in the bidding process.
Item 39.
39.
Great.
And so just want to thank staff for doing everything they can to keep this project as close to time as possible. I want to thank Director Ishii for communicating clearly with me through that process. And I just want to share with community that the intent is still to complete this project, which includes sidewalks, street crossing areas, and lights, flashing beacons to that community that is deserving of these investments before the end of this calendar year. So while we'll slip a few months, we will not lose the impetus to get it done before the end of the year. So I just wanted to highlight that for community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then I had comments on items 17 and 22. This is, item 17 is our Behavioral Health Services Act exhibits J18 and Exhibit K. This is part of the operationalizing of Prop 1, the Behavioral Health Services Act. And I just wanted to call out, I've been asking questions and engaging on the Behavioral Health Services Act transition, and some of the language in the exhibits speaks to state requirements for that change. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the Behavioral Health Bureau for the work that they're doing to make sure that we're ready to operationalize that change when it hits on July 1st. And I did have some questions about the definitions for homelessness that are included in the exhibits, but I think we need to have them adopted now so that we can move forward. I just wanted to call that out for anyone else who's following Behavioral Health Services Act actions and details. And then on item 22 is the behavioral health appropriation increase for a mid-year augmentation to our Behavioral Health Bureau. This is specifically increasing appropriations to fund salaries and benefits and unfunded accrued liability expenses. But the funding source is through the Medi-Cal. It's through the change in how we get Medi-Cal reimbursement. And so again, tying back to the BHSA, I think as we're seeing increased Medi-Cal reimbursement in behavioral health, this is one of those sources of funding that I'm asking the board to take a close look at as we engage in the approval of the BHSA. This is one of those sources of funding that we think might be increasing over the coming years and could be available to backfill some of the losses that we're seeing in the MHSA transition. So I wanted to call that out specifically so that we're all paying attention to this source of funding. This is funding for the 25-26 budget, but as we anticipate those increases being available in future years, I'm hoping that that's something that we can talk more about. So thank you. I'm going to go to the public for public comment. This is public comment on our consent agenda. So those items 15 through 40 that we're going to be approving with a single vote. If anyone has public comment on the consent agenda, now would be the time for that. All right. Thank you. I'm not seeing any public comment. We'll bring it back to the board.
Can I just comment on one more because they're in the room? I know that this partnership bears fruit every single day and matters to our residents. But last week we had a very sad case in the 3rd District where a gentleman reached out and did not have food to eat. And it was Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley who showed up and made sure that within hours that person had food on the table and that they were signed up for programming moving forward. Item 29 today continues that contract to make sure that the neediest among us continue to be able to live and age in place. And so based on today's presentation and the subject matter here, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of my staff. They asked me to highlight this one today. So thank you for your partnership.
Great, thank you. All right, all in favor of items 15, I'm sorry, let's take a motion on that. Thank you. We'll start with that. I'm a little out of order today. So does that a motion from Lopez, a second from Alejo? All in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors to reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda today?
There are none.
Okay, we're going to open it up for general public comment. This is general public comment on the Water Resource Agency agenda. So specific to Water Resources Agency public comment. Seeing no one in chambers and no one online, I'm going to close general public comment from the Water Resources Agency agenda. Move on to the consent calendar. We have item 2 on the consent agenda for Water Resources Agency. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar for Water Resource Agency? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
A second from Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Passes unanimously. We'll move on. We do have a number of scheduled items for the Water Resource Agency agenda this morning. And for those of you who are here for general public comment, hang tight. We'll work through these items. It might be about, as I'm looking at the times here, 30 minutes to an hour till we get to the general public comment portion. So hang tight, but maybe it could go faster. So we'll work our way through this. Okay, we're going to go to item number 3, and I'll pass the floor to Ara.
Good morning, supervisors. Ara Ajtarian, General Manager, Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Have a quick presentation for you here today while we talk about, come on microphone, you can do it. While we to talk about the groundwater monitoring program and the fees that we are requesting to be adopted today. So a little bit of background. So a quick overview of today's presentation. The Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin, the agency's groundwater monitoring history, SGMA, and the new regulatory paradigm. Sorry, it keeps falling down. Is this better? Yeah, all right, thank you. So presentation of proposed GMP regulatory fees and then the recommendation. So the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin extends from the county of San Luis Obispo border in the south to the Pacific Ocean in the north. It is comprised of over 500,000 acres. It helps support nearly $5 billion agricultural industry, and there are approximately 270,000 residents that are dependent on groundwater for their daily use. The agency has a long history of groundwater monitoring, beginning in the 1940s when we began monitoring groundwater elevation. 1960s, we began monitoring water quality in the context of seawater intrusion in the northern end of the valley. In the 1990s, we began extraction reporting. And in the 2010s, with the passage of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we began collaboration with the Valley GSA. So SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, is in fact 3 laws that were enacted in 2014. And to summarize, the laws mandate that groundwater sustainability be achieved by 2040 or 2042, depending on the subbasin. It assigns a number of responsibilities to the Department of Water Resources. It allows local jurisdictions to establish groundwater agencies in lieu of state control, and those agencies then become responsible for developing the local plans. And it requires that monitoring of groundwater of level, quality, and usage be performed. So in 2017, the decision was made to develop the Salinas Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency. They are a separate entity from the Water Resources Agency, but we work closely with them. So the SVB GSA is the entity that has responsibility to the California Department of Water Resources to develop the groundwater sustainability plans. The California Department of Water Resources requires that those plans be evaluated every 5 years. The Department of Water Resources also can express what they would call recommended corrective actions. These are things that they feel need to be addressed in the local plans. And so in trying to, and in this case, focusing very much on filling data gaps and more rigorous and more timely reporting of groundwater monitoring information. So in 2023, the Water Resources Agency and the Salinas Valley Basin GSA began meeting to discuss how we were going to meet these DWR mandates. There were basically 3 options. One was for the SVB to take over the entire program. One was for them to expand into the areas that the Water Resources Agency wasn't monitoring. And ultimately what was selected was for the agency simply to expand its historical efforts into those new areas that were being required by the Department of Water Resources. So that decision was memorialized in October of 2024 by Ordinance 5426. That formalized the groundwater monitoring program that we have before us today and established the ability to recover costs through fees. So why is groundwater monitoring important? Monterey County, of course, is a groundwater-dependent community. Our economy, our culture all depend on it. It's ag, it's tourism. Approximately 40% of the county's workforce is associated with agriculture, and so it really touches most every life. So as we move into the GMP-specific services, again, they focus on the monitoring aspects of this. You may recall last year when we were talking about the 25-26 program, there was the inclusion of an initial well registration, a one-time cost. We are now able to set that aside. Last year, we were able to implement the program with grant funding from the state of California, and we were able to implement a comprehensive outreach program that resulted in a number of individuals who hadn't been registered before registering now. And in the future, we'll be looking to the Department of Health as people walk through their process to permit well construction, repair, or destruction to collect those well registration fees. So what we have before us this year are just the 4 services. There's the annual registration renewal, there's the groundwater extraction reporting, the groundwater level monitoring, and the groundwater quality monitoring. And so these fees are for the specific services that the agency is providing and to meet the needs of the GSA per the mandates of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So the annual renewal fee, what we are proposing here is a fee of $21.90 per well, and it would cover all of the wells that are within the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin. We estimate that number to be approximately 3,500. The groundwater extraction reporting also applies throughout the groundwater basin. However, it only applies to wells that extract greater than 2 acre-feet per year. So we estimate that to be approximately 2,100 wells at a cost of about almost $65 per well. The groundwater level monitoring also occurs throughout the entirety of the basin. So again, we estimate about 3,500 wells here at a cost of almost $118 per well. And finally, well, this is just to demonstrate, while all of the wells are in the program in terms of the effect of the monitoring data, we don't actually go to each and every well for, to cut the costs of the program. We sample at approximately 540 representative wells to develop the data we need to appropriately manage the groundwater basin. Lastly, water quality monitoring, that's performed largely in the north. And so there's approximately 2,300 wells that we estimate to be a part of this program at almost $74. So, what's the difference in water quality monitoring? We often are asked. The Environmental Health Bureau, of course, monitors wells for water quality. They're predominantly looking at health and human health issues, so they're looking for arsenic and things like that. The Central Coast Water Quality Preservation Incorporated was established to help comply with state water quality requirements, specifically discharges to groundwater, and so that is looking more like at nitrates and those sorts of constituents. Our water quality program focuses on chlorides and constituents that are indicative of seawater intrusion. So summarizing the four services that we are requesting fee approval for in the 25-26 year is here, and then putting them together so folks can understand, depending upon what sub-basin, what area of the county they are in. This table is meant to summarize that. And so if you are in what's called the Upper Valley or the Forebay and you have a de minimis well, therefore you don't have a reporting requirement, you have the annual renewal, and then you have the water level monitoring, and so the total proposed for the 26-27 year would be $139.53. All the way to if you are in one of the four sub-basins in the northern end of the valley that and you are extracting greater than 2 acre-feet per year, then you would have registration renewal, you'd have the level monitoring, the extraction reporting, and the water quality monitoring. And so the other end of the spectrum would be 278.25. So the benefits of the GMP, of course, it's about the quality of life and protecting future access to groundwater for all well owners, especially de minimis well owners. It alleviates the burden of individuals monitoring and compliance with the law. It provides for economy of scale. It helps avoid costs and preserve property values, so quality monitoring promotes effective management, which reduces the risk of well repairs, replacement, and water treatment to maintain viable use of groundwater. And so that, of course, helps protect the property value, and it complies with the law. So cost allocation and recovery. So it's the ownership of a well that subjects the owner to SGMA. Not all landowners are well owners. And so that's the nexus between this program and an individual. SGMA requires management of groundwater, and effective management requires well-specific information, which is why we encourage the registration, and of course the monitoring. Proposition 26, which was a voter-approved initiative many years ago, ties specific services, in this case monitoring, to a specific benefit, in this case which is well ownership. And so the GMP equates, the cost to the number of wells, not the number of acres or the amount of extraction. So last year when we were before you, the board did approve the rates, understanding that the costs of the program were going to be offset by grant funds. And so we were able to perform the entire program for all well owners in this current fiscal year at no cost to well owners. That grant funding from the state has been exhausted, and there is not currently a grant funding opportunity before us. So we're relying on the rates that were established in the Nexus study that we performed and presented in 2025. We were asked to undertake a number of activities that would look for alternative funding sources, particularly for de minimis well owners. And so there were 3 activities that we've been involved in, during the course of this current fiscal year to try to address the requests of the board. So one was, could we recover the costs through the Salinas Valley Basin GSA's cost recovery method, and approach this differently? They have run that calculation, and through their rate structure, in some cases it results in de minimis well cost lowering in those subbasins where the de minimis wells are few. But in other areas, it results in the de minimis well costs rising in those areas where they're the preponderance of wells. And so, and because of that result, we have set that option aside. We have worked with the rural county representatives of California to explore the potential of draft legislation that could help us to avoid applying costs to de minimis well owners. There have been some recent court rulings that could allow us a permanent solution here. And so we have been working with RCRC to develop that draft legislation. And, you know, we are hopeful that it gets picked up and passed ultimately, but that's not a solution for the fiscal year that is in front of us. It would provide for a long-term solution. And so in the short term for the 26-27 fiscal year, the agency is requesting $200,000 from the Measure AA funds to establish a low-income program. This wouldn't cover all de minimis well owners. The idea here is it would cover a portion of them, and rather than the agency standing up its own independent program, what we would propose is that if you qualify, because most wells operate on electricity, if you qualify for the PG&E program, you would qualify for this program. However, a final decision on the allocation of Measure AA funds has not occurred, and so what we were presenting you today as the baseline, because we need to establish the rates as part of the fiscal year budgeting process. What we're establishing as the baseline is the rates as I've just explained them, which would include costs for all de minimis well owners, irrespective of income. But we would modify that, of course, if the Measure AA funding is approved, and we are hopeful that it will be. And so to recap, these are the rates that we are requesting today, and that concludes my presentation, trying to keep it short and sweet.
So Ara, can you recap to me what the full cost is to de minimis well owners here?
Yeah, so it depends on which subbasin you are in, but for the subbasins in the southern portion of the valley that don't require the water quality monitoring, it would be just under $140 per well for the year. And for the de minimis well owners in the northern end of the valley that are subject to the water quality monitoring, it would be just under $214 per well.
This is the de minimis charge here?
Yes.
Okay, because it's sort of summary of different fees here. So, and there's about 1,400 well owners that are de minimis. If you said 3,500, I think we're all together, and there's like 21 or 22 that are not de minimis.
Those estimates are all of the wells, and in different subbasins, the percentage of de minimis versus production wells changes, but in general, as a rule of thumb, figure about 50-50.
So, okay, about 50 feet. So what's the total cost for the de minimis well owners to be paying, not as individuals, but in congregate?
I see approximately $400,000, we estimate.
400,000, okay. And that's about half of the budget, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going back to my same position I had before. I mean, the de minimis well owners, we're talking about folks that are using a very minimal amount of water, 3 to 5% of the total basin, and they're paying for half of this cost. I oppose this fee being put on them. I know there's some efforts to change this legislatively, not quite there yet. So I'm appreciate the low income presentation out of here and suggestion, but I'm just not going to. I just can't support any de minimis well owners be having to pay on this point, because I think they're carrying an unnecessary burden individually.
Thank you. if you could actually just one more time, even though you just went through this whole thing, we've got the annual well registration, groundwater extraction reporting, groundwater level monitoring, and groundwater quality. Which are the ones that the de minimis user is not subjected to?
And so in the southern portion of the valley where there isn't a groundwater quality monitoring requirement, they are just subject to the annual registration renewal and the groundwater level monitoring. And then in the northern end of the valley where the groundwater sustainability plans include water quality monitoring, then they have that component as well.
Okay, and then just an aside, in terms of the initial well registration, the one time, how successful was the program?
It's hard to say because, you know, we're estimating how many wells we think were out there because we hadn't kept records of de minimis wells in the past, but we have had several hundred well owners step forward and take advantage of the well registration for free program. And so, you know, it was as successful as it could be.
And can you articulate for us I 100% understand my colleagues' concerns, but what we are measuring and why it is per well rather than the amount of water that's being pumped per well, and what drives the program workload and why it's set up this way?
Yeah, and so, you know, the California Constitution puts limitations around the way the agency can allocate costs. And the issue with having a land-based approach is the fact that we know that there are parcels, most in fact, that don't have wells on them. And so that was an issue. With extraction, the volume of water one extracts doesn't affect the cost, the scope, the scale, or the cost of the groundwater monitoring program. It's the fact that the wells exist. If there were 0 wells, there would be 0 program. And so the extraction volume doesn't change this. Now, you know, when the monitoring program helps inform management actions and a cost allocation and recovery method for management actions are considered, I think it's most appropriate to consider extraction rates at that point. But for this, because of the Proposition 26 limitations where we have to drive tie the specific benefit to the specific service, we just can't bill some folks for the costs of others. Now, that takes us back to the RCRC effort and drafting legislation because some recent court cases are beginning to affect that ability some. And so we're optimistic, cautiously optimistic, that we might be able to rely on those recent court decisions.
And would that legislation be at the earliest next year? Or is there something underway at the moment?
Something underway at the moment.
Thank you. Okay, great.
Thank you for the discussion. Let's open this up to public comment. This is public comment on this item number 3, our groundwater monitoring program regulatory fees.
Hi, good afternoon. Jose Ramon Villa Community. I don't understand how we cannot just monitor everything. I mean, you don't have the surplus of either finance or is it surplus of employees or what's the problem with that? And then how are you monitoring it and who's checking your guys' work on monitoring the water? Because, you know, we need air monitors out here, but we're doing water, but we don't have a lot of information on that. I've never heard of this. No one's ever brought this up. And you have a presentation, but you don't have a lot of data and you don't have enough information and you don't know how many wells are out there. That's kind of scary to know that maybe there's some contaminated wells out there that have been leaking into the regular water system. We don't know. You don't know that, into the environment, into just nature. I mean, when are you going to come up with a better solution for that? What are we going to do? What do we need to go a step further and do the proper diagnosis, the proper way of looking at how we will monitor everything? It's easy to say I can put a water monitor on my house and say, oh, it's good. Well, how do we know that? Are we trusting the people who are running this? I mean, are they engineers? Are they regular people? Are they people that know anything about water? Because I can give you a position and say, hey, you're the new water monitor. Doesn't mean you know anything. No disrespect. That's the way it is. That's the way I look at life. I could put you guys up there and say, hey, you're the best supervisors. And we know a lot of you guys are not. You know what I mean? Just like that. Thank you. I appreciate it. God bless you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? This is on the groundwater monitoring program regulatory fees.
Hi, my name is Dr. Laura Solorio, and I've always had this question. Before we had Measure Z, I went to the health department and talked to the water people and asked if they checked for any byproducts of oil production in areas where there is oil production, like in South County. So some of the key contaminants to test for, and I just Googled this, are volatile organic compounds known to be carcinogens like benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene, total petroleum hydrocarbons, dissolved gases, which include methane, ethane, and other gases that can seep into the groundwater, and general metals and minerals like barium, arsenic, chlorides, bromides, etc., often found in drilling brines and released when aquifers are disturbed. So I just had a question if those were ever checked in South County where there are oil fields.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the chambers? All right, we're going to go online. There's a couple hands raised. And let me just be clear, this is again for our groundwater monitoring program regulatory fees item. We'll start with the phone number ending in 837 and then to iPhone 2024. Phone number ending in 837. We have you up for public comment. Okay, let's go to iPhone 2024.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, supervisors. As I understand it from reading through the ordinance, and this is on fees and who might be exempt, that there was a minimal baseline of 2 acre feet may be exempt from monitoring. So in terms of the wells and monitoring, obviously, if you have 2 acre feet, all of these wells assumes they are all metered, so they would know how much water each of them are using. So let's assume 50% are not metered. So that says you would have to have a meter so you could tell how much water was being used. If they were to retrofit wells with a meter, you can assume that's certainly going to be over $1,000 to install metering. So I think that's rather problematic. Another way of also looking at it is the minimum threshold. 2 acre feet is very, light usage. I think you might want to consider raising the base threshold to 5 acre feet, or again, a baseline that would cover a great deal of single family home users. And other than that, of course, I appreciate this is on rates, but as we know, there's always rate creep. And we have a continual long list of fees that we have to pay on any number of things, from property taxes, now, of course, water monitoring. So I'd be sensitive to the rates and any de minimis program. Again, you're looking for grant monies. So going to the well, so to speak, and those wells are drying up. So I'm very opposed to more fees. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try again for 837, followed by 705. All right, let's try 705. Again, public comment on the groundwater monitoring program regulatory fees. Okay, I'm not seeing either one unmute, so we're going to bring it back to the board. Yep.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, we've got 705. We've got public comment for phone number ending in 705.
Yes, you can hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I would like to suggest that you somehow educate people about what they're putting in the drains. A lot of people aren't aware they're using very harsh laundry detergents with forever chemicals, and they have no idea. And I think that's going to clear up some of the pollution problems that dwell in these wells. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try one more time for the phone number ending in 837. All right. I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Just one comment.
Okay. Yep. Thanks.
So in future presentations, I think it could be helpful to just bring some examples of how much an acre foot of water is. I know as a single family home, I use about a quarter acre foot, maybe. I don't really know the exact number, but there was some things I heard about a single family home using 2 acre feet of water, and not a residential home, that's for sure. And then I think it would be helpful, if you don't mind, as we had some questions about water quality, and I think it would be beneficial to reiterate what you said in your presentation about what the Water Resources Agency program is focusing on as compared to the Central Coast Water Quality Preservation Program and the Environmental Health Bureau. Just one sentence, because I think it's good to reiterate what this program is looking for and monitoring.
I do appreciate it's a bit confusing with 3 different entities involved in water quality monitoring. We're all looking for different things. For the Water Resources Agency, what we're looking at is chlorides and other constituents that are associated with the intrusion of seawater, and this is predominantly monitored in the northern end of the Salinas Valley.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And Lopez.
Yeah, so my position is largely aligned with Supervisor Church as it was in the past. I know that was a very tough battle up here for many months to try to figure out a path forward. Took the charge seriously, done a ton of work to try to find some legislation that could put us in a position to mend the issue that we're up against, which is an equity issue where the smallest users are paying, in my opinion, the largest load of this particular fee across the entire basin. So I'm still struggling with moving forward with new fees, right? Saying that last year was covered by a grant. So then this year, now we're going to go back out and charge those folks. My question would come back to, if that legislation is successful, which I hope it will be this year, are we stuck in a position where we took the line that everybody has to pay that this year, right? Or are we going to amend at some point in the year? I think that's my issue, given that we've done the work to try to get to a point where we can solve this. Are we saying they're going to pay 1 year and next year we'll remediate and fix it so that they don't moving forward? That's where I'm stuck with being able to support this today, but I get again that Supervisor Church and I may be on a 3-2 loss on this as we have in the past, but I would ask for some sort of grace should we be able to get that legislation passed and enacted to revisit and right-size this given the overarching impact on small users.
Yeah, and it's a great point, Supervisor. So the monitoring year coincides with the water year, which is October through September. And so our cadence in terms of communicating with well owners would be, in that September timeframe, reminding folks that the new water year is coming, reminding folks about the reporting requirements and so forth. We probably don't do invoicing until the end of the calendar year. So if the legislation is adopted prior to then, we could amend and readjust. Yes.
Would there be an interest in this board in then supporting the staff recommendation, and with that in mind, that upon the legislation adoption that we could adjust?
I'm not going to support. My feeling is we need to look for some funds elsewhere. I know we have some time. This is a little different than most other budget issues. That's not oriented toward July. But I would, I don't want to commit to for de minimis users paying. I just don't think it's fair. I think, Supervisor Lopez and I both raised issues on that. There's a lot of fees coming down in the next few years on water from state imposed regulations. This is one of those. We don't have a lot of flexibility on it, but we can find other ways so that those who use the least amount of water are not having to pay for half of a program. And that's my concerns. It's just unfair. So that's where I'm standing.
So another option here is, we were trying to minimize the request for the Measure AA funds. If we took that request to 400,000. It would likely cover all of the de minimis wells. We were focused more on the low income and the notion of establishing a program around that. So that is one way. The one thing I do want to say, notwithstanding, sort of when we're communicating with well owners, the July timeframe is still important to us, and it's critical because the bulk of the monitoring activity occurs during the summer, and July and August are extraordinarily busy months for us.
Thank you for the discussion. We did have extensive discussion about this prior to coming here today, and my understanding and part of the reason we're moving forward on this, we've moved forward last year, is because there are state requirements, and if we fail to act and put this program into place, it does put us at risk of having the state remove our local control and authority on this issue. So can you speak to any updates on that point, so that our action or inaction would impact state control of our local water systems?
Yeah, as the conversations focus mostly on the de minimis well owners, that 2 acre-foot per year threshold is established by the state. And so that was established by the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, as was the requirement that all beneficial uses and users of groundwater be monitored. And so there isn't an ability with current state law to exclude some category from the monitoring program. Through this legislative effort, we are trying to create an opportunity to shift the cost burden based on these recent judicial rulings, but under state law, these are the confines that we're working in, and so you have the SGMA and the California Constitution kind of competing against each other.
Okay, so thank you. But so bottom line is, like, this is state law that we're under pressure to implement. If we choose not to move forward,
then the Salinas Valley Basin GSA would stand up its own program to fill in the gaps that the Water Resources Agency is not filling.
okay, with the same pressures and challenges and being a year behind now on implementation.
Right.
Okay, so we made the decision that the Water Resource Agency would be the one to stand it up, that we would move forward. That all went into effect last year. Now that we're a year in, we have to continue to do the work. And if we don't, that is state required that we move forward. Thank you. Okay, I'm happy to entertain a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion that, I'll approve the program, we need the program, but that the de minimis, that we come back with some alternatives for funding for de minimis users, and that's been the motion.
I'll second that.
So motion to support the staff recommendation to move forward with the program, and with an additional request to bring back options for funding for the de minimis users that potentially could be part of our budget discussions. Okay, great, thank you. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
We've postponed this hard decision several times, right? And I understand where my colleagues from North and South Monterey County are coming from, but we've asked for that kind of direction, where can we get funding to address this concern about de minimis users over a year ago? We were talking about this, and we postponed it, and then we went into July, and then here we are a year later. So at some point, we just got to make the tough call on this, right? If we're going to implement this, what are going to be the funding mechanisms to accomplish it? And if there is funding, 400,000 or whatever it takes, that should have been brought back, I would assume, today to make a decision on. So if we're not ready, and if there is some funding available, could you speak to that? Where is there $400,000 in your budget to cover the de minimis users to not have to pay this?
Right, so it's not in the Water Resources budget. We do have a request in the county budget for Measure AA funding. That currently has been going through the committee process. I think a final decision on that's in June. And that has, again, we were targeting 200,000 there to minimize the request in light of all of the circumstances. We could increase that request, and assuming then if that were approved, that would cover the de minimis well owners for this year, and it would allow us time to see if the state legislation.
Ara, but this is an annual cost, so we go to Measure A funding, then it's a one-time waiver or one-time, but then it would require that every single year, not to mention as costs of the COLAs go up to run the program, it would increase down the road as well.
Yeah, the program being a Prop 26 program reflects the cost of service, so those rates could go up or down depending. New technologies make it less expensive, rates could reduce as an example. I understand what you're saying, Supervisor, in terms of it is a one-time fix. I agree it's a one-time fix. And so, and it hasn't yet been decided, but it does buy us some time if in fact we could utilize that source of funding to meet the needs for this year, and then the question would be before us again next year.
So just, we are in the middle of a vote.
I'm willing to have that portion come back, approve it, and then looking at the de minimis fees coming back to have further discussion just on that aspect of it.
So that's a yes?
Two yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying on that. So just to be clear, so we have a motion to take the staff report and with an additional request to bring back funding options as part of to help offset the cost for de minimis users as part of the budget cycle. We called for a vote. I'm hearing yes. Actually, could we just do a roll call vote for clarity? Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Daniels?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
I'm also going to say no, although I am open to the state legislation changing and making updates as soon as we have that information. So thank you. Okay, that is approved to move forward, and we will go on to, I am sensitive to the fact we've got an audience full of folks who are waiting to do public comment, and maybe we should have organized our schedule a little bit differently moving into this. The additional couple items, are those going to be longer items, or do you think we can move our way through those? Otherwise, we'll switch back and forth, I think.
Yeah, we'll bring the A-team up and they'll move right along.
Okay, perfect. So those of you with us for public comment, bear with us. We will we'll get through to you. And we are working on cooling it down in here as well. So pardon the AC taking a minute to kick in. All right, we're moving on to, we're going to move item number 4 to the end. We're going to move on to item number 5, which is a public hearing to consider the cost of living adjustment rates for zones 2B, 2Y, and 2Z assessments.
Yes, good morning, Chair Askew and members of the board. Shauna Murray, Deputy General Manager, and I have with me Nora Cervantes, Accountant 3. And we are here for a public hearing for the cost of living increase of 2.5% for zones 2B, 2Y, 2Z, the water delivery charge, and water service charge for FY27. And I do have slides. Thank you. So we have had previous actions related to this. The agency did hold a CSIP landowner workshop to go over the needs and the fees back in March. We've also gone through our Board of Directors budget workshop, Finance Committee, and their recommendation was to move forward back in April. We have ordinance that dictate, how we can move or change rates. The assessments are done through, they're supporting USBR loans that funded these projects. The water service charge is for the Salinas River Diversion Facility. It's our fund to operate that and maintain. And there are rules about an annual cost of living based on the San Francisco Bay Area, March 1st to March 1st. The resolution for the water service charge did state that that it was subject to a COLA for the first 5 years. Thereafter, it was based on an evaluation by the agency. So the agency has evaluated that need, and this is the first year we're proposing a rate that's higher than the CPI. And again, that's since 2008. So 2Y, 2Z are supporting the capital and O&M for our recycled water plant and our distribution system. Those are valley-wide. That's the boundary. And here's the parcel count and factors. We have both the current rates per acre, and then we also have the proposed rates, and this reflects the 2.5% CPI. And the same for SVRP. And here is our Zone 2B boundary. And this is the boundary for the actual users of recycled water and the distribution system. And again, they're all in irrigated ag, and so they're all factor A, and you can see again the 2.5% reflected here over current. Now, the water delivery and service charges, we are proposing a $15 increase for the water delivery charge that supports CSIP and SVRP, and a $25 increase for the water service charge for the SRDF. And this is based on our current needs for all three of those systems. You can see here the different funds that support these projects are 1509, 1510, 1511, and all three are in a budget deficit. So the gray column all the way to the right shows you that we're using more. Even with these increases, we're still not breaking even on those three funds. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll open it up to public comment on this item. This is item number 5, the cost of living adjustment. We have one hand raised for phone number ending in 837. Phone number ending in 837. This is public comment on Water Resource Agency agenda number 5. Okay, we'll go to the chambers here for public comment.
I never raised my hand on the water issue. I don't know why this happened, okay?
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the chambers for
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Osagara Monterey community. I think this is a very a vague report, and you're increasing the rates quite a bit. And I mean, what, 2008, 2009, that's a long time ago. Why are we doing rate changes so late? Are we not doing the studies correctly? Are we not doing our homework on how we're supposed to do rates? I mean, are they every 10 years, every 5 years? What's going on with that? I don't understand why we have a significant rate increase. And this is part of Water One, correct? Or is it a little bit different? It's different? Okay. Because we just got a rate increase there too. So I don't understand where you get your surveys. How do you do your increases on water and stuff? We need more information. There's not enough information here. You did a 10-minute presentation, maybe top 15. It's not enough information for the public. Thank you. Have a great day. God bless you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional public comment, let's close public comment on this. We'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Alejo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. All approved. And I'll just say if we could make sure we get a staff report copy to the member of the public. All of our items have additional staff reports posted. So even when our presentations are limited, there's usually quite a bit of additional background that's posted on the Legistar agenda. All right, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is to hold a public hearing to consider approving and adopting the fiscal year 26-27 assessment charges with cost of living increases.
Yes, and so this is specifically the 2.5% CPI that I previously discussed for our Zone 2C administration and operations and maintenance of Nacipieno and San Antonio dams. Again, this is driven through Ordinance 4203, and so these assessment rates can be increased annually by the CPI. That was calculated after the March 1st date, and it was calculated to be the 2.5%. Now, this only applies to operations and maintenance and administration components. This is the boundary of Zone 2C. There are various sub-areas within this zone, and so you can see those displayed on this map. And so based on the sub-areas are across the top in this chart, and the factors are over to the left. Again, we have irrigated agriculture, residential, dry farming, river channels, and lands receiving no charge. The parcel counts are not located here. It'd be too complex. So this are the charges per acre proposed for fiscal year 27. And this is the administration component. The factors, again, are the same. The previous slide was the operations and maintenance. So both factors are applied. This is for the spillway modification. This does not receive a COLA, so these rates are the same. This is for our capital, and so these rates, again, do not receive the COLA. And the diversion facility construction also does not receive the COLA, and it is only charged in the pressure and east side areas. This is an overview of our fiscal year 27 proposed budget. All of the key projects are listed over on the right that we're performing. The revenue you can see are primarily assessments and grants, and the rest of other reimbursements and programs totaling $13.9 million. Our total expected expenditure is $14.6. So again, we're going into a deficit of $660,000 even with our COLA increase. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I'll open it up to public comment on this item. This is item number 6. I'm not seeing anyone in chambers or online, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
A motion from Lopez, a second from Alejo. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Quiet. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 7.
Yes, so item number 7 is to hold a public hearing for our cost of living increase for our flood zones 1, 1A, 8, 9, 12, and 17. Again, these have been previewed by our Board of Directors and Finance Committee and recommended for approval here today. It again is ordinance driven. There are 4 ordinances that drive kind of these different zones, and to do an annual CPI that was established March 11th at 2.5%. Zone 1 is our boundary for the Pajaro area. 1A is also for Pajaro area. And here are the 2026 and 2027 proposed charges by acre with that 2.5% CPI, again by factor. Here are the 1A benefit assessment proposals. Now, Zone 8 is an area down in the Soledad area for our Soledad storm drain. It's shown here on the map. And here again are the factors and the proposed rates by acre for 2027. Zone 9 is our reclamation ditch running through the Salinas area and out to the ocean. Again, our factors and our per acre charges for 2027. Zone 12 is the San Lorenzo Creek area in King City. And again, the factors and the per acre charges. Zone 17 is a coastal area by the Morro Coho Slough. And again, the factors and the per acre charges. Again, the recommended budget does show a deficit in the funds that we're talking about. Reclamation ditch is 1505 with a deficit of 533,000. San Lorenzo 1506 is breaking even roughly at 2,000 in the positive. Moro Coho, negative 194,000, and Pajaro, a negative of 114,000 with these cost of living. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I'll open it up to public comment on this item and then bring it back to the board. Happy to entertain a motion. We have a motion from Lopez, second from Alejo. All in favor? Aye. All right, we have one final item here, item number 4, public hearing on the Water Resource Agency fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget.
Yes, thank you. So this will be a public hearing today and then moving to adoption in June. So today we'll just be getting that feedback, and it's based on the rates that we just heard are all included in this budget. And so we are shifting, as you know, the county is shifting from CGI to Oracle, and so all of our codes are changing, and so you may see this is a little crosswalk to help clarify that. We have been working on our budget since January. That's our internal kind of beginning of looking at projects and programs that need funding for the agency. It's moved through quite a few public workshops that we've held over the last few months, and it was ultimately approved by the board of directors for recommendation here today. Oops, too many. Our total appropriation, our expenses are $48.6 million. This is an increase of 12% over the current fiscal year of $43.6 million. Our total revenue is also increased about 10%, and that's $43.3 million revenue. This shows us that we're still in a $5.3 million deficit. We'll be proposing to use fund balance to cover that funding gap. As far as our expenses, the salaries and benefits, we do have 45 funded positions for next fiscal year. It's an increase of 1 over this fiscal year for a program manager to help support the recycled water program, the CSIP, the recycled plant, and the SRDF. We have currently 7 vacant positions and 12 unfunded positions. Other charges, our insurance charges have gone down by $1.6 million over the current fiscal, but our cost plan has increased by about $687,000. Our consultant numbers, the majority, the $23 million, we have a large majority of grants, $8 million of reimbursement by grants, and our other large expenditure is Monterey One Water, $8.5 million. That is a decrease over last year as the agency continues to take on some more of those operations and maintenance projects. We're proposing 3 fund transfers. The first from the administration fund, Fund 1501, and that's to support the Moro Coho Slough Tidegate project that of $150,000 to supplement that project. We also have fund transfer proposed from the hydroelectric plant, Fund 1508, to support the increased regulatory requirements at the dams. So the Dam Operations Fund will increase by $700,000. And finally, the hydroelectric plant will also have a fund transfer to CSIP operations, and this is anticipated to support a well replacement project that is underfunded. Our revenues, as we discussed, our assessments and both flood and special assessments will be increased by the CPI. Our program revenue, we've heard about the groundwater monitoring program. That will be the status quo from this current fiscal year as far as revenue, and the boat docks will also remain steady. We have anticipated some reimbursements from partner agencies. SLO County has an agreement to pay for a portion of San Antonio Dam operations and maintenance activities. We estimate that to be about $680,000. And the Public Works Department, through an MOU, is cost sharing on the Moro Coho Tidegate construction, and that's estimated at $275,000. As I mentioned, we have a large portion of grant revenue as well. Other revenue that we've discussed are the hydro revenue, the water delivery charge, and water service charge. Here's a distribution of where the expenses are coming from, and you can see the larger pie charts are the salaries, the grants, and the Monterey One Water contract, as well as our other contractors and consultants. Debt payment is coming in as kind of that next portion at 9%. And then our revenue, the majority, 41%, comes through special assessments. And then we see a large portion, 20%, coming from, one-time grants. Here are overall fund balances, and you can see through the expenses on the kind of reddish color, we've gone from $34 million in 2023 to, $48 million requested budget for 2027. So we have made some incremental increases. The revenue has increased due to the grants, but otherwise you can see in the green where our revenue is at. Our beginning fund balance, we're starting at about $23 million in our fund balance in this current fiscal year. And with the draw, it will be down to $20 million. So the use of fund balance is shown in blue. And I'm sorry, I misstated that. We're going into the year with $20 million, and we would be coming out with $14.7 million. The estimated funding balance is the final line of where we would end based on this budget request. We do have a summary of the various funds. The budget book is also included in your packet that kind of details the highlights. I'll go over a few of the larger funds. So our Fund 1501 is administration and agency-wide services. This is where the groundwater monitoring program lives. Our financial planning and strategies is one of our big initiatives that we've begun over the last few years and will continue into next year. And we've been dedicating more significant funding towards that, as well as that Morocojo Tidegate project. For dam operations, this is our Fund 1503. We have quite a few grants for reservoir operations, flood mapping, and other partner agency projects. We're also looking at significant maintenance of both dams through state funding, both the NACI maintenance grant and then the SB 104. And so you can see that these projects have been undergoing design and will start getting into some construction. We're also seeing that $700,000 transfer from the hydro plant to support these funds. So you can see we still have that $660,000 impact to fund balance. And finally, our hydroelectric plant operations, we're projecting our revenue to be around $1.3 million gross. We have some work to do with calibrations and maintenance of the hydroelectric plant. And then after that, we'll be transferring the $700,000 to dam operations and $200,000 to CSIP. And that draw will be about $567,000. CSIP, the majority of this goes to Monterey One Water O&M. We'll also be performing condition assessments. We have a recycled water permit that needs to be reissued, so we're working on that. And that's also the Title 22 engineers report to support that new permit migration. We are also hoping to complete a well replacement project through federal funding, federal EPA funding, and so that's another big ticket item in this fund. So here is the overall recommended budget by fund, and you can see, the estimated revenue and the expenses, as well as the fund balance usage is in that grayish color, and then the ending fund balance. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Checking with the board for questions. Nope. Okay, we'll open it up to public comment on this public hearing. And again, this will come back for final adoption as part of the county budget hearings. Seeing no one in chambers, seeing no hands online, I'll bring it back to this board for discussion. Seeing no.
Are we moving to accept the report? Is that what?
Happy to entertain a motion. I just had a brief comment as well, so feel free to make a motion.
I just have one brief comment then. I feel like I had read something and I didn't hear it regarding an investment that the agency was making in planning and restructuring to prevent deeper deficits in the future? I think it was like 350,000. What was that? And did I read that correctly?
Yeah, that's in our administration fund, our Fund 1501, and that is to perform multiple studies as far as how are we bringing in revenue, who's being assessed, and to kind of look at that. Because as you can see with the fund transfers, some of our funds, specifically the dam operations, are underfunded and are not sustainable. And so without that $8.8 million in grants and $700,000 in fund transfer from the hydroelectric plant, we really wouldn't be afloat. And so these studies that we're investing in next year to try and get that back to a manageable, sustainable rate.
I just wanted to express my appreciation for that, and it'd be interesting to hear back, as that study is completed, how that went. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. I just want to comment and thank the team at the Water Resource Agency for the work that you do. The water infrastructure that we have here in Monterey County, it's not an optional item for us to be working on. It's fundamentally connected to our drinking water, our agricultural base, flood protection, groundwater, sustainability, environmental health. It really is the thread that touches everything. And the budget of the Water Resource Agency funds that work. But to Supervisor Daniel's point, I think there's some clear messages in both the presentations we received earlier as well as this budget draft that our long-term financial model needs some attention. And so I'm really, again, grateful to see that being acknowledged and spoken of publicly. We need to protect this infrastructure, and we also need to be honest about what it takes to pay for that work over time. It's not something that happens freely. And we've been talking for years about those realities, the aging systems, the groundwater sustainability, climate pressures and changes, deferred maintenance, and the growing importance of recycled water as part of our long-term strategy. But through this hearing and this budget, I think the conversation that we need to be having now is increasingly transparent about the financial costs of maintaining those systems. And so just want to say thank you again, and let's continue being really honest about what it costs to maintain this critical infrastructure, because if we're not intentional about our budget planning, we're going to find ourselves in crisis response in the future, and that's not something that I want to leave unaddressed. So thank you. I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Move.
Second.
Sorry, so I had a motion from Alejo, a second from Church, and the comment from Council.
Will formally adopt it when it comes back in June. So this is just a motion to move forward.
Yes, thank you. All right, all in favor?
I had a comment.
Sorry, we opened in
Public comment.
on that item. So we're moving now on to recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the Water Resource Agency. We're reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Now is the time for general public comment, and I just want to thank you all again for your lesson in Water Resource Agency budgets this morning, for joining us. As we get started here, bear with me one moment. We do welcome everyone into these chambers. These chambers are your chambers. I do ask that we refrain from displays during public comment. We want to make sure that our attention is focused on the individuals giving testimony. So I will ask that we refrain from signs, from stomping or clapping during general public comment. And the timer is up for 2 minutes. I'll ask you also to watch the timer so that I don't have to interrupt anyone during your period of time here today. So thank you. We'll get started. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Monterey community. I want to say I was very, very disappointed last week watching this on YouTube, how the conduct of some individuals up here was really uncalled for. I don't see how you could treat each other like that. You're your colleagues. You should have respect for each other. And I see this a lot in government, and our government's failing because of this. I see this at city council meetings. Same thing happens. People don't have respect for each other. Please have respect for each other. You're a team up here. We give you the reins to run our great county. We need you guys to do that. And if you get a little upset because you put stuff on social media, do me a favor. Don't put stuff on social media. If you don't want nobody to criticize you, it's a different world. I hate social media. I don't like it. It's a different world. There's a bunch of people up there just trying to make you angry and make you look bad. So if you don't want nobody talking about you, Mr. Alejo, don't put it out there. Mr. Lopez tampoco. Don't put your stuff out there. I mean, I'm not belittling you guys. I'm just telling you, the people out here that they're going to eat you up like that. And for you guys to get upset over that, you're grown men. You can't do that. I mean, if so, I put a post out there, someone says something, I don't comment on everything. I express my opinion. People don't like it. Too bad. I don't sit there and argue with them. It's worthless to do that. It's wrong. You're a public servant. You shouldn't be arguing with anybody. You shouldn't be blocking everybody on social media. If you have a social media page that says, you're Monterey County, whatever, you don't block people. You don't talk back to people. You don't be disrespectful because you got upset at someone's comment. Too bad. If you don't like it, resign. There's other people that take your job. You're getting overpaid to be a big baby. Don't do that. Be an adult. Please. Do your job. Please do your job and be an adult. Mr. Alejo, make sure the gentleman cuts his grass at Vanguard, okay? Looks ugly up there. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vidi, and I'm here representing Shake Event Rentals and many others in the event industry across Monterey County. We are here today because of the recent tent permit fee increases that took effect in April 2026. These increases were implemented without prior notice, and in many cases, represent a jump from approximately $500 to nearly $3,000 per permit, a six-fold increase overnight. We want to be very clear, we fully support safety inspections and proper permitting. Large temporary structures should absolutely be reviewed carefully, and public safety must always come first. This is not about avoiding regulation. This is about whether the new pricing structure is realistic, sustainable, and aligned with the economic realities of the local businesses and families it affects. At Shake Event Rentals alone, our tenting division supports approximately 17 families, individuals who specialize in tent installation, logistics, and safety compliance. These are skilled workers whose livelihoods now face uncertainty due to a sudden and significant cost increase that was not planned for and could not be absorbed. And this is not happening in isolation. Over the past few years, our industry has already faced substantial increases in labor, insurance, fuel, transportation, and equipment costs. These new permit fees are being layered on top of an already strained system. For many clients, this is no longer a manageable adjustment. It is a breaking point. I'll now pass it on to Ali to speak more about the broader impact that is having across our community.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ali, and I also represent Chic Event Rentals and the broader event community here in the Monterey County. The impact of these increases extends far beyond rental companies. Tents are not a luxury item for many of our events. They're often required due to weather conditions, venue limitations, or safety regulations. As a result, we are already seeing clients make difficult decisions, downsizing their events, eliminating key elements, or in some cases, canceling events altogether. Others are choosing to move their events to neighboring counties where permitting costs are more predictable and manageable for them. This directly affects an entire ecosystem that includes planners, caterers, florists, DJs, photographers, venues, hotels, restaurants, transportation providers, and countless hourly hospitality workers who depend on events to support their families. Monterey County has long benefited from events and tourism as a key part of its local economy. These increases risk making our region less competitive and less accessible, not just for businesses, but for the families and organizations who want to celebrate, gather, and invest in this community. We respectfully ask the county to reconsider both the scale and the implementation of these fee increases. At a minimum, we're asking for transparency in how these fees were calculated, consideration of a tiered pricing structure based on tent size or event type, and an open dialogue in the future with industry professionals before any other changes are made. We are committed to operating safely, responsibly, and in partnership with the county, but the current structure feels disconnected from the realities we are facing on the ground in the event world. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
thanks you guys for all being here today. Thank you so much for your patience.
MJ, appreciate that. I just want to remind everyone, we ask everyone to refrain from displays during public comment. Thank you.
My name's MJ Donahue. I'm the Executive Director of Alliance on Aging. As you know, I respect all of you and the team at Behavioral Health, but today I must speak plainly. A serious mistake was made, one that will harm some of the most vulnerable people in this county. The decision to defund the bilingual senior peer counseling program at Alliance on Aging has cut off a lifeline for thousands of older adults. For more than 15 years, this program has provided over 38,000 hours of counseling by trained senior volunteers, people who understand firsthand the grief that comes with aging, the loss of independence, loved ones, the isolation that too often leads to depression, and in far too many cases, suicidal thoughts. Seniors are one of the fastest growing populations dying by suicide. That is not abstract. That is happening here. Let me be clear. This is the only mental health program in Monterey County designed specifically for and delivered by seniors. There is no replacement. There is no backup plan. This is not just a moral failure. It's a fiscal one. When prevention disappears, crisis fills the gap. Emergency services, hospitalizations, and interventions will cost this county far more than restoring this program ever would. For over 55 years, Alliance on Aging has been your partner, a trusted resource, a lifeline, and today that lifeline for our senior peer counseling program has been cut. Alliance on Aging does not have the reserves to fund this program. I'm asking you to restore the funding because without it, this program will end. And the consequences, they will not be theoretical. They will be human. More than 91,000 seniors in this county are watching, and they deserve better than this. You have the power and the responsibility to fix this. Please restore this funding, for we are all in this together, and together we can do great things. Thank you.
I need to remind the audience to refrain from displays during public comment. Thank you.
My name is Nan Heflin, and I reside in District 5. As a licensed family therapist, I have the privilege of training and supervising the committed volunteers in the Senior Peer Counseling Program with Alliance on Aging. We offer our services in both English and Spanish. This program has been defunded as of June 30, and I urge you to restore this funding to support the mental health of older adults throughout Monterey County. Working with this population for over 30 years, I've witnessed firsthand the barriers seniors face when seeking mental health services, leaving them chronically underserved. These include finances, stigma, transportation, mobility, navigating the health system, and accepting depression, grief, and anxiety as a normal part of aging. For over 15 years, senior peer counselors have successfully addressed these barriers by providing emotionally supportive counseling in-home at no cost to the client, enriching the lives of both the client and the volunteers who are seniors themselves. The program has demonstrated significant benefits as evidenced by reduction in social isolation, suicidal ideation, early cognitive decline, and education about grief, loss, and the many challenges of aging. Senior peer counselors have provided thousands of hours of individual and group counseling with over 1,500 individuals served and over 1,600 group counseling participants. At the request of the county, we are currently strategizing how best to assist the folks who lost everything in the Casanova fire. If the Senior Peer Counseling Program is eliminated, Monterey County will have to answer the calls from those seniors and many others who will be looking for help without the support of a long-standing, proven, valuable resource. I urge you to please reconsider and reinstate funding for the Senior Peer Counseling Program at Alliance on Aging. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josie Avila, and I live in Prunedale, District 2. I'm 86-year-old. I was the client in the Senior Peer Program on Alliance on Aging, and I share my story with you and hope that you will reconsider to restore the funding to this valuable program. I believe I would not be here today if it were not the support of the peer counseling. I took my husband to the emergency room with COVID, and the last time I saw him alive, they were wheeling him down to the isolation. Losing him was devastating, that I got COVID and had to isolate myself. I didn't know what to do, so I contacted Alliance on Aging. They referred me to senior peer counseling. The support I got from the senior peer counseling, his willingness to listen and judge me, made all the differences. He gave me tools to deal with my grief, the chronic anxiety, and left me feeling very insecure about everything. Talking with him every week made me realize that I would be okay. I felt so much better that I interviewed and was hired as a front desk person at the Alliance on Aging, where I can help other older people find the resources to help them give them hope. Please help continue to help our seniors and restore the funding for the Senior Peer Counseling Program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Teresa Sullivan, the retired Executive Director of Alliance on Aging, and probably the only one alive that can give a real historical perspective on our relationship with behavioral health. In the early 2000s, Alliance on Aging was very involved in the planning of the original Mental Health Services Act. I participated in countless meetings, discussions, and task forces around strategies for meeting the mental health needs of our community. Both Behavioral Health and Alliance on Aging recognize the critical and growing need for mental health services for the underserved older adults and wanted to ensure they were included in the countywide strategy. At that time, AOA hosted a small but successful senior peer counseling program. Behavioral Health had been making client referrals to the program and us to them, and both recognized its value in the larger mental health care system. Our mutual vision was to continue these services and expand them to the Spanish-speaking community. Once the MHSA was passed in 2005, it included funding to continue our program and to expand it to the underserved and vulnerable Spanish speakers. We have done that successfully in partnership with behavioral health for the last 2 decades, consistently pivoting to meet the needs of our diverse older adult community. You've heard from MJ and Nan and Josie some compelling stories about what services have provided for many older adults in this community. Now that this SBC funding has been cut, as Michael said, the entire Monterey County Behavioral Health Integrated Plan does not propose even one program that's specifically designed for older adults. This is a huge step backwards.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Murray, and I'm proud to live in Kate Daniels District. I live in Carmel Valley. I'm here to ask this board to reaffirm their commitment to Monterey County being a sanctuary county. I'm so proud of that. I tell my people out east all the time that we are a sanctuary place. California is a sanctuary state, and I would like the board to consider all the actions that they take to maintain that status. I understand that we have a commitment with a contract, the SCAP contract, that needs to be canceled so that the sheriff is no longer sharing names with ICE when people are arrested, whether they're guilty or not. They haven't been found guilty, and their names and addresses are still shared. That is not being a sanctuary county. So I ask you to review what you're doing. Are you really, truly being a sanctuary county? Are you really protecting the people who are major employees in our county, supporting our agricultural industry, supporting our hospitality industry? These are our friends and neighbors. Are you really in support of them? I'm hoping when ICE comes that we will continue to be, we will say, no, you are not welcome here when they invade us, and I expect it's coming. I know I will be standing with my friends and neighbors and doing what I can to protect them. I also ask you to help prevent any detention centers being built nearby. I know they're doing something, trying to do something in Gilroy. Please stand with Santa Clara County and prevent that from happening. Thank you. I look forward to following your actions on sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm a resident of District 2. I actually am disappointed to see that my supervisor and neighbor is not present today. I'm here in regards to a matter of extreme public safety, a public hazard that exists in our neighborhood in regards to this property. This property was demolished without a permit, has been declared a continued public nuisance by the Monterey County Code Enforcement since February of 2024. And since that time, there have been no less than 2 responses every year by fire, emergency medical, or police, including for situations, just so you can see that it is declared a public nuisance. Fire performed an inspection of it July of 2024 out of 15 options, 9 violations related to this. In October of 2024, a vehicle fire erupted on the property, spreading to vegetation and to trees, all while this was continued to be declared a public nuisance. At one point, while my husband was leaving for work, a live wire from electrical hooked up to this house that still has power was across our driveway. If his vehicle headlights had not seen it, he would have driven through this. And of course, I had to call out the fire department. This line still exists out in the open. And recently, this property has been overrun in a few days by no less than 200 people because it went on the market. Not a single person that came onto this property was supervised. Some of these people were climbing on the roof. Other people turned the power back on after I called fire and PG&E to turn it off back in 2024. They caused thousands of dollars in property damage and vandalism to my property next door. And this time period, I wrote code enforcement on May 5th about this. It went silent. That's after I had filed another code enforcement complaint that was closed out without further investigation. This is shameful. Code enforcement needs to be investigated. This is misconduct. This is a continued danger to my neighborhood. I've been told essentially my home will have to burn, or my neighbor, my supervisor's home, will have to burn.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ann Jaramillo, and I am one of the co-founders of Salinas Valley Indivisible. And I am here today to speak on behalf of our 600 plus members who come out and protest regularly against the abuses of ICE. I have seen online many so far screeds about what is happening in up in Gilroy and saying we cannot have that here from people on this committee. We will not allow that here, and I think that's wonderful. We should support 100% whatever we can do to stop that ICE detention facility from being built in Gilroy. But it is just as important that we stand here and say, no ICE in Monterey County. It has to be explicit. The sheriff cannot be allowed to get any of our citizens. And I'll just say also, I was a teacher for 35 years. I taught in every single middle school in Salinas. Most of my students were new arrivals or nearly new arrivals from Mexico. Most of them still live here, and they are living in fear every single day. This is not how we want our people to live in Monterey County. So I'm begging you, please, do something, make it explicit, put it in your whatever you need to do so that we all know. And Zoe Lofgren is asking you to do the same thing. We met with her the other day. So thank you.
Thank you. And I will just mention that we do have another item on this morning, item number 6.1, which is regarding the Federal Detention Center in Gilroy. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Peter Zalai. Supervisor Alejo, you're my supervisor. Last week in Politico, you again reduced politics to race and ethnicity, admonishing one Latino candidate for governor for criticizing another Latino candidate because apparently Latinos are supposed to unite behind the Latino candidate leading in the polls. That's race-based voting, plain and simple. Your argument boils down to this: Latinos should vote for Latinos because they're Latino. Does your worldview extend to everyone else too? Should blacks vote for blacks, Asians for Asians, women for women? Should voters sort themselves by sexual orientation or height? Am I supposed to favor the German-Hungarian on the ballot? At what point do judgment, competence, values, temperament, intelligence, experience, or vision matter? Or are those secondary, so long as the candidate checks the correct demographic box? You didn't just say this once. You proudly reposted it on Instagram, doubling down on a mindset that reduces people to immutable characteristics instead of evaluating and valuing them as individuals. I'm concerned that your advocacy on other issues as my supervisor is colored by that mindset. I reject that worldview completely. Not as a white male, but as an individual human being. Your politics flatten people into categories, suffocate independent thought, and teach voters to see each other's skin color first and character second. If you run for re-election, I'll proudly and gladly support the candidate who treats voters like thinking individuals instead of as demographic inventory, whatever race, gender, or ethnicity that candidate might be.
That's not what my comments were about at all. Read the article.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other? Hey, order. Order. Supervisor, sir, we're calling the meeting to order. Thank you for your comments. We do try really hard to maintain decorum in this meeting and in this room. We appreciate all public comment. We do ask for decorum. Thank you. Is there any other public comment in chambers? This is for general public comment. All right, we're going to go online. We have a phone number ending in 837, followed by a phone number ending in 705.
Hi, supervisors. This is Brian Rosen here. I just saw on Democracy Now! A few days ago that it was Nopka Day to commemorate Nopka, where 750,000 Palestinians were violently expelled from their homes and their land. It was really terrible. They'd been there for hundreds of years. I would love it if you would do a resolution commemorating Nakba Day. Supervisor Alejo, I made some comments about the terrible conditions that workers are facing in Monterey County, and you attacked me, and I didn't feel very good the way after that. And I don't think it's a very nice way to treat the public. A lot of people seem to be complaining about you, and I was upset when the supervisors, I felt they were being abused. And I understand a lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck. The billionaires run everything. Everything is getting worse and worse for everybody. So I can understand why the public can be abusive. But you guys are making big salaries, and you shouldn't be abusive, and most of you aren't. And I've never seen this side of you before, Supervisor Alejo, and I hope you change, because it's not appropriate. I spoke about the horrible conditions that workers are living in. Hotel workers, people making a minimum wage cannot afford a one-bedroom apartment in California. And I have friends who are Mexicans from Mexico, and they huddle up with other people in crowded conditions, and they are abused by their employers. And it's a bad thing. And so I said they're like slaves, and I'd stand by that, Supervisor Alejo, and you should be ashamed of yourself for attacking the public like that. These people live under miserable conditions, and the farm workers. You're also proud of the immigrants and the farm workers who are the ones that get the pesticide exposure. People are very concerned.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is expired. Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 705.
Yes, supervisors. Supervisor Askew, I did have a comment for the talk on the water issue, and you did not allow me. So may I suggest that you give more time for public comment before just dismissing it as no one's on the line. Having said that, I am very alarmed at the county's fire protection plan, i.e. cutting down thousands of eucalyptus trees as fire hazards ignoring fire scientists' advice that it is not eucalyptus trees that are the problem, it's a house ignition zoning problem. Mr. Church, who leads the charge along with Senator Laird and Kate Daniels to cut down these trees, endangers all of us with misinformation about how to prevent wildland urban interface fires. I'm asking you to stop this terrible tragedy of cutting down eucalyptus trees in this time of climate change and improperly educating people to cut their trees to protect their homes. Instead, put Jack Cohen's video on your Facebook page to inform people on how best to safeguard their homes from fires. I read a letter from Dave Mahoney, Chief of Fire Prevention and appointed to serve on the Task Force on Emergency Preparedness and Community Restoration. That task force was formed to investigate the causes of the most destructive wildland urban interface fires in the history of the United States, the Oakland-Berkeley fire of 1991, in which the eucalyptus were blamed. His comment after his investigation was an inordinate amount of the plan is an attempt at land transformation disguised as a wildfire hazard mitigation plan. If it is implemented, it will endanger firefighters and the general public, as well as an outrageous waste of taxpayers.
Thank you for your comments today. We'll go next to the iPhone 2024 and then to Stephen Adair.
Good morning, planners. Thank you. Excuse me. Good afternoon. I'm referring to the recent state regulations, several, all of them meant to expedite housing at all affordability levels. The governor has said over and over, housing is an emergency in California. In that regard, again, the regulations were passed to expedite housing. Our planning commission is still moving forward as if they are supporting the reason that they're there to support no growth politics. The planners are basically saying we contest what the planning department findings are, and if the planning department's professional engineers' findings don't match up with our no growth policies, we're going to challenge registered engineers' findings. So, what to do with the planners? I think county council needs to make it clear that the planners' personal politics are not to be their guiding force of why they're on the planning commission. Albert Einstein said, those who create the problem cannot fix the problem. I think the planning board needs to also have term caps, that they're there for, I think, 4-year appointments, that the appointments need to be capped at 8 years. And again, it made clear to the planners right now that follow existing regulations. Their personal no-growth politics are not a part of the agenda. But again, if you listen to any of the meetings, you'll hear that the overwhelming sentiment is to support no growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Just have is that too loud? Can you, the sound?
What?
Can you hear over here on your side? Luis and Kate, can we turn it down just a touch? That is the lowest level. Okay, Supervisor Alejo, are you okay leaving it on? Can you hear okay? If we just trying to cool it down in here. It is hot. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we're going to continue on with public comment. We're going to go to Stephen Adair, followed by Holly Jackson. And this is still general public comment for the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will be in chamber later to address the parking moratorium. I'm speaking now to alert you to a serious ongoing issue with Caltrans's engineering and traffic survey that lowered Highway 1 speeds from 55 miles per hour to 45 miles per hour in Big Sur. There is mounting evidence that Caltrans employees cheated and broke the law to achieve predetermined results with this survey. The motivation was in furtherance of the Type 511H bridge railing at Garrapatta Creek. The railing cannot be used unless the speed limit is lowered, and the speed limit cannot be lowered without a supporting engineering and traffic survey. To achieve this, Caltrans manipulated and altered road signs and traffic controls to confuse drivers into driving slower than the posted statutory speed limit. While it might seem like harmless fun, this constitutes an unprecedented and incredibly dangerous and illegal abuse of public trust. Under California Vehicle Code, the board has the authority and responsibility to request a public hearing on this speed limit order and to protect the integrity of the process. The board has elected to forego this responsibility, highlighting at best your complicity, at worst your collusion in the manipulative and illegal actions of Caltrans employees. There may or may not currently be 2 to 5 watchdog investigations underway in Sacramento. It is this board who has insisted that bridge aesthetics come before functional safety. I respectfully request the board immediately conduct a public hearing, also ask the Caltrans Inspector General to investigate, and finally, direct staff to obtain the full engineering and traffic survey records. It is imperative that these records be made public. I have submitted multiple CPRA requests, but have been completely stonewalled by Caltrans. A verified petition for writ of mandate in California Supreme Court is currently pending submission. It should not fall on a member of the public to fulfill your duties. Please act. Also, I'd like to request you guys take the full hour and a half for lunch so I can talk with you. Thank you.
We'll go next to Stephen Adair. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, getting out of order here. We're going to go to Holly Jackson.
Good afternoon, chairs and supervisors, and thank you for allowing me time to speak today. My name is Holly Jackson, and I'm the chef and owner of H. Jackson Events, a local catering company here in Monterey County. As a young female business owner, I have worked incredibly hard to build my company, create jobs, and contribute to the hospitality community that makes this area so special. I'd like to speak today regarding the recent increases in temporary tent building permit fees throughout the county. I completely understand and support the importance of safety and permitting. I simply want to share how these increases are affecting the small hospitality businesses and our local economy. I recently had a corporate client host an event here in Monterey County, exactly the kinds of clients we want to continue attracting to showcase our hotels, wineries, venues, and hospitality community. Because of the rain, and we needed a tent as a backup plan, the exact same tent at the exact same venue had permits fees of $500 just 1 week prior. For my clients' events, those fees were suddenly over $3,000. This client had not budgeted for that increase, and the cost of these, if they continue to push clients, will choose other venues outside Monterey County. This affects far more than just my business. One event booking creates work for chefs, servers, bartenders, rental companies, florists, photography, transportation companies, hotels, wineries, and musicians through our community. I'm simply asking that the county please take a deeper look at these long-term impacts that increase it may have on local small businesses and the hospitality economy as a whole. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll go next to Sophia Cortez.
Hi, good afternoon. God bless you all. So I'm just wanting to make a public comment regarding the facility being built in Gilroy.
And we'll have that item on next. So if you could bear with us, this is we are still on general public comment.
Oh, it's because others have been speaking about it as well. That's why I thought I'd chime in.
Yeah, do you have any general public comment for us?
Yeah, I guess the general public comment would be that I'll go back for that public comment. But for this one, I just want to say for Alejo and Lopez, in the midst of you supporting Tina Nieto regarding cooperation with ICE, please keep in mind that there is policy and procedures that follow along with her doing what she's doing, okay? One, she cannot be holding inmates past their release date. Two, what is she going to do with all that money? That's the reimbursement money she's getting from the federal government. What is she going to do with the 21 people that she put over? And I would like to know what data she's passing over, because all she could do is pass over data that is being requested, her not giving it. So you guys need to look at, and there's so much more in you two cooperating with her that this could be a liability in you guys allowing her. And after the 21 people, because it's a reimbursement, what does she do with the rest of that money? For 21 people for 2025, she got over $600,000 reimbursement money. What does she do with the rest of the money? That's what I would like to know. Bonus herself out? Give herself a raise? That also needs to be accountable. That's what happens when you guys don't come in agreement with an oversight committee, a civilian one.
Thank you. We'll go next to Michael Henderson. Michael Henderson, we have you up for general public comment. We have 2 minutes on the clock for Michael Henderson. All right, we'll move to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I could not figure out how to unmute myself.
All right, we've got you
Good morning,
now.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Michael Henderson. I'm the Vice President and General Manager for Cora in Northern California. Today, I'm actually at the Monterey Fairgrounds building an event that brings a lot of regional and national tourism to our community. To put it simply, we build tents and infrastructure for some of the biggest events on the peninsula, as well as supporting nonprofits, community events, and hospitality venues. Just to follow up on Holly Jackson's comments, I want to briefly speak about the 2026 land use fee changes and the impact that they're now having on temporary event structures. This was adopted on February 3rd, 2026. Originally, it was allotted for a 30-minute presentation. It ended up being a 7-minute presentation on housing and community development, which somehow is lumped in temporary event structures into a study about residential, commercial, and industrial projects. At no point during that presentation was event permits or complex tents brought up. First off, I do want to say that we support safety, we support engineering and permitting. It's not about avoiding oversight. The concern is that the recent fee update has changed far more than I think what people realized at the time. What was presented publicly is a general fee adjustment that included major structural changes that were buried in supporting documents. Including kind of expanded review requirements. This includes condition compliance fees, timing penalties, and a new classification for what the county calls complex tents. The real world example, as Holly used, a tent can roughly cost about $2,000 for a backyard party, nonprofit event, wedding. The permit itself can go upwards of $3,000. When those events shrink, they move elsewhere. They don't happen at all. It impacts hotels, restaurants, tourism spending, local jobs all throughout Monterey County, which we're trying to invest in the process right now. Truthfully, the concern is the long-term snowball effect. If Monterey becomes viewed as too expensive, too difficult for temporary events, those events will slowly be going elsewhere. We're not asking for lower safety standards. We're simply asking for the county to revisit and revise how temporary event structure is being classified and change it so it's more predictable, scalable, and aligned with the reality of how
Thank
events actually
you.
operate.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Ozzie V, followed by EI Big, L Big.
Hello, everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, so I do want to condemn Supervisor Luis Alejo because his behavior on social media is very unacceptable. Also, I want to be clear, Luis Alejo was part of a racist. Also, I want to be clear, when Luis Alejo was younger, he was part of a racist group called the Brown Berets. I repeat, Alejo, when he was younger, he was part of a racist group called the Brown Berets, and that organization for hating anybody who wasn't Mexican. Alejo's an embarrassment. He's personally attacking his constituents on social media. I saw, and right now, I saw how he treated Mr. Sisley. Mr. Alejo should be ashamed of the way he treated Mr. Sisley right now. I saw how you personally attacked him. And Mr. Alejo, I see the way you're acting right now. You're acting like huh, didn't do nothing. I see how you're acting right now. My goodness gracious, this board is an embarrassment. And Supervisor K. Daniels, if you're really progressive, why did you put a right wing? If you're really progressive, why did you put a right wing? I'm going to put a right wing Republican to be your chief of staff, known as Kimberly Craig, because I think that's very hypocritical. You're trying to be progressive while putting a Republican right wing. I'm putting a Republican right wing called. I'm calling Kimberly Craig to be your chief of staff. And Supervisor, one day would ask you. I also think you're very hypocritical too. And the only reason you want the immigrants right here is so they can pick your berries, so they could be your slaves, and so they could pick all your berries and vegetables. That's the only reason why you want the immigrants. I think this board is very embarrassing, y'all. Also, Mr. Alejo, but the worst on this board has to be Mr. Alejo. Mr. Alejo by far has been the worst on this board. He attacks his constituents. He disrespects and mocks and he mocks people who criticize him. not to mention that every single person who's working with Mr. Alejo is actually a narcissist. I repeat, every single person who Alejo has mentored, including Vanessa Quiroz Carter, Jose Luis Barajas, they're all narcissist people and scums. Mr. Alejo, shame on you, and you're nothing more than a scumbag and a real piece of shit is what you are, Mr. Alejo. I can't believe that you would even participate in the center of I can't believe that you would even get involved in the drama with Andrew Sandoval and that you would even go after him. But then all of a sudden, after going after Andrew Sandoval, you talk about Latino unity, Mr. Alejo. What a shame with you. And Mr. Alejo, I just see how you're acting, and you're acting like Alan didn't do anything wrong. But Mr. Alejo, you're an embarrassment. And screw you, and screw the Brown Berets, and screw Oscar Rios, and screw Vanessa Quiroz, and screw all your puppets who serve you in Waltham and Salinas Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to El Big.
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm El Big Guerra. I am from Monterey. I already spoke. I apologize. I had my hand up. But Mr. Alejo, please resign, sir. You're an embarrassment to the community. Have a good day. God bless you.
All right. I'm seeing no additional hands raised. Actually, we're verifying. There's one. Is that okay? We're seeing no additional hands raised, so we will say thank you all for public comment. Thank you for bearing with us while we got to public comment. And I'll just remind my colleagues that until we make changes to our process, and we have asked County Council to bring back some guidance on Brown Act and Robert's Rules, we do have time reserved at the end of the meeting for any responses that are through board comments. So with that, we're going to move on to item 6.1. I just will note that it is 12:42, so we didn't have a closed session at lunch today, luckily, which allows us time to, I think we're going to try to get through 6.1 and then come back after lunch for the remainder of the meeting. So 6.1 is to consider adoption of the proposed federal detention center in Gilroy, California, and provide direction as needed. This was added via addenda, and I'll pass to Nick Chulos.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be very brief. Good afternoon. This matter was placed on the agenda by our office. We learned late last week that there is a proposal to place an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention center somewhere in the Gilroy area. We've learned that it's somewhere east of the developed part of Gilroy. Apparently, the landowner and the U.S. General Services Administration have entered into some type of negotiation for a land development proposal. We placed this matter on the agenda because we know that this is of extreme concern to the board and to the community. With the upcoming budget hearings, the board's calendar is got some gaps in it, and we felt that it was critical that we get this in front of the board as soon as we could. That's why it's on the agenda today. The next available regular board meeting wouldn't be until June 2nd, so we thought there was urgency there. I have no other real comments to make, Madam Chair. This is before the board. I know the board members are all aware of this issue, and we're asking that you consider opposition to this proposal today and direct us accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you to our CEO team for bringing this forward. I think this is one of the examples where being really clear about our values allows our staff to be helping us take action on those stated values. We will open it up to public comment, but I will start with the board, and I know there is quite a bit of interest from the public, so if the board has positions you'd like to make clear before we go out to the public, we'll start here. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, this was a referral or an urgency item that Supervisor Lopez and I, as co-chairs of the Immigrant Rights Ad Hoc Committee, asked to be placed on the agenda for today with really a lot of sense of urgency, as was stated. And we wanted our county of Monterey to take a clear and unequivocal position in opposition to the proposed ICE Immigration Detention Center in Gilroy. It's sited at 7240 Holsclaw Road. It's a 25-acre parcel, and a private company with the name of ECG6 LLC apparently has already been awarded a $27 million contract in January of 2025 for the property, according to news reports. And apparently work on demolition has already begun as of 2 weeks ago on the property. So that's why this is really an urgent item. And this issue extends beyond the boundaries of Santa Clara County. A detention center facility in our area has a wide-ranging magnitude felt throughout the entire Central Coast, including our county, because our local communities, our workforce, our families are and local economies deeply depend on our immigrant communities. For many of our residents, especially our immigrant families, fear and anxiety are already at extraordinary levels. But across our region, we are hearing from our farm workers, essential workers, students, parents, and longtime residents who are deeply concerned about the direction of our country and that our country is taking on immigration enforcement. The proposal to build a major immigration detention center in our region only intensifies that fear. And let's be honest about the purpose and effect of these facilities. They are designed to detain, intimidate, and send a chilling message to immigrant communities. They create trauma for children and families. They discourage people from reporting crimes, seeking health care, or even taking their children to school. We've seen that here in the past. They undermine trust between communities and local government, and they spread fear not only among the undocumented residents, but entire neighborhoods and communities. And this is certainly unacceptable to all of us. Monterey County has a proud and longstanding history of standing with our immigrant communities. Our country was built on immigrant labor and by immigrant families. And the farm workers who rise early in the morning to go to work in our fields to help feed our nation are so critical and are the backbone of our local economy. So as part of this proposal, we wanted to bring this forward to take several positions. First, just having a formal opposition position against the proposed ICE detention center in Gilroy. I think our immigrant communities deserve to hear directly from that their local government will stand with them and will oppose any project with the purpose to terrorize and instill fear in our immigrant workers and their families. Secondly, we want to have staff send formal letters just to our federal and state legislative delegation about our opposition. Third, we want to join any litigation effort led by the County of Santa Clara and perhaps the California Department of Justice to challenge the legality or construction of this facility. Just because it's a federal project doesn't mean that they do not have to abide by local zoning laws and regulations. And lastly, this was brought up by Supervisor Lopez, also for us as a county to proactively review our own county zoning and land use laws to determine what protections we could put in place to prohibit any future similar future immigration detention centers from being located within our own county. So those are the four proposed actions that we could take that I think are very reasonable in light. And Santa Clara has mentioned, and their county council has mentioned that they are preparing to file litigation to challenge this project. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels?
Yeah, just to expand on that, I think when county staff returns or if we're giving direction, I think it would be some really clear understanding of what our state detention laws are and how this might conflict with state law in terms of laws that limit the expansion of private detention centers in the state. I think that if we haven't yet, connecting with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren and really getting her insight into what we can do to both support her efforts and to find out from her any direction or pathways that might exist for us to help object to this detention center and hopefully successfully stop a detention center. And the last person that I thought, if we haven't been in touch with, would be to find out what the AG's office is doing and if there is any litigation that has been initiated that could address this from the perspective of it being in violation with California state laws on limiting the expansion of private detention centers. And of course, I obviously object vehemently to the, and I want to also support what I heard, which was immediately starting to look into our zoning and protecting ourselves in terms of any potential future expansion into Monterey County. Thank you.
Just align myself with the comments made both by Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Daniels. I think this is one of those instances where I think we're all going to be clearly on the same side and line in terms of this as well. I want everyone to know I've been in clear communication with our Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren about this issue. We've looked at a lot of aspects of this, including whether or not this land was in Williamson Act and a lot of other pieces around local land use. So that question about ultimate authority on this, I think, is how this thing may be litigated in the end. But that's where the position on wanting to make sure that we're definitive in our position on land use within Monterey County is a request for expediency and also priority as we move forward. Thank you.
Obviously, I just came back from had to a quick medical appointment, and I didn't hear the presentation, but I'm aligned with the board's concerns here. I don't really want to go into details, having missed those whatever details that Mr. Chillos presented.
Thank you. And I'll just make clear that I am honored to serve on a board and in a community where we can be so clear and unanimous about the values that we stand by. I think this is 100% an opportunity for us to act on those values. And I'm thankful to the community for being so aware and engaged in all of this. So we are going to open this up for public comment. I will just note that it's 12:51. We do continue on with our agenda at 1:30 and do need a minute to eat something today. So if you're in alignment with comments, you know where we're coming from, and we welcome your comment adding to the discussion today. But did want to make sure you've had a chance to hear where this board stands on this issue. But we welcome comment for those in chambers.
Laura Solario, I just want to thank you, and I just want you to know that we're contacting everyone on our email list to write letters to Representative Lofgren's office to support this. Thank you.
I want to say that I'm also very thankful to see the unity that I had asked for the last time that I spoke here. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is true leadership, but also we need to stand clear, like mentioned, against these terrorists. We cannot be halfway, oh yes, you can't be torturing our community, but then allow them to still come in here. Again, we need to be very clear and end SCAP now. Do not allow ICE to conduct any activity in our county, because if we allow the bully to play in our backyard, we cannot expect for them to not want more. So by us allowing them, these terrorists in our county, of course they're going to want to build a detention facility and go through our streets and take our community members. What else did you guys expect when you work with these bullies and these terrorists? So very, very clear. We cannot just, do lip service and say we're against ICE, but then at the same time be working with ICE. Come on. We have to be 100% on board. Are we with these terrorists, or are we not with these terrorists? And I'm going to tell you right now, I am not for these terrorists. And I am proud for those supervisors that have been 100% clear for the Constitution and for the community, and are not fearful and are not cowards. Those are the Board of Supervisors that I stand for. And I want to continue to see unity here, because that is true leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Jaramillo, and I'm here only to make a few points, primarily to thank you. Thank you for the position that you've taken. It's so that we don't get ambushed like Santa Clara County got ambushed. And as you've already indicated, you're highly aware of the fact that the big, beautiful bill has a $45 billion allocation to expand the U.S. detention facilities. And we should be aware that according to the ICE data, there are currently 60,000 inmates under the ICE protection program. By contrast, the Federal Bureau of Prisons reports that it operates under an $11.5 billion. That's compared to the $45 billion. And it takes care of 154,225 inmates. So that the contrast is significant. And I congratulate the board for being so aware and ahead of the curve. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. First, I'd like to say thank you for your stance on this issue, but I must make this statement. I come before you with a message that is direct, urgent, and rooted in civil rights. The proposed ICE detention centers in Gilroy and Dublin should alarm every single one of us. We do not want ICE expansion anywhere near our communities, our schools, our neighborhoods, or our families. And yes, that concern includes any cooperation with ICE by our sheriff's office. History has taught us what happens when people stay silent in moments like this. Fear grows, families disappear into detention systems, children are traumatized, communities stop trusting law enforcement, schools, and government itself. And let me be very direct right now. We need to stop battling each other and start approaching these issues as us and we. Enough division, enough political games, enough people trying to protect positions instead of protecting the community. Because when and if ICE comes into our region, they're going to come hard. And every single one of us needs to be ready and united. Brown, farm worker, immigrant, working class people, citizens, or undocumented, it will take all of us standing together as one community. So right now, we are demanding that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors finally take a stand, a complete stand. No more vague statements, no more hiding behind process, no more waiting until ICE is fully embedded in our region before acting. LULAC stands for unity, dignity, and protection of our families. We are telling this board clearly, keep ICE out of Monterey County, protect our people, protect our civil rights, and stop acting like this threat is not real. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana Kapawala. I agree with everything that everyone said so far, and I also thank you for taking your stand on this situation. I'm a retired teacher as well as Ann Jaramillo, she stated that too. I've worked with English language learners, mostly from Mexico and Central America, my whole career. And I know a lot of these kids are adults here now working, and a lot of their parents have green cards, and now I'm reading that they are going to start Trump administration is going to start rounding up people with the green cards, and that's why they want all these detention facilities, because there's not enough, they're not getting enough immigrants, and so they're going to go to green cards, and then after that, it's us too. So if you don't care about people of color or people from Mexico or whatever, then think about yourself, because they're coming for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in chambers? All right, we're going to move online to Marta, followed by Elbig.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Krafchick, and I'm here to join with the others in the concerns regarding any ICE detention facility within our community. We are all immigrants, and no one is illegal. I urge you, the supervisors, to reject the proposed federal detention center in Gilroy and do whatever is possible to prohibit any such center from ever being built anywhere in our country. Thank you for your help.
We'll go next to Elbig, followed by Sophia.
Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Monterey community. Sorry I couldn't be there in chambers to give my opinion. I believe the ICE situation is actually misunderstood. The reason why I ask is because we're actually letting you know, not asking, letting you know, because it goes case by case. And I believe that the people who have formed ICE blame, of course, Trump. He doesn't form it. It's other people that are in their jurisdictions, like you supervisors. You guys represent who you represent. And that is where we have an issue with the ICE thing. The ICE is only supposed to pick up people who commit crimes. And you're right, they're not doing that only. They're doing everything they can due to the bonuses and everything else that they get, of course, to make money. Saying that, the problem that we do have is that we have people in power, no disrespect to you supervisors like you guys, who have the wrong people working for them or have the wrong mindset. Like some of our supervisors up there. Like Mr. Alejo always says, oh, I'm for the raza, this and that, the people. I don't believe him. Him and Lopez, sometimes I don't believe him. Sorry, this is my opinion. You guys only do what you want. If you really cared about these people, you wouldn't even worry about ICE. You worry about all the poison, need air monitors, the water that's being poisoned by ag. That's where you should really be focusing your time at, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Lopez and Mr. Alejo, you guys need to focus on that. Like I said, like any great leader, the people below them, if you're not a great leader, you're going to have a horrible quorum. And that's what we're seeing right now with the city and with the county. Just you guys are just falling apart up there. Some of you guys don't belong there. Please resign. Mr. Alejo, please resign, sir. Please do us a favor and let's get somebody up there that can actually help people, wants to talk to people, that wants to take phone calls, that wants to meet with people and do their job. Please do your job, Mr. Alejo. Mr. Lopez, you're next on the chopping block. Be careful, sir. All right. God bless you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've already made it.
We'll go next
to Sophia Cortez.
Thank you.
That good? Was it good? Huh? Why? I'm going back right now. One.
Sophia Cortez.
Hi, good afternoon. So I just want to say thank you to the board for just coming in agreement regarding the ICE facility. I think you all, not you all, but I think the whole entire board coming together in agreement with the people pertaining to this is an amazing thing. I find that it's hypocritical of Alejo and Lopez that they're coming in agreement after supporting Tina. I will say, in listening to the last public comment regarding elder depression and mental health, this particular situation is going to stress out a lot of elder people if it does affect us. And keep in mind, a 10-year plus Salinas councilman told me once, if ICE's presence here, it's because it's been welcomed and because somebody's getting paid good money. So people here are going to be living in fear. None of us are exempt from that. Nobody deserves, not the underprivileged, not the uneducated, nobody is exempt from the fear that's going to be imposed upon Monterey County if that facility gets posted up. And keep in mind, Morgan Hill already has the ICE processing center. So with that being said, thanks again, Alejo and Lopez, ponte los pilas and stand behind who the majority is. Look at your skin and figure that out. Have a good day.
We'll go next to the phone number ending in 705, then to the Steve Feather.
Yes, supervisors, thank you very much for not voting for these detention centers here in Monterey, and I urge everyone to contact the Congress member Jimmy Panetta on this as well. And it brings me to mind, you know, we're now being treated like the animals. People, you know, allow these animals, chickens and turkeys and all manner of animal to be raised and hideously slaughtered alive while they're still alive, tortured in these plants, and then they guzzle them down without any thought. And now, as great Pythagoras said, once predicted 2,500 years ago, it's happening to humanity. We don't have the spiritual capacity to save ourselves. And we got thugs in power now, and they rule, and you can't stop this president. And so I really urge all of you that want freedom and don't want to be treated like an animal to think twice next time you bite into that burger mindlessly. Look online, look on YouTube, and watch what's going on, how the mother cows are being their babies are being taken away from them and sent to slaughter. Just think about it. It is karma. And if you aren't spiritually aware enough to know what karma is, then you better start getting educated about it, because it is real. Whether you like it or not, it's real and it's happening. So want to stop these detention centers, stop being discompassionate to animals, and you'll be more compassionate to yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Clarissa and then to Wes White.
Hi all, good afternoon supervisors. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra and I'm an attorney with the California Immigration Project and a commissioner with the First Five Monterey County alongside Supervisor Lopez. I'm glad to hear your shared opposition to this proposed facility. Facilities like these place added pressure on local infrastructure, emergency response systems, and public health resources, while also creating fear and instability for immigrant families who are an essential part of our community and our local economy. California detention centers have also faced repeated reports of overcrowding, inadequate medical care, unsafe conditions, and insufficient oversight. So this decision is about the kind of community we want to be, and I'm glad to see that this is a board who is taking leadership and prioritizing public well-being, community trust, and human dignity by rejecting this proposal. Thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. We'll go, I think I might have missed Steve Feather. We'll go to Steve Feather.
Oh, hello?
Hi, we have 2 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, basically, I just wanted to get the address. I think one of the supervisors had mentioned the address at the beginning of this. It was on Holzclaw. What was the number?
Yeah, well, we don't typically engage with public comments, so we'll get that answered at the end. Thank you. Any other comment for us? Steve, I'm sorry, do you have any other public comment on this item?
Oh, well, I just wanted to say that the reason I wanted the address is because I wanted to know if there's any formal protests that are going to be going on or that are planned. I called Representative Lofgren's office earlier and left a message, but I think that physical protest is very important, and I think that the community needs to get behind that. And so if it's being allowed out there at the facility, I think that would be very good. And I think that everybody needs to know about that, and everybody needs to join in, because I believe that the physical protests, they really work. They work for Musk. I was out there at the Tesla in Seaside, and and all over the country, his facilities were being protested, and then before you know it, he's not around anymore. And usually all the protests, I try and get to. So I just think that it's very important. So hopefully there'll be physical protests out at that facility soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Wes White and then John Horta.
Hi, good afternoon. Wes White, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president. Thanks for this resolution. I wish it would have happened a long time ago. We've been doing abolished ICE for a good couple decades. I got in with maybe the first term. I think you should include words like ethnic cleansing, human trafficking, genocide overseas in your resolution. It's the militarism and fascism of this culture, United States culture, that is actually perpetuating a lot of this. We are the hand under the glove. We're trying to white-ties the whole of California. This is all settler colonialism playing out, as well as the sweeps. We don't validate people as people unless you got money. And if we can get rid of you because of some other factor, we can steal everything you got. That's what we do with people living outside too. Don't forget the pesticides, air monitors as well. There's a lot of consciousness really bubbling and brewing, and I love seeing and hearing the community engagement happening right now. And I hope it perpetuates itself into some clear action and direct leadership that doesn't include profit. It includes community. First and foremost, it has to be reciprocal and steward oriented. And, I just don't see it in this culture in this day and time, but I do see it in the people who are speaking right now. Stop the sweeps too on top of that, please.
Thank you. We'll go next to John Horta and then the phone number ending in 837.
Okay, thank you, John Huerta Jr. Thank you for the opportunity as a resident of Greenfield. Thank you for your strong position on this important item. Greenfield is home to hundreds of immigrant families. They're hardworking people, and in our excuse me, and are employed in our agricultural economy. So we appreciate you bringing this forward today, and a lot has already been said, but thank you for the support on this item.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 837 and then to iPhone 2024.
Hello again, supervisors. This is Brian Rosen here. Please oppose a detention facility in Monterey County because ICE, they behave like Nazis. They act illegally. They're taking illegal and legal immigrants to these facilities. People who have go to a green card routine hearing are being snatched up. People who are speaking against the genocide in Palestine are targeted. It's just be brave. Look what Minnesota is doing. I just saw something on the internet about how they're indicting ICE agents for brutality, and they're investigating. Minnesota is being really brave. Look at Governor Walz and all of that. They're doing, and we've got to be brave too. If they break, ICE agents are breaking the law. So you need to please oppose this facility. Trump is not getting rid of the worst of the worst. He's getting rid of the best of the best. He's the worst of the worst. And so please stand up for the immigrants. They're already getting sprayed too much with pesticides, and ones that work around the battery fire aren't having the best, it's not the best place to be working. Please stand for the immigrants and the people, all people, and especially those who are as Gandhi said, society is judged how the weakest members are treated. So please oppose any kind of facility, and please do not cooperate with ICE, and please be willing to arrest ICE officers who break the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Adam.
Hi, I want to thank the committee for its stance on this position and express my opinions similar to the man who just spoke, that I do not want our county to be enabling ICE in any way whatsoever. Whatever positions the county supervisors can take to not only prevent, but to prevent whatever it can do to stand up against ICE and to do whatever actions are not clearly illegal to do so. To echo the former gentleman's point, we need to be brave and not worry about potential retributions. One other thing is I missed the name of the company, the contractor before. I know you have it available, but any company that is cooperating with ICE on the construction of this facility, I would hope that that the county does not establish any future contracts with them and does not cooperate with any ICE officers that are committing crimes or scooping up any individuals in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Margie.
Good afternoon. My name is Margie Kirchin. I'm here to vehemently oppose the planned ICE detention center in Gilroy. And I'm very pleased to hear that Monterey County Monterey County can support Santa Clara County in opposing or in litigation. A recent Politico investigation found that, quote, under President Donald Trump, ICE is locking up immigrants at an unprecedented scale, holding tens of thousands of people, many with no criminal records and people with deep roots in the U.S. in detention facilities to just wait the outcome of their deportation proceedings. Their investigation found that federal judges ruled against ICE's detention practices about 90% of the time. Data indicates that more than 70% of persons detained by ICE kept in inhumane conditions and without due process have no criminal record. A New York Times article dated yesterday, May 18th, 2026, reported that over 100,000 children have been separated from their parents during Trump's administration, and about 3/4 of those children are U.S. citizens. I'm absolutely opposed to the construction of an ICE detention center in Gilroy or any city in California, and I'm so grateful to learn that Monterey County is standing with Santa Clara County in opposing this center. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just check with the clerk on any final.
iPhone 2024? Did we call them? I don't know if they spoke.
iPhone 2024, just verifying we didn't already call on that. We'll go next to iPhone 2024.
Perez family. iPhone 2024 isn't unmuting. Yeah. Perez family?
We'll do iPhone 2024.
They aren't unmuting.
Yes, thank you, supervisors. Chair, supervisors, if we look across the landscape of Minneapolis, across the U.S., we can be 100% certainty that ICE and the feds are going to ignore whatever Monterey County may do, whatever Santa Clara County may do. They're simply going to go about their roughshod business and saying we are exempt from whatever local politics are going on. So knowing that is with 100% certainty is the case, we need to be very clear that our sheriff's department, our judicial system, our flock cameras sharing data, that we are drawing a line in the sand and we are 100% not going to be complicit and work with ICE on any level. In as much as you can do zoning, fine, they're going to ignore that. As much as we talk about doing resolution, fine, they're going to ignore that. So what they can't ignore is when we tell our sheriff's department and our judicial system, do not work with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go next to Perez family. Perez family, we have you up for 2 minutes of public comment.
Hello?
We've got you live. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for letting me speak. And I, just like many others that have already spoken, feel very strongly against ICE and their just atrocious activities that they've been doing around our nation and in other parts of our state. I am very aware of the fear in the community. I work at a local emergency room, and I already see people who are scared to come in and seek help because they're scared that they're going to be identified or potentially detained, even though they are not illegal. But just based on the color of their skin. And for many of us, you know, Salinas, Monterey County is a high immigrant population. And this is not just something that we see kind of far away from home, but it's in our own families. It's our uncles, our brothers, our sisters, our parents. And the fear is real and it's out there. And I feel like Monterey County needs to take a strong stance and they need to say, no, it's not in our county. So I appreciate the support that we're giving to Santa Clara County on that. And I ask the Board of Supervisors to make sure that our police department, our sheriffs, they all know that there's going to be no cooperation with ICE. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the final hand raise, so we're going to close public comment, bring it back to this board. There was a question about location. I want to make sure we...
Yes, the question, repeating the address was 7240 Holz Claw Road in Gilroy.
Thank you.
And if I can make a motion?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
I just make a motion, as we are running out of time here, that the County of Monterey adopt a formal position against the proposed ICE detention center in Gilroy. Secondly, that we transmit formal letters of opposition to our federal and state legislative delegation and our governor. Number 3, join any litigation initiated by the County of Santa Clara and or our California Department of Justice to challenge the legality and construction of this facility. And lastly, that we direct HCD and our county council's office to review our own county zoning and land use laws to determine what protections we can institute to prohibit any future immigration detention centers from being located within our county.
For a second on that, thank you. Any other further discussion? Great. I'll just say I think there's 2 other items that I'm hoping that we can find agreement on moving forward, and that would be giving, not as part of this motion today, but giving direction to Human Resources regarding our county's conflict of interest policy for our workforce, specifically in public safety, moonlighting for employment with Department of Homeland Security, and additionally the SCAP contract that allows this county to share data about those who've been incarcerated in our county jail with federal agencies, which I believe we need to end as part of our budget process this month. But with that, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes unanimously. With that, we're going to take a brief break for lunch. We have quite a bit of additional, some very big items coming up after lunch. It's 1:22 right now. Let's plan to reconvene here at 1:40 so that we can get a minute of fresh air and some coolness before we reconvene back here this afternoon. Thank you. We are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, May 19th, 2026 for our afternoon portion of the meeting. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. I would like to welcome Diego, who provides our Spanish interpretation services. Diego, can you make a brief announcement about the services that are available this afternoon?
Diego, can you make the announcement, please? He unmuted, but he's not.
Right, we'll get Diego online here. Just bear with us.
Diego, can you hear us? Thank you. Maybe we can circle back.
Okay, we will work on getting Diego online for the announcement. We'll offline see what we can do here. We're going to go ahead and pick up where we left off this morning on item number 7, which is presentation and consider approval of 3 projects to be funded by Measure AA. This had been heard by the board previously. It does require a 4/5 vote in order to move forward. We didn't have that when it was here previously, so we're bringing it back with the full board present. And then immediately following that, we'll move on to the board referral number 20.
Este 1, 2, ¿me escuchan? Can you hear me?
Regarding the moratorium of parking near Bixby Bridge. But I do hear Diego with us. So Diego, we will ask for the Spanish services announcement.
I don't know if you can hear it.
Diego, can you hear us?
Este 1, 2.
We can hear you now. Are you able to?
Muy buenas tardes.
Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Y favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 7.
Good afternoon, Chair Rudascu and members of the board. My name is Trent Hill, Principal Administrative Analyst with the County Administrative Office. I'm here today with Director Ishii from Public Works, Facilities and Parks to present schedule item number 7. This item requests that the board approve the expansion of 2 Measure AA projects previously approved with the Tier 2 project list, as well as add 1 new project to the approved list and approve all associated budget transactions. A 4/5 vote is required for this item because it involves transfers between different funds and revisions to appropriations. On April 23rd, 2026, the Measure AA Committee received an update on the early progress of several Measure AA projects. During that discussion, it was determined that 2 roadway projects warranted expansion based on their current conditions. Public Works, Facilities, and Parks also identified the need to initiate planning efforts for a scenic road protection structure to support long-term preservation of county assets. I would now like to turn it over to Director Ishii for a more detailed presentation of the proposed projects.
Thank you very much, Principal Administrative Analyst Hill, and good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, and we have a brief presentation for your board and the public today for the conversation. Starting off the presentation, we'll go over the proposed FY26 Tier 2 additional projects in a little bit more detail that were just recently summarized, and then questions and comments. But as we start off, we'd like to provide a status update of current projects that have been underway that have been commissioned by the board as of the 3 February 2026 board meeting. So starting us off, we have Blackie Road. We have the before picture at the top, and the bottom picture represents the after condition. This project was completed with its paving on March 26th, and the striping was completed on April the 1st, shortly thereafter. The next example are pictures of Dolan Road, and the top picture represents Dolan Road in its before state, and the bottom picture represented post-construction. The paving work was completed on April the 14th of this year, and the final striping was completed on April 23rd. And this is the portion of Dolan Road from Castroville Boulevard on the east, westerly to the railroad tracks. This is a picture of San Venancio Road, where the bottom picture in this case represents the before condition, and the top picture represents the post-construction condition. This was from State Route 68 easterly to past Harper Canyon, and this project's paving was complete on April the 6th, with final striping and punch list items complete on April the 9th. The next pictures represent the segment of Reservation Road nearby the community of East Garrison. Top picture represents the before condition, and the bottom picture represents the post-construction condition. This was complete on March 25th, with final striping completed on March 30th. And the last set of pictures we have on the current SITREP are Bradley Road and some minor streets around Bradley Road. Bottom picture represents the before condition, the top picture represents the post-construction condition. This entire series of roads was done on March the 12th, with the final striping complete on March 20th. And while we do not have the pictures before you today, Rio Road from approximately State Route 1 westerly to the City of Carmel city limits and county border was completed this past week, and final striping will be completed sometime later this week. And this small sampling of photos just demonstrates that with provided a little funding, your public works staff will immediately deliver on these projects and deliver them for our public and show what they can do. This location map represents the asks of today, where the push pins represent geographically the approximate location of these three project requests. In order to provide a basis of understanding and follow up from questions from the board previously, this map before you represents the countywide pavement condition of the entire road network as of 2022, which was the last pavement condition inspection of all the county's roads. The colors represent the condition of the county's roads, and these are here again the roads that are owned and maintained by the county, not those in the incorporated cities or under Caltrans jurisdiction. These are just your county's assets. And in brief, the red lines represent roads that are not in good condition, and the navy blue lines represent either recently rehabilitated roads or roads that are in very, very good condition. This slide represents the standardized basis of pavement inspections, and it's rather a wordy slide, so we're not going to go over all of the points on here. It's just the takeaway that the Pavement Condition Index, or PCI, is the scale that's a standardized scale from 0 to 100, 0 representing a completely failed road that is down to just the rock or gravel, and 100 represents a newly repaved road. Staff is aware that the board has brought up roads that they've heard complaints about, and so this slide represents a polling of those various roads that have come up to the board's attention. This will serve as a basis for future asks of the Measure AA funds, and that did weigh into staff consideration, but here again, staff will be bringing back with the consideration of these roads in future requests. And in summary, provide further information to the board. These secondary roads, as they've been termed, as shown on the first set of the background of the county's pavement network, represent all the county's roads, but the secondary roads are those that are major collector or minor collector roads that do see a lot of traffic, but they don't rank nearly as high as our agricultural or tourism routes, and there's quite a few people who live upon these roads. And the third factor that weighed into the consideration when staff selected these roads originally for the Measure AA committee also took into account the complaints that have been received from either the board offices or from county staff. And so that leads to the next set of asks. The first one represents Vieira Canyon Road. The limits were originally from State Route 156 to approximately 1 mile east. When asked by the Measure AA committee for additional projects, one that seemed quite expeditious was to increase the length of the project limits to include the entire length of the road, and this would add approximately 1.1 miles to the end of the county maintained limits at an estimated cost of $1.2 million. Thus, the total project cost of Vieira Canyon Road would be approximately $2.2 million, but the additional ask here today is just $1.2 million. And that compares to the pavement condition as of 2022 for Viejo Canyon Road, and this demonstrates how the condition of the road was in that yellow condition between 6 to 50, and thus that weighed into our analysis of recommending the additional length be captured as it's in a similar state. The next exhibit is of San Venancio Road. The blue line work represents the completed work from CR 68 Harbor Canyon Road. Tier 2 request was originally from milepost 1 to milepost 2.0 as shown on the map. And thus the additional Tier 2 that staff looked into was increasing the project limits approximately half a mile to the east due to that pavement condition for an additional approximately $800,000. Thus the total cost of San Venancio Road for Tier 1, Tier 2, and the additional Tier 2 would be $2.8 million. But here again, the ask is just $0.8 million. And that compares against the pavement condition index and mapping, which is done by staff. Staff looked at the condition of the roadway and saw that the far easterly end was in worse condition than the part in the midspan. And thus this weighed into the selection and recommendation by staff to the Measure AA committee. And the third and final ask of today is the scenic road protection structure. This is a multi-hazard, multi-benefit project that is located right off of the Carmel River State Beach. The project would protect critical infrastructure such as scenic road, the county road itself. It would stabilize the bluff, and it would safeguard the underground utility lines that are in the roadway, which includes sewer, comms, and water. It would support public access to people accessing the Carmel River State Beach, and it would be a resilient coastal design with a low-profile wall that protects the bluff from waves, lagoon outflow, erosion, and is designed for the 100-year protection with a 50-year design life. And more notably, every year, the public works crews, after acquiring the permits, go out and construct the pilot channel that releases the Carmel River water at a metered rate out to the ocean. And this project, when completed, would virtually eliminate the need for county employees from public works to have to continue doing that pilot channel construction work for assisting the breach in the lagoon and protecting the homes in the 4th edition from flooding. And as a note, this project is one of the county's top legislative priorities. This slide is very detailed, and so in the interest of time, we'll just skip through it to mention that staff applied for a grant through FEMA under the Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program to acquire the full funding for design and construction of the project after the county had already adopted the environmental document. However, the county was unsuccessful in acquiring that grant. And what we found through the debrief is that to make a project more competitive for grants, it needs to be really at that 60% design level. So the request here is for $500,000 to jumpstart the request for proposal to find and select a qualified consulting team to do the initial design and permitting, ideally to get this to the 60% design level. And staff will continue to try to combine other local funds that can be found in order to increase the amount of funding to do the design work of this project and the grant work. And ultimately, it would make the SRPS project more competitive for grants. And similarly, staff looked at the pavement condition of the roadway in that area, circled in red. And while it is in a very good condition road, it is these other environmental factors that weigh into the risks and thus the recommendation for starting design work on this project. In summary, these 3 additional projects, as noted on the slide, represent a total ask of $2.5 million. And thus, in summary, staff's recommendation is that the board receive a presentation and consider approval of these 3 projects funded by Measure AA, and to adopt a resolution authorizing the county administrative office and auditor controller to amend the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget and execute the related transfers as follows to effectuate the approval of the 3 projects. And those are actions 1 through 4 sub-bulleted under Section B of the recommendation in the board report. This concludes staff's presentation. We thank you very much, and we're available for questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll take this out to public comment to start. Any public comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. Those of us on the south side of Salinas are very aware of what Highway 101 is anticipating next year with the closure of the at-grade crossings and what that means for traffic patterns in the east side of Highway 101 along Spence, Potter, and some of the other side roads there. We're anticipating that there's going to be much more traffic on Old Stage Road. People are going to avoid Highway 101 simply because they don't want to have to drive all the way between Salinas and Chular to make a U-turn. So next year at this time, I'm hoping that Old Stage Road is on this list and that we make some improvements there so the safety of that roadway can also handle the additional capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Right, I'm seeing no one else in chambers, seeing no hands raised. We'll bring it to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I want to bring this up because I had some concerns last week, and I think Randy and his team have addressed them. And I just want to say with Norm, yes, definitely on that Old Stage Road. It's on the list, but I think it says only a portion of it near San Gerardo, from San Gerardo Bradley. Anyways, but I just wanted to agree with that comment. But today, we got presented at least the use of this PCI chart, because last week I was asking ratings, if we had some kind of rating systems, and I said 1 to 5, but there is a formal ratings that exist and that you've been using. And just for future projects, this would be helpful for me. Photos of the condition. You show the photos of the before and after of the projects completed, but sometimes just the photos of the conditions of the streets that we're going to potentially fund, but then also giving us this chart to see where they rate. So on Vieira Canyon, I was able to, after that meeting, to be able to drive through it. I would say using the PCI chart, there's portions of it that are the yellow, the poor, and then there's portions of it that are fair, right? So it's not, and our chart says, I think most of it's yellow, fair, poor all the way. But if you drive on it, for example, just past the shopping center, like a block distance, there was a new storage business put in. That's like completely repaved. And then there's areas where it becomes pretty bad, and then it's moderate after that. I just wanted to stay. This helps me address that. This allowed me driving on it, let me know that perhaps it was time to repave that area. But I didn't drive through San Venancio Road, but this stretch of road work, a significant stretch. And I know this is in Supervisor Daniel's district, but here we're going to pave over an area that's mostly green, right? And right here, all in a circle. This chart.
But the project, that's just.
Oh, just is on San Venancio Road. Are we only the entire? This chart shows this entire area is the project, or is it only the yellow areas, or the entire, also the green areas?
Thank you very much for the clarifying question, Supervisor Alejo. Very good points. Going back to the previous slide right before that one, shows the limits of those two projects. Staff simply highlighted in the PCI chart where San Venancio Road and its conditions, various conditions were as it relates to the roads that were around it, just to help focus.
It would reflect the poorest areas, the yellow areas.
That is correct.
Great, perfect. That's what I want to see. That's helpful for me, because as I said last week's meeting, we have some areas in our county, some roads that are highly utilized. They're in the worst conditions, either very poor, failed, or poor. And that's why I'm just saying, when we have limited resources, I don't want to be paving over areas that are still not as bad as some of these other streets that really need to be prioritized. But just in terms of analysis and the tools to be able to assess where we should be prioritizing limited dollars, this is helpful. And so I am comfortable with supporting both of these, all three of these additional projects with a $2.5 million. Thank you for that added info.
And if I could just get some clarification, because I think on the page, the slide that has the PCI index with the chart has as green, as good, very good, but I think on the maps you have that as blue, no? Who is the highest?
Excellent observation, Supervisor Daniels. The exhibit shown in the slide comes from one of the standard documents. The color gradation that the county had in doing its own PCI and representing the county's own road network did have the green, the navy blue, and the green transposed.
So for San Venancio on the slide that is the PCI slide, now it's going to look different after the initial project, right? Should the first stretch actually be blue now, if we were to make a map today?
That is correct, Supervisor Daniels. And it so happens that on the board agenda for today, one of the items that was approved was to partner with TMC to do the next set of countywide road re-inspections. They happen on a every few year basis, and this is now that cycle where we will re-inspect all the county's roads.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm not going to rehash the comments from last week. I'll just share that on top of what I shared last week, I support what Norm mentioned in terms of those, not just Old Stage, which is critical, but Spence and Potter. And we have been having conversations with folks at TAMC and Caltrans about a potential matching fund situation to fix that, the series of infrastructure issues we have along that corridor to take on the additional traffic. But that is definitely one that I had in mind when I made my comments last week about acknowledging that while I've got the majority of the roads and those with the highest need, none of the money in this tranche is going into the 3rd district. So just wanted that on the record with knowing that in the future we may have higher and bigger needs. Thank you.
I don't think I have any other comments to make, but I'd be happy to make a motion to approve recommendations by staff.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you for bringing this back again. Okay. We are ready to move on to our next item, which is 7.1, receiving a preliminary response to board referral regarding moratorium for parking around the immediate vicinity of Bixby Bridge. Pass the floor to you, Randy. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Chair and members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me today via Zoom are various other staff members from the Department of Housing and Community Development of the counties, as well as other agencies. And that item before you today is the preliminary analysis report for Board Referral 2026.08, which, as mentioned, this is the consideration of a temporary no parking moratorium on State Route 1 in and around Bixby Bridge. The overview for today's conversation is to start off with background. We'll talk about process. We'll then talk about the challenges that staff see, and then we'll conclude with recommendations and options and open for questions and comments. By way of background, the purpose of this referral is to implement a 12-month moratorium on the parking in the immediate vicinity of Bixby Bridge on State Route 1, a Caltrans facility, in advance of the Memorial Day weekend start of the summer season. And this action responds to longstanding and well-documented public safety hazards at this location. And data collected during the Labor Day weekend in 2022 recorded up to 325 pedestrian highway crossings per hour on the north side of the Bixby Bridge. On September 4th that weekend, vehicle activity peaked at 70 complete stops in the roadway per hour. And additional counts from September and October showed Sunday afternoon averages of 108 pedestrian crossings per hour, 38 complete stops in the travel lane per hour, and 12 vehicles per hour parked over the fog line. As part of the information provided to staff. And then in the spring of 2026, traffic congestion at key Big Sur choke points, including Bixby Bridge, Point Lobos, and Sobranes, reached unprecedented levels during spring break. And these conditions have been observed to continue to heighten risks to visitor and resident safety, emergency access, and sensitive natural resources. In March of this year, Supervisor Daniels met with Coastal Commission staff to explore potential management strategies for Bixby Bridge. While staff provided a follow-up letter on March the 20th, it did not identify actionable near-term solutions or funding strategies to address the immediate hazards expected this summer. Some recommendations also appear to be in tension or conflict with elements of Big Sur's local coastal program as outlined in the attached summary, which was part of the agenda packets. And so this board referral considers ongoing safety concerns and the need for an immediate practical response. And so it proposes adoption of a temporary no parking ordinance on State Route 1 or Highway 1 near Bixby Bridge, which would complement the existing Old Coast Road no parking restrictions. It's envisioned that this measure would provide short-term protection for public safety while allowing for continued coordination with the Coastal Commission on longer-term management approaches. And Supervisor Daniels remains open to modifying the county's course of action if meaningful and effective enforcement measures are implemented before summer. And thus, it is proposed that the county prohibit parking on State Route 1 on both its sides, north and south of Bixby Bridge, by adopting an ordinance and placement of the signage. This location map serves for reference purposes, and it shows the county-owned and maintained road of Coast Road or Old Coast Road, and the Caltrans-owned and maintained facility of State Route 1 or Highway 1. State Route 1 is shown in the orange line work, and the gray line work represents Coast Road and that county-maintained road. And this is along the Big Sur coastline. These pictures show a previous condition of the Bixby Bridge State Route 1 location nearby Coast Road, and one can see that in these pictures that were taken circa December 2023 and January 2024, there is much congestion and various conflict points that are occurring with both motorists and pedestrians at this location. Staff conducted research on this item upon receiving the board referral. One of the required elements is adoption of an ordinance. And so the adoption of an ordinance restricting parking on State Route 1 near Bixby Bridge for 1 year will be considered development as defined in the Coastal Act and the local coastal program. And this is due to the change to access and the physical improvements for signs. As noted by our partners at ACD, this will trigger the need for the county to act on a coastal development permit, or CDP, Charlie Delta Papa, prior to installing and enforcing no parking restrictions on State Route 1. In staff's research, there are two processes that may be considered when processing a coastal development permit. The first option is to process and approve what is called an Emergency Coastal Development Permit, or ECDP. The ECDP would be for a limited term for up to 1 year. The requirement, though, with the ECDP is that there would be a requirement for a follow-up permit using the regular coastal development permit process. And this ECDP would need to contain findings that an emergency exists that needs immediate action to mitigate the emergency, and that the proposed work is the minimum necessary to address the emergency. If the county processes an ECDP, the follow-up permit would involve exploration of options for parking and access long-term. Thus, if the county approved an ECDP that is limited in term to no more than 1 year and requires a follow-up CDP in the regular process, the county's decision on the ECDP would not be appealable to the California Coastal Commission. The second option is to process a traditional coastal development permit, or non-emergency, using the regular permitting process. The CDP would be reviewed by the Monterey County Planning Commission, and while there could be an approval by the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's decision would be appealable to the Board of Supervisors. Further on, the county's final action would be appealable by and to the California Coastal Commission should an appeal be filed. It is the county staff opinion, based on conversations with Coastal Commission staff, that the coastal staff are interested in working with the county on near-term and long-term solutions. As staff did further research and had various meetings with other partners in and along State Route 1 and those who have various permitting authority and enforcement authorities, the process as envisioned is to first prepare the necessary Project California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA document, and then to start the process of acquiring the state and county permits or approvals. One of those permits that's necessary is the middle bullet point of the Coastal Commission's permit, ECDP or CDP, that we have just covered. Another requirement is that the county would have to pass an ordinance for no parking under California Vehicle Code 22506, and that is something the county has done before, so there is familiarity with staff on that process. And the third requirement is that since this is a Caltrans-owned facility, the county would need to apply for a Caltrans encroachment permit, and this permit would require that the ordinance already be adopted by the county. County would need to submit to Caltrans encroachments for review, and this permit may have conditions of approval or mitigations tied to it. But should that be the direction that is chosen, staff would then implement the proposal, and in both cases, there'd be a commitment to exploring options for parking and access on State Route 1/Bixby Bridge long-term, i.e. an access plan. The next slides represent some of these long-term alternatives that were proposed by the Coastal Commission staff in their response letter that is included in the board packets. This is just an example of potentials on the north end of Bixby Bridge, nearby Coast Road. And the next one represents an opportunity as they envision and potentials for it on the former Brazil Ranch. And this is just another example of some potential trails that coastal staff identified. And the next ones, just in brief, are a matrix of various ideas that were proposed by the Coastal Commission staff. In the interest of time, we won't go over all of them. Again, it's included in the board packet itself as an attachment to the board report. And further speaking to the process, the resources that are required would include staffing, and this would include staffing from the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department, from the Housing and Community Development Department, from County Council, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and outside departments such as the California Highway Patrol, Caltrans, the Coastal Commission, California State Parks, and the U.S. Forest Service. And the costs require further analysis. As staff looked into both the near-term options and the long-term options, it was difficult to determine what kind of costs would be associated with that, and that would require further analysis to be able to bring back to the board those level of costs. There's certain things in there, such as the mitigations or conditions of approval in the permits, where, since the permit is not in hand, the costs for those conditions are not known at this time. But what has been identified by staff is that consultants will be necessary for analyzing these long-term alternatives. And altogether, enforcement is required whether or not that coastal development is pursued, but there is clearly enforcement issues that are occurring along this portion of State Route 1. An option that is available to provide more dedicated enforcement is a agreement through the California Highway Patrol. For reference purposes and a data point for the conversation today, staff reached out to the CHP, and the CHP gave an estimate for what it would take for one officer for 8 hours per day for the 3 days of a weekend, that is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, to provide enforcement per month. And at that rate, again, as a reference point, that would be approximately $15.3K per month in order to provide that level of dedicated enforcement at this location. As some new information that came after the production of the presentation, there is an idea that was proposed of doing a nuisance ordinance where a certified drone operator in this nuisance ordinance would cite vehicles that are in violation of the vehicle code. So that is a further option for consideration. And another new idea is to enter into a similar enforcement agreement, albeit with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And in terms of schedule, pending the direction from the board, staff's plan is to at least try to return in July of this year, pending direction. The challenges that staff foresee are, number one, the permits, both at the state level and the local levels. Another challenge that will need to be considered is the funding source for this. And then thirdly, this will require enforcement. And then a fourth challenge is with the California Coastal Commission in terms of the need to consider these long-term alternatives. And so in summary, in comparison of the near-term alternatives that are available to date, one of these columns represents the emergency coastal development permit process. The middle column represents the regular coastal development permit process. And the far right-hand column represents the enforcement-only option. And starting off from the top, the first row represents the timeline for implementation, as shown in this table. Going down from there, in the first two columns, a CDP is required in both cases. In terms of appealability, the regular CDP process is appealable. And going on, the next two options for the CDP or eCDP still will both require the commitment to the long-range plan afterwards and a need to study alternatives. Moving on, both those cases require a Caltrans encroachment permit. And both the cases require a adoption of an ordinance by the county. And then at the very bottom, in all cases, enforcement is required in order to either enforce existing legislation and prohibitions or the new prohibition. And just as here again, the data point is for dedicated CHP enforcement, that's approximately 15.3K per month with one officer just for the weekends. And so the recommendations / options for the board today are to either continue with the process and provide direction to staff on which process to pursue, or to modify the referral and request, or to rescind the referral or request. And that concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions or comments, and we thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ishii, for the presentation. And I'm going to make some comments, but I want to just add 2 questions to the top, because at some point, if we could answer these questions, that would be very helpful to me. I see the CHP projection of the $15,000 a month, and the question I have is how and why that is a county responsibility. It is a state highway. CHP, we're talking about a state right-of-way. We're talking about a state agency that is interpreting public access in this way, and we're talking about funding going to a state agency, which is the California Highway Patrol. So I just want to keep an open mind on where that funding, if it's necessary, should come from. Well, I know it is necessary to have management. That is one strategy that we're not in disagreement about. And then the same thing goes for the different alternatives. And I want to be clear that the Brazil Ranch alternative, again, that was one that was included in your presentation, and the Coastal Commission has conditions on the United States Forest Service to comply with an original permit, and I also don't see how it's a county responsibility to try to move something forward that the Coastal Commission hasn't been able to move forward. And so that's where some of my frustration comes, and then I will discuss the rest of them in a second. But I think it's really important to uphold, literally, the Big Sur Coast land use plan, because if it isn't understood, this is the Coastal Act for this region. It's been certified by the California Coastal Commission. It is our interpretation and understanding of the Coastal Act. Everything we do, we go back to this document to ensure that it is consistent with the Coastal Act. That's how we get there in Big Sur. And in the staff report, thank you, Mr. Ishii, there was some reference to the local coastal program, and I want to just talk to a couple things that are in the philosophy and goals, because any of our land use plans, whether it's the North Coast, whether it's the Greater Monterey Peninsula area, whether it's the Del Monte Forest or the Big Sur Coast, they have a section in the very beginning that's the philosophy and goals. And the philosophy and goals are truly our moral and conceptual compass for the plan. It talks about what the community values, it expresses a long-term vision, and it frames how the plan balances both growth and protection, as well as guides every decision that is made along the coast. And in the philosophy and goals, it's only a 3-page section of the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. When we're talking about Highway 1, it says, in order to maintain the highway's benefit to the public as a scenic recreational travel experience, the county will pursue legislation to restrict and regulate slow-moving vehicles during peak travel hours. I just want us to recognize that what we're talking about in this situation isn't even slow-moving vehicles. This is stopped vehicles on the roadway. In addition, when we talk about shoreline access, it says the county acknowledges the increasing public demand for access to the Big Sur Coast and wishes, in the spirit of the California Coastal Act, to accommodate this legitimate desire. However, in doing so, the county recognizes an ever greater commitment to preservation of the fragile natural environment. It goes on to say, in the final paragraph of that 2 or 3 paragraph section. Visual access should be emphasized throughout Big Sur as an appropriate response to the needs of visitors. Visual access to the shoreline should be maintained by directing future development out of the view shed. But the point I want to make is that in essence, we are inhibiting the ability of the traveling public to have that experience driving down Highway 1 and to experience visual access as it was identified along the scenic route, which is Highway 1. And what a lot of people don't know, and I don't necessarily have the expectation that you would know this, but unlike other areas that are equally as important in terms of the national landscape of places that people come to visit, this is not, Big Sur is not preserved through a national park like Yosemite or Yellowstone, but it was preserved through deals made with landowners. And those agreements are codified in this local program, local coastal program. And those were massive sacrifices. People on the Big Sur coast gave up the development potential of their land, and they did so as partners in a preservation model that's supposed to be collaborative. And in this case, when I hear the frustration of my constituents, it feels to me as if what I'm hearing is, hey, where's your end of this bargain? I can't get to my house anymore. I cannot get to work anymore. God forbid I need to go to the hospital. I cannot get to the hospital anymore. And I too am a member of the public, as well as one of these landowners who struck a deal in 1986 with the county. And another thing, I don't need to elaborate on what we know is the situation in terms of cars parking over the fog line, people crossing the road on foot, cars stopping in the middle of the road. But what I want to bring your attention to is a press release that came from Caltrans just this last Friday. And in last Friday's press release, Caltrans noted that northbound traffic is up more than 900% year over year since Highway 1 reopened in January. 900%. So the businesses in that same press release on the weekends are reporting that they've doubled their 2025 levels. That's good. We like that. But we like people to be able to get to and from those hotels as well. So I just want to recognize that this is being done in advance of Memorial Day weekend, and it's being done in response to what we saw at the spring break, which spring break is not just 1 week, right? It's spread over several weeks. And over the course of spring break, we saw unprecedented levels of visitation and congestion at this location. That's what prompted the meeting that I had with the California Coastal Commission. And the meeting that I had with the California Coastal Commission was what prompted the letter from the California Coastal Commission. And I want to get very clear about what that document is that Mr. Ishii referred to. The side-by-side analysis that you see attached to the staff report was something my planning commissioners and I created, because what we got from the California Coastal Commission was a letter that was filled with responses and prospective solutions that could be implemented at this location, but then each and every one of which were inconsistent with the local coastal program. And you can read the letter and understand why a crosswalk, a stoplight, digging out a portion of the old coast road in order to pave it and create formalized parking, all would be inconsistent with the local coastal program. But that's what that document was created for. It was created to juxtapose why what was being suggested to us as potential solutions were actually non-starters. And so that's what that document was for. What I want to end by saying is, having lived here my whole life, I know what the experience of driving across Bixby Bridge had been prior to the advent of social media, prior to Big Little Lies. And it was an experience of driving between two cliff sides along an iconic bridge with an iconic bridge rail that allowed an unobstructed view of the ocean. It was an experience driving across a bridge. And that experience is not unlike what is codified in the local coastal program. And I think in addition to increasing public safety and saving lives, and I am not being, exaggerating the matter, in addition to public safety, we can take this opportunity over the next 12 months to really show visitors what the experience of visiting the Bixby Bridge is. And it's a trip across an iconic bridge. It's not a destination, because everyone who's stopping there doesn't have the opportunity to get the picture they've seen online, right? That one was probably taken by a drone. And so I want to just also take this opportunity to retrain folks that Bixby Bridge is a trip, not a destination. And I think we can do that very uniquely and begin to share the magic. And for those people who are coming already to experience that trip, they're not getting that access. That public access, in addition to the public's access to and from their homes, to and from work, to and from the hospital, is severely limited right now. So I think there's a lot of opportunities. My main goal is to do something before the summer season surges. And then in addition to what I've said, just go back to those questions, because I don't understand why it's the county's responsibility to find $15,000 a month and make sure that a CHP is there when it's an interpretation of the local coastal program that I certainly don't maintain, and when it's a state highway, a state agency, and state CHP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments?
Yes. Thank you. I had several comments on this, and certainly looking forward to hearing from the public. And I appreciate those that have reached out to me already on this topic. Obviously, this is a very touchy subject. We have one of our coastal commissioners sitting on this dais, and all of us who understand the Coastal Act know, since it was enacted, I think it was approved by voters back in '74 or 1975, that coastal access has been most critical, not just for those who live along the coast, but those who live inland within California, but also for people all across the world that come visit us. And so I'm very sensitive. When this came up in the past, I raised these similar concerns, saying this is an important value that we have here on the coast, and as Californians, to make sure that our coast is accessible to as many people as possible in as many ways as possible. And I had previously also shared that before my father passed away, he was already fighting terminal bone cancer. One of my favorite photos is one where me and all my siblings were able to take a photo in that very location. And we know that people come, they make plans, they come from all over, and everyone wants to take a photo there because it's one of the most beautiful areas in our county, one of the most beautiful places in California to be able to do that. But I'm also hearing what my colleague's saying and what her constituents are saying. And I seen the video and I seen the photos, and I also understand that on all these values that we have to also counterbalance with public safety, the safety of people, try to prevent somebody from getting injured or killed. So I understand that perspective as well. And that's why I think the strategies or the alternatives that we look at always very difficult when it comes to coastal access, and ensuring that everybody could have opportunity to be able to enjoy even taking those photos, I would say, because it is important for a lot of families that come visit our county. And as was stated, when the Highway 1 was closed because of that mudslide, businesses were hurting, and this is what they wanted. They wanted business to increase and more visitors to come. For the workers that are employed there, it's good, right? But I also, like I said, I'm also recognizing that there's some unintended consequences and sometimes some exacerbated problems when you have too much of one thing, too much of one good thing coming to our county. So I had several questions. One, it seemed like looking at the video and the photos, the previous parking spots that were there right off Bixby Bridge, I think there used to be about 12 parking spots. Now they seem to be all coned off, right? So my question on just that, 12 parking spots there. Now in the photos, it seems like cars are just pulling up besides them in the middle of the street, right? So it didn't seem to have the intended effect to stop all parking. People are now being more dangerous because they're parking partway into the street right next to those cones. And then we had looked at prohibiting parking on the opposite side on that dirt road there. Did that make the problem worse?
Thank you very much for that.
And maybe if you could say, by way of background, when did those parking spots get blocked off, and has it made the problem worse without those, at least those minimal of 12 parking right off that location?
Excellent salient observation, Supervisor Alejo. There's two sets of parking temporary traffic control devices that exist at this location. One of those are what are called delineators that are immediately on the shoulders of State Route 1, immediately next to the bridge. And those ones were placed about several years ago by Caltrans staff. And as you pointed out, people used to park there. So the delineators were placed to better identify the shoulder area, which in turn prevented vehicles from parking in those spots immediately north of the Bixby Bridge. And then the other cones that were along the dirt road in the pictures, that's the county's road, a coast road, and there's devices that are out there to help reinforce the existing no parking that was done through the emergency coastal development permit approximately 2 years ago as part of an emergency action then. And so the combination of parking restrictions that now exist through these devices has certainly shifted the location where people would have parked if they had that spot to choose. In essence, it moved the parking spots further down the road, literally.
And yeah, well, not everybody's parking down the road, right? They're parking now where there used to be 12 parking spots or so. But I appreciate in the staff report that my colleague Supervisor Daniels met with the Coastal Commission. What is their take on a potential temporary moratorium for 12 months? The reason I bring that up is because they have been very punitive to private landowners when they put up a no parking sign or they put up gates that have inhibited the public's access along other stretches, all right? And what I also think of, what if other local governments were able to block off other scenic parts all along the coast? And now we have not just one, but we have many. I think that would be of concern to the Coastal Commission when you have too many highly desired visitation areas that are now, that could be potentially under similar no parking restrictions. So what has Coastal Commission said in response to this inquiry about a 12-month moratorium?
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Public Works staff would like to look to Craig Spencer of the Housing and Community Development Department for their conversations with coastal staff.
Yes, thank you, Randy. It's Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I did have some conversations with the coastal staff, as did Supervisor Daniels. They acknowledge the issue needs a solution, and they want to work with us on a solution. They are very much mission focused on maintaining and providing coastal access. And so their suggestions, at least in the near term, have been enforcement of traffic laws and parking laws, being the thing that requires no physical changes or improvements at the site and potentially could allow some parking there. Long term, they'd like to see some plan. I don't think they know what that plan is exactly. but some plan for providing for parking for the public in some organized fashion. And they have sort of committed to being engaged in that process.
Great, that sounds good, and I'm glad that that you guys are having these conversations. The reason I bring that up, because the question would be whether they would look for enforcement against the county of the Coastal Act if we were to institute a moratorium, or in the alternative, a question to our county council: could a private citizen initiate a litigation for instituting a parking moratorium, perhaps invoking the Coastal Act, right? Because you were trying to frame this in a very strategic and legal way, Randy, when you said that you were drafting documents that were trying to frame traffic or these vehicles as development, right? Because the Coastal Act says development cannot interfere with the public's rights to access the sea, but is non-permanent, temporarily stationed vehicles truly development, right? So I mean, that's a question for county council, for you, Randy, if you have a response. But that's in all this stuff, it's like we're well-intentioned, but we also got to think of who could potentially challenge a moratorium if we haven't vetted this. And the other thing is to look at not just the long-term alternatives that you're talking about, Randy, but is there temporary alternatives to a 12-month moratorium? For example, most of the video and the photographs happens on high visiting weeks like spring break, weekends. But I think if you go right now to Bixby Bridge, we're not seeing the traffic that we're talking about in this conversation. So there could be parking restrictions on those peak periods on weekends, or say from spring break through Labor Day in September during those peak visiting areas, but not necessarily have the restrictions the entire year, because the question would be, is it justified? Is there alternatives to that would minimize access to the coast to a minimal level as possible?
Thank you for the questions, Supervisor Alejo. Regarding the first question as it relates to the Coastal Act and the term development, essentially any activity that would be done on State Route 1, because it's in the coastal zone, would be considered development. And that's whether it's calling the USA and then installing the signage, or just the actions that those signs would have. And we would look to county council for further elaboration on that response. But for the time at this juncture, just generally speaking, actions taken by the county in that regard would be considered quote unquote development. And then in terms of other short-term alternatives, while there could be a time of day or a prescribed set of days where the prohibition would occur, those are various iterations that staff could certainly look into. But it is at least Public Works staff's belief that would still be considered development and require the coastal development permit process in which form or fashion. Ultimately, the near-term option that came up consistently in talks with the law enforcement partners is that the issues in and around Bixby Bridge revolve around human behavior with their vehicles or when they walk across the road, which relates back to public safety and enforcement of existing code or new code.
So, County Council, you got a response to that? Put up signs that violate the Coastal Act, and could a private party initiate litigation over a temporary parking if it's only a 12-month ban, or even if there's alternatives that are not considered before us today on a temporary basis?
If this board made sufficient findings that there were significant public safety issues, I think it affords some protection to the county. I can't say, for certain that we would never be sued, but I agree with Director Ishii as far as development and the Coastal Commission. But I think there is a compelling governmental interest if there are well-documented safety issues.
Well, I want to be supportive of this referral. I know it's a real issue, so I'm just saying my concerns. I want to try to address the issues, but I'm saying it's probably ready not for initiation today, like to enact today, tomorrow. Obviously, this is a very delicate matter that could really easily end up being battled in court. So anything that we do has to have the proper findings. I think we should be able to understand what other precedent or case law there is on this, because I know we're not the only coastal community that has dealt with this. So, there certainly has to have been prior case law or cases where it would inform the board. Have they prevailed on this, doing something similar in trying to address public safety issues? And then second, when this comes back, we should have a conversation. If we do a moratorium, should it be a flat out 12 months, or is there alternatives to just have it be in effect when we have those peak periods of visitors at Bixby Bridge? And because if we don't do that, if it gets challenged in court and the court says, well, there was alternatives that you could have been considered, you didn't properly consider them during your hearing, we're going to remove the moratorium and you have to go back to the drawing board. All taking a lot of time, resources, and funding. So anyways, I'm just saying we just got to do this smart, because it is a sensitive issue, highly subject to litigation, and we just got to think through all these things to dot all our I's and cross all our T's. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Yep, go ahead. Supervisor Church. Okay. No, okay. We'll go to public comment. I wanted to briefly just comment on the referral. It is a complicated reality that exists at this location, and I'll just note that the last 3 times I've driven down Highway 1 on a variety of different days and times, the safety issue was shocking to me. People were going from freeway traffic to full stop, not just at Bixby, but at a number of locations for photos. And it was like the fact that we haven't had devastating, terrible accidents along these lookout points, specifically at Bixby, is wild to me, and we've just been really lucky. But I just wanted to put my experience on record. I think finding solutions, like that'd be great. But in the meantime, we have it is effectively an urgent safety issue for people driving and who are looking to experience the stop, thinking that it's a safe location because it's intentionally there for people to stop. So we'll start with public comment, and then anyone in the room that would like to make public comment on this item. We have 2 minutes on the clock for every member of the public who would like to speak, and we'll just let you come on up. I do ask that you help monitor the time so that I'm not in a position of having to interrupt anyone. We welcome you here in our chambers. Thank you.
Chair, supervisors. This is a complicated subject. I think we all know that. I'm going to start out by speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Hospitality Association. And I want to say that health and safety is certainly paramount here. And what we're experiencing in and around Bixby Bridge also arguably hurts the hospitality industry by reducing the enjoyment and increasing frustrations of the travelers, ultimately leading to visitors choosing not to visit Big Sur. We hear that. I don't visit Big Sur. I don't go down there. People who used to love Big Sur and people who Big Sur loved to welcome. Additionally, Big Sur's reputation is likely being tarnished as well. It can also be argued that many of the visitors to Bixby Bridge are there only to visit the bridge and don't meaningfully contribute to the hospitality economy of Big Sur. On a personal note, having driven Highway 1 between Monterey and Big Sur probably 10,000 times in my hospitality career, it's clear to me that the ability to enforce any action that we take must be part of the solution. We see that in the existing no parking areas that have been recently created. This isn't a numbers issue as much as it is a behavior issue. I would predict also that enforcement on weekends only, which is certainly a start, would only minimally mitigate the impacts we're experiencing. And so Supervisor Alejo, you're right. We've got to put a lot of thought into this, and it has to be done right.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Dan Pearlstein. I'm going to speak as a member of the Mid-Coast Fire Brigade, not speaking for the brigade, but as a firefighter in the brigade and as a citizen. And as a citizen, I want to reiterate what I think Supervisor Daniels suggested, which is that access should be thought of access to a wild and natural coastline, not just access to a extended parking lot. But I want to focus on the issues of safety as a firefighter to remind you what's at stake. One of my fellow firefighters will speak in more detail, but we have a fire engine or a truck stationed in Bixby Canyon in order to get to calls more quickly than they could from the firehouse in Palo, Colorado. That's because seconds matter. On that fire truck, we have defibrillators, we have oxygen, we have EpiPens, we have a host of medical equipment because we have more medical calls than we do fire calls. And we've used many of those in calls. And typically, when we are answering a call from up the coast road, we are delayed at the Bixby Bridge, either on the coast road or on the highway. To give you an example, today, driving into this meeting an hour and a half ago, not during the summer, not during peak travel moments of the day, not during a peak travel day, there were 6 cars parked with at least one wheel over the fog line at the Bixby Bridge on the highway. Every one of these would delay reaction that we would have to a person in need. And again, we've rescued people from the cliffs. We've loaded people onto helicopters because ambulances were too slow. Seconds matter. So in each one of those cases, speed matters and no parking matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the other firefighter. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Laura Schulk, and I'm a full-time resident of Bixby Canyon. I'm also, along with my husband, Dan Pearlstein, a volunteer firefighter with the Mid-Coast Fire Brigade, and responding to calls involving traversing the coast road to Highway 1 in our utility vehicle is part of what we have to do. I'm speaking in support of the implementation of a 1-year moratorium because it is essential to hit the pause button while we look for other solutions. And I do believe those solutions exist, but they need time. And during that time, we need to impose this ban for a variety of reasons, but 2 critical are first and most important, safety. The threat to public safety is very real in the current situation. Just a couple of examples. The cliffs are crowded with people, including on uneven, narrow paths of loose gravel, and including regularly going past the giant yellow sign that says, "Danger, stay back." Everyone focused on their cameras and their selfie sticks. In fact, I recently responded to and treated a broken ankle at the Bixby Bridge. Pedestrians often fail to move out of the roadway and seem oblivious to road traffic. Indeed, they're even slow to move when we're on call with sirens and lights activated. As Midcoast volunteers, we regularly respond to medical calls, and our response time has been slowed in an effort to exit the coast road and travel north because of pedestrians and illegal parking. And we anticipate that this is only going to get worse in the summer. Already this season, we've responded to 4 injured hikers between Bixby and Garrapatta. Additionally, the idea that we are going to solve this with enforcement is not grounded in the real world. Unless you have somebody there 12 hours a day, you are not going to get the enforcement you need.
Thank you.
People will ignore the enforcement as long as there isn't somebody physically on site.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm speaking today, Norm Groot, as one of the residents of Monterey County who will not go to Big Sur anymore because of this problem. I've had someone U-turn in front of me at Bixby Bridge, and I've had people dash out in between cars across the highway in front of me. It's a dangerous situation. And we're talking about people who want to take selfies at this bridge, causing these problems. This is a public safety issue, and we need to figure out how to handle it before the accident that's waiting to happen happens. So let's look at this more in a perspective of what is happening on the highway itself along the entire stretch of Big Sur, not just this one particular area, because there's other choke points that are having the same problem, and maybe this policy needs to be broadened and expanded so that residents like me feel comfortable driving to Big Sur and enjoying that particular area of our county. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Novick, Carmel Highlands native. The so-called emergency at Bixby Bridge is a manufactured crisis pushed by a small clique of entitled Big Sur residents who believe the scenic highway exists for their personal convenience and uninterrupted passage. This is not about safety. It is the opening move in a deliberate campaign to restrict public access to Big Sur and turn it into a private preserve for a favored few. Groups and individuals such as Martha Deal at Big Sur Byways, your boy Captain Kirk Gaffil of the Big Sur Chamber of Commerce, Patty Cronland at Community Association of Big Sur, and Marcus Foster of Keep Big Sur Wild are aggressively working to choke off tourism that does not directly enrich their own businesses and interests. Their plan is now obvious. Impose punitive parking restrictions and physical barriers to create artificial gridlock, sow public frustration, declare a safety emergency, enact a temporary ban, and then make it permanent. Once they succeed at Bixby, they will move on to Garrapatta, Sobranes, Point Lobos, and every other scenic pullout along the coast. These individuals and organizations do not own the roads, the bridges, or the public lands of Big Sur. Their community depends on the heavy tax contributions of hardworking Californians from cities and suburbs across the state. Those taxpayers have every right to visit the coastline their money helps protect. Visitors should not be treated as intruders for wanting to stop safely for a few moments to take in the view. The least these residents can do is show a little patience and gratitude instead of trying to lock the public out. I urge supervisors from Districts 1 through 4, especially District 2, to stop this unnecessary and draconian moratorium. It's the folks in your districts who will lose the most from Kate's blasphemous proposal.
Is there any other public comment in chambers? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Marcus Foster. I'm a longtime Big Sur resident and founder of Keep Big Sur Wild. We are trying to protect access to Big Sur. Yeah, that kind of got personal right there, but we have no plans and do not want to hamper access to Big Sur. I've driven this highway for 40 years, 25 of those years. 99% of the traveling public drove over Bixby Bridge and didn't even know they were on a bridge. Now it has become a public safety issue. It is, I could go on and on about what's happening, but it has just gotten worse year after year. I want to be clear that Keep Big Sur Wild, we do support the moratorium. We sent in a letter and to the board, and really our concerns are the Coastal Commission response to the moratorium, and we don't want to see that lead to all this development. I'm actually kind of taken back that the Coastal Commission even submitted this letter, because just about everything in it is against the policies of our land use plan. And it just kind of goes to show, I don't even think that the coastal planner has even read the LUP. You know, visual access is a tough one to really describe to the public, and especially to the Coastal Commission. It really was put into place to accommodate increased visitation that happens every 25 years of doubling of visitation, and it's to allow more access to the highway. And sometimes it's hard for the Coastal Commission to understand that, because they're all about physical access. But it really is part of the plan and part of allowing more people as we move into the future and visitation only increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in chambers today? All right, we have quite a few hands raised online, so we'll move our way through our online public comment. This is, we'll start with Raylan and then Ryan.
Raylan.
Raylan, we've got you up for public comment.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
Can, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Raylan Augustine, Culinary Director at Post Ranch Inn. I'm speaking on behalf of Post Ranch Inn in support of the proposed 12-month parking moratorium in the immediate vicinity of Bixby Creek Bridge. I'm a Monterey native, and I've been with Post Ranch Inn for 6 years. I commute 5 days a week down to Big Sur. This is definitely, in addition to everything that's been mentioned, this is definitely affecting our local workforce. Employees who commute daily through this corridor are experiencing growing frustration, stress, unreliable travel times, simply trying to get to work safely. In hospitality, where staffing and retention are already challenging, the commuting conditions are becoming an additional burden on employees who serve the community every day. It's counterproductive to our personal efforts within our growing hospitality programs, such as at MCHA, Monterey Peninsula College, CSUMB, and so forth. Essentially, our investment to train and retain the next generation of hospitality workers is rendered inert because we have limited housing and they can't safely and predictably get to work. We're also seeing visible environmental and physical erosion to the area, vehicles that are pulling onto fragile shoulders, damaging native vegetation, widening informal parking areas, and creating unsafe footpaths. Without clearly and correctly cordoned off areas that discourage parking where it should not occur, the problem continues to expand beyond the roadway itself. Thanks for your consideration and for your continued efforts to protect our environment down in Big Sur. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go next to Ryan, R-Y-N-E, and then to Jake.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
My name is Ryan Leitzinger. I'm chair of the board of directors for the Community Association of Big Sur. We're a nonprofit that has programs in areas such as fire preparedness and community housing. I'd like to say thank you to the supervisors and county staff for the time you're dedicating to this issue. And I'm speaking today to concur with Supervisor Daniels on the important points that she had raised. Thank you for your leadership, Supervisor Daniels, in confronting this longstanding issue head on. I'm strongly in favor of, in support of a one-year moratorium. There are some key phrases mentioned earlier in the staff report. One is there's a long-standing and well-documented safety hazards at Bixby Bridge. I strongly agree based on personal experience. Supervisor Daniels mentioned that we're in fact inhibiting access if we adhere to the status quo, and I strongly agree with that point as well. Now is the time to take action. With the highway reopening, summer season starting, the traffic is already there in Big Sur, and this is a needed action to confront an emergency circumstance. There's no other point on the Big Sur coast that faces the same strain and dangerous conditions. I concur with the previous speakers who've been mentioning support for this emergency ordinance. Just yesterday, a neighbor mentioned to me that as she was driving by, she was worried someone standing precariously on the dirt berm separating the highway from the ocean was going to fall and slide under her car. This isn't something that people should have to worry about each time they make a trip to the grocery store or drive to work in Big Sur. I should also mention that it's hard to capture in photos and videos the chaos at this point on the highway. And many times it's not a highway, but rather a parking lot as cars are coming to a complete stop, as people are putting on their hazards and parking in the highway and fully blocking through traffic. That inhibits all of us, but most importantly, first responders responding to emergency calls, as our firefighters mentioned. The last point I'd like to make is that it's my view that this is not inhibiting access to the California coast to have an emergency ordinance.
Thank you.
Because there's hundreds of other pullouts
Thank you.
along the coast for visitors.
We have next Jake and then Colin.
Hi, this isn't Jake, this is Cheryl, and I am the fire chief for Mid-Coast Fire Brigade. Our family has been in the Big Sur area for over 113 years, and as you can imagine, over that time, we've seen a lot to change with Big Sur. There is absolutely not a weekend. Some weekends may make it worse, but every weekend you are backed up clear from San Jose trying to get to Big Sur. With that, we have emergency responses that go on all the time. We did have a fatality in one of our other bad spots, which was in front of Sobranas Point, which is another issue, as well as Garrapata. Don't know what the answer is, but if there's not enough parking space with a walking path for people, they're pushing strollers with kids out in the highway. And as somebody stated, you come 50 miles an hour around a corner and here's a family full on walking across a 55-mile-an-hour road, and that's going to be an issue. Parking for us during an emergency, we had a rescue last weekend with 8 vehicles, and we didn't have law enforcement on scene, which would have added to the chaos, helped but added. There's no place to park but in the middle of the road and block access and traffic with no parking. So I support that. It has the moratorium. It has hampered us in trying to get to emergencies, heart attacks, strokes, you name it. Something needs to be done, and responsible tourism, I think we can all agree, is always going to be needed in Big Sur. So I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. We'll go next to Colin and then to Devin.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Colin Gallagher, and just by way of brief background, I worked for the County of Monterey before years ago as an assistant planner. For some years, I think I probably did thousands of coastal land use cases for the city of Monterey. At one time as an associate planner, was a planning commissioner by appointment for the city of Marina. So I have some planning experience in my back pocket. And just as a brief comment here, I want to add something that it was in my written comment. Supervisor Daniels, I believe, has not recused herself yet from these proceedings, but I want to point out that due in part to her comments to the press on this matter, in which she stated that it is out of exasperation that I am offering this over the next 12 months, and that also, quote, we simply could not manage the level of visitation, amongst other comments, that she has made her bias known before this item has come up, and that it would be appropriate for her to recuse herself. This is basic common law and the basics of recusement, and that it would be inappropriate for her to continue on this matter. Further, this is not an emergency. There's nothing about this that meets the definition of emergency. If the county wants to go ahead and file a coastal development permit and walk through that permit process, it can do so, obviously, and then try to secure that permit. Nothing stopping the county from doing that, I imagine. But then it would have to follow the coastal implementation plan and the land use plan provisions, and not ignore them and not pretend that by virtue of a referral that it can trump the coastal implementation plan just because you imagine other provisions occurring in your own mind or by your own interpretation. And I want that to be emphasized also, that there are private citizens that can sue the county over access issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Devin and then to iPhone 2024.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Devin McConnell, and I am speaking today on behalf of Visit California, the nonprofit corporation formed to market California as a desirable tourism destination. Visit California supports the proposed 12-month parking moratorium. The current parking situation has escalated into a safety hazard that disrupts the lives of residents and diminishes the quality of the tourism experience. Highway 1 is a world-renowned scenic corridor meant to be traveled safely and responsibly. We urge the board to approve this moratorium to protect public safety and preserve the integrity of our coastline while long-term management solutions are developed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to iPhone 2024 and then to Rachel.
Good afternoon, Brian Clark. I wholly support Ms. Daniels' moratorium. Having traveled this area innumerable times, as the other speakers have, it has become Disneyland. They pull up in their cars, they jump out, they do a few selfies. I imagine if you put a clock to it, the average time spent there, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, perhaps. And during that course of 5 to 10 minutes, there are no rules. It is take a selfie in the middle of the road. It is try to get our child in a stroller or push across the road. It is getting as close as you can to the cliff. And the behavior is just bizarre. It is as if there is no civility at all. So it has truly become Disneyland. So the risk to the public, the risk driving by, I ride my brake when I approach that area. I anticipate that there's going to be a car that's going to turn out and make a U-turn at any moment. So my hackles are up. I drive incredibly defensive, and I try not to hit people. And I'm just waiting for a car to get T-boned. So looking at the options of the Coastal Commission proposed, at turning it into a big parking lot, at doing a pathway underneath the bridge, at the Brazil Ranch, I look at a bunch of solutions that have nothing to do with dealing with the real world reality we have right now. So do I avoid going down there during the weekend? 100%. I will not go to Big Sur on the weekend, given this area. So thank you. Please support Ms. Daniels' well thought out and way overdue temporary moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Rachel and then to Rob.
Hello there, Rachel Goldberger, Program Manager, Community Association of Big Sur. This conversation's feeling a little bit like Groundhog Day, so I won't rehash the many accidents and near misses and high numbers of unsafe crossings at Bixby that I've already stated on public record, from parents lifting children over guardrails into 55-mile-an-hour traffic to reports from neighbors concerned about people slipping down embankments into the road, such as the one my colleague just mentioned. We are urging the county today to recognize that maintaining access at all costs without addressing these safety concerns is not sustainable. Safe access has to be the priority, especially since visitation has increased dramatically since the highway reopened. What doesn't feel like Groundhog Day, however, is this proposal for an immediate 12-month moratorium on parking at Bixby Bridge, which CABS strongly supports. This shows the county is committed to prioritizing safety at a well-documented high-risk location. It provides law enforcement with clear, enforceable rules and creates a necessary pause for agencies and elected officials to work towards safer solutions for everyone. Oftentimes, our Big Sur community is viewed as a group of entitled gatekeepers who don't want visitors, but the reality is that part of our economy depends on tourism, and many of us were once visitors here too, including myself. We strive for a balanced approach to support residents, local businesses, the visiting public, and to protect this extraordinary coastline for us all to access and enjoy. But what we don't talk about enough is the real trauma carried by our first responders, residents, and employees following accidents along this stretch of highway, which is part of why we've reached a tipping point on safety concerns long ago. Bixby Bridge simply is not designed to accommodate the current volume of visitation. We're genuinely happy the highway is open again, but visitation is surging and our first responders are already stretched thin heading into summer. Please allow this temporary measure to move forward to keep people safe while working towards next steps. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We'll go next to Rob and then to Kirk.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Well, this is Rob O'Keefe, President and CEO of C Monterey, and thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors, for your consideration of this issue and for the opportunity to comment. I'd just like to add a little perspective. You already know how important our $3.3 billion tourism economy is to our destinations, economic vitality, and quality of life. And you know that it only works long-term when it benefits residents first, and that's our focus. But tourism is also a business we all share responsibility for, not just hotels, restaurants, and attractions, but all of us collectively. And in any successful business, you protect the product to protect the experience. Along Highway 1 and at Bixby Bridge, those two things are connected. What regularly occurs there at Bixby undermines visitor, resident, and worker experience and threatens the long-term sustainability of the very product people come here to experience. C Monterey invests heavily in responsible travel efforts to influence visitor behavior, set expectations, and protect these places. In fact, we created our own moratorium in 2015 by stopping the use of Bixby Bridge in all of our advertising. We also consistently push messaging around enforcement and penalties to try to curb irresponsible behavior. Our next phase is going further. We're going to actually encourage or discourage travelers from stopping at Bixby and instead encourage them to enjoy the Highway 1 experience as intended, a journey, not a destination. Believe it or not, visitor behavior can be influenced, expectations can be managed, travelers will adapt. It's worked elsewhere and it can work here. This moratorium seems like it could help with that. Whatever comes next will require a boosted communication strategy, and C Monterey will do its part to help visitors understand the changes, plan ahead, and travel responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Kirk and then to the phone number ending in 837.
Thank you very much. The board, I would just like to, I'm representing this is Kirk Gaffel, President of the Big Sur Chamber of Commerce, and the comments that I have to make are largely similar to many of the ones you've heard before. The Chamber of Commerce in Big Sur does support the temporary moratorium, and I think the really important thing to add to the conversation is that there will be unanticipated consequences by any change here. And I think the important thing for success to develop a long-term management strategy is to have timely engagement and review of what the response by the traveling public will be to the physical changes that may be made in terms of prohibiting parking, and adjusting as necessary so that this is an actively managed moratorium and not one where it starts on day one and then 365 days later is potentially only then really evaluated for its success or needed changes. So again, I would encourage that this be supported and that it be actively managed and evaluated throughout to achieve the best possible long-term outcome for a safe, accessible, and responsible visitation experience along the Big Sur coast. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 837 and then to the phone number ending in 705.
Hi, Supervisors. This is Brian Rosen again. You know, in Northern California on the coast, there's buses for the public connecting all the towns, Humboldt County, Del Norte County, going up Highway 1 to Crescent City, going inland to Smith River, going from Eureka to Redding. And yet here we have a highway that's so much more crowded, and there's very little public transit. The MST bus runs part of the year. I think we should preserve in any planning the possibility of allowing a bus stop at Bixby Bridge. People from all over the world want to see this. It's iconic, and it's good to have access, but let's give an incentive to have access through public transit. So we really need a bus going up and down the coast, like in so many other areas, you know, Santa Rosa to Mendocino or Bodega Bay and all over the place. I don't know why there's not a bus in you know, in the one going up Humboldt. If you're over 65, or you have Medicare, you got to ride for free because they got a grant. It would be wonderful to bring people down there without their cars, and this is not being addressed. And we need to make sure we keep parking for a bus. And now, what about the disabled who can't walk a long ways? Maybe we could limit the number of parking spaces to 10 or something and have a couple of disabled parking spaces, maybe some signs that it's, you know, say, slow down, this is a safety zone, a little thing that flashes the speed limit. You know, people don't want to think they're going to get a ticket when they drive by those things. We need to cut down the amount of cars, and we need to maintain access because low-income people are able to go there. They can't afford to go to Pebble Beach. They can't afford to go there in their cars. If they have a car, if they don't have a car, it's very difficult for them. And I would maybe just have a limited number of stops, parking spaces, and work toward mass transit.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go next to the phone number ending in 705 and then to Oliver.
Yes, I think that's a very good idea. We need a bus stop. I don't even know if the Big Sur bus is still traveling down the coast. I think we get one a week or something, but that definitely needs to be expanded. And you know, a bus stop there would be a very, very good idea. People could have an hour to walk around and look and take photographs, and then they could get the bus to go either south or north. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Oliver. Oliver? Oh, bear with us, Oliver. We'll give you permission to unmute. Oliver, you're next. We can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, supervisors. Oliver Bates here at Big Sur Farmers Association, Central California Cannabis Club. Just wanted to express as a resident, all the nightmares are true. It's getting rougher and rougher, especially for our elderly residents. We're experiencing lots of car accidents. We experience a lack of law enforcement being able to get to actual residents. And there's a lot of, there's a lot of controversy around this Bixby Bridge. I've heard that you guys also brought up Sobranes and Point Lobos, and I really wanted to express that as a resident, this isn't really benefiting us. I can tell it benefits state parks. It benefits a few families in the Big Sur Chamber of Commerce. But the residents ourselves are really feeling like pushed by this and really not wanting to leave our homes until the weekdays at odd hours. And, I support this moratorium, but I don't think it goes far enough. And I definitely would like to see just more of this subject being more solutions, whatever that might be. But I really appreciate and would like to support Supervisor Daniels in her effort to do this temporary moratorium. But we got to get down further than this. In Paula, Colorado, we have 54 homes that burned 10 years ago, and less than 5 of them are rebuilt. And people really suffer out here, and we're trying to preserve our way of life and our heritage and our legacy. And we're really getting trampled to death. And none of those dollars reflect the hardship our community is going through. And appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Mike and Kim.
Good afternoon. Hey, this is Mike Dipple, the Chief Ranger with California State Parks, Monterey District. I just wanted to thank the board here for bringing this topic up. It's a very important topic and affects our state park operation through Monterey County, mainly with emergency response down to Big Sur. I can recall a situation last summer where traffic was backed up a mile in both directions due to pedestrians in the highway at Bixby Bridge. And I believe it took me about an hour to get from Hurricane Point to Bixby Bridge on that day. Completely overwhelming. And I just really appreciate the board looking at this. It does affect our ability to safely get to emergencies and respond code 3 from Carmel region down to Big Sur. A lot of times AMR, state parks, CHP, Monterey County Sheriff's Department have to respond through this zone, this very hectic zone, with pedestrians adding to that chaos. So I just really appreciate the board looking at a solution here, and I'll end it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to this board. I just see Kate, I'm going to jump in real quick. Sure. I think a couple of things that I heard in public comment were even more than what I had personally experienced, but I just want to thank everyone who took the time to comment, to share your experiences. The issue of U-turns across the highway, firefighters not being able to get to locations in timely manners, people dashing out across the freeway, people with children, people with animals, folks who are not off of the road on a regular basis. It really does creates a safety hazard. If that were occurring on any other state freeway, state highway, we would be acting on it. And I want to say thanks for addressing an issue that is only growing now that the highways are reopened. It's a matter of time before there's something terrible that will happen. So I'll pass the floor back to my colleague. Any other comments? Oh, okay. We have other comments? Okay. Yep. Okay, we'll start over here. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and understanding within the frame with the letter referenced from the Coastal Commission staff. I'm concerned about the approach given their initial read. They've essentially looked at it and said that they believe that there's other solutions. And I think there's grounds where shared common ground that we can build off of, specifically around the enforcement piece. I didn't feel there was a no around that. I think the question comes back to who. And I'll share from personal experience at the Green Bridge down in Greenfield, we had a very similar issue in the summer. It's a very narrow one-lane bridge, and I had a lot of folks coming out, walking in the roadway, carrying barbecue pits to trespass onto private property and spend time in the river, leaving behind a lot of trash. What we did as a board was we asked the sheriff to come up with an enforcement plan at the time. They put out not a sheriff's unit, but a privately hired security guard through a contract with the sheriff's office to keep traffic flowing, and it worked. They told folks, you're trespassing, you got to keep moving. It was having somebody there with flashing lights directing traffic that helped mitigate the issue. When I look at this and see that seaward side of the cliff there with the blocked off parking, to me that's the safest parking, and yet we've blocked it off. The other side as well, I feel that if we open up some parking and then have somebody there directing traffic, not allowing folks to throw on the brakes and flashers and sit around and wait, that could be enough to keep traffic flowing through this area. That's me looking at it as a county supervisor, right? That is me sitting here as a member of this board, elected, understanding the importance of this area to our community. Having grown up in Monterey County, visited Bixby Bridge, spent my senior ditch day down at Pfeiffer Park, this place is special to me as well. And at the same time, the Coastal Act, now changing hats and wanting to speak just through that lens that I've been learning over the last year, is a whole different monster. It really is. And the limitations and the ability of the Coastal Act to look at an issue like this and say, well, what are the priorities that are framed out? I understand the desire to shove it into the safety aspect, but it's hard to see it through that lens when you look at that seaward side that we've intentionally blocked off and say, well, don't look, like that doesn't exist. No, there's a solution sitting right in front of you. To just say block it all off is hard to be honest and say, well, that's, some parking has to exist. And the plan itself, the land use plan, is it laid out, called on this area as an attraction, as a place that people go, as a place that need to be improved, and a place to draw people to in the future. So we have to be honest about what the LUP says about Bixby Creek, that desire to draw people to this area within the plan itself. It's highlighted as a tier 2 within the plan priority. Unless I'm wrong on that, I see my colleague. I read the plan last night and read it today, and I see that as a tier 2 attraction site. So I'm struggling with this idea of let's block it off. Let's just tell people no. What you're going to end up with is even worse behavior. I think people are just going to block the road completely. They've traveled halfway around the world to see this place. They're not just going to say, oh, look at that, it says closed, I'm done. They're going to get as close as they can to the shoulder, throw it in park, and get out and create even more issues unless you have people there. The question of who pays for it, how do we come to a point where folks can do some sort of enforcement? Again, I don't think it has to be CHP, and I would love to see the state pay for security to stand out there and wave folks through, so we're not tying up precious resources in terms of peace officers on that territory. But I think that there's better solutions at this very point, again, that could force folks through if there's not parking, but to just cut it all off and say that that's where we're going for now, when we've been kind of slowly doing that with the K-rail and these rocks and the other barriers, I'm struggling with today. I get that it's a concern, but I don't think we're going to make it better by pinching it even narrower for folks that have traveled halfway around the world to see this place. And so personally, I think there's a potential solution here, but I don't know that we found it yet.
This is obviously a very beautiful and appealing site, and it's been that way for decades. And it's just heightened and its attractiveness in terms of visitors visiting here it's been increasing for decades, ever since it was built. But when the First Lady of the United States in 1967, Lady Bird Johnson, came and was at that site and actually identified it as a part of a beautification program on highways, and it's just gotten worse. And there's a real safety issue here, and safety is a real concern, and eventually somebody's going to get badly hurt if things continue as they are. I mean, there has to be something done onto that. And, I guess what I want to just kind of point out is whatever permutation this takes, it's being talked about for 12 months. It's like a pilot program. And it's going to need to be tweaked as it develops, and coming back, if this is enacted, coming back in a year, it's going to need changes to it. Might need changes to it before then. I don't know, how we want to deal with that, but that's similar to any of these kind of difficult and multifaceted problems such as this. But I'm just really concerned about the safety issue element of it, and that somehow has to be addressed, because if people get hurt there, that's not going to be the kind of positive publicity that we want for this county or for Big Sur when the first young kid gets killed crossing that road, which people have written to me and told me they've had slam on their brakes on. So with that, I'll hold my own. Finish. That's about it for my comments.
Yes, going back to me, because I am still very much conflicted. And first I want to say, just because it's a highway doesn't mean that it's somewhere unique in Big Sur versus Highway 183 Market Street here in Salinas. There's plenty of highways that intersect with a lot of slow-moving traffic, pedestrians, other types of vehicles. So I just want to so that we put that in mind. There's a lot of areas that deal with a lot of traffic issues on state highways, many of which run through high urban areas. But I hadn't read the Coastal Commission letter, and I'm glad we got it from our staff. But that makes me even more concerned because reading the letter, I think it's pretty clear. The Coastal Commission is signaling something very strongly. And I think this is a very clear issue. Does a parking moratorium require a coastal development permit? And that'd be a question for county council. It seems to me, I'll let you opine, but this is one of the most highest areas of enforcement for the Coastal Commission, mostly against private landlords, right? And I was reading some of the Coastal Commission documents on parking, and it really speaks to enforcement against private landlords, cities or counties, regarding any changes to public parking rules or installing restrictions. And then while we were here, I was looking at what other communities, trying to just speak to that. In Carlsbad, the Coastal Commission now could fine violators $11,250 per day. That is pretty fast. But in Carlsbad, that was $2.4 million against the private landlord who put up parking signs and then other restrictions to the coast. And then he countersued the Coastal Commission because he said, well, I'm trying to protect habitat and trying to deal with traffic, right? And then there were similar cases out of Laguna Niguel. Malibu was a $5.1 million fine against private landowners. Anyways, I'm asking that because if it's clear, if the question is to install a parking moratorium, do we need a California coastal permit? Because putting up signs, as Randy was saying, putting up signs is considered development. Then I think we're highly likely to end up in litigation. Two ways the public could enforce. They could file a complaint to the Coastal Commission that putting up these restrictions is a violation of Coastal Act. Then we would be facing enforcement administratively through the Coastal Commission. Or number two, a private party could file litigation. And then, so I was looking up that under the Coastal Act, it says any citizen or organization has the legal standing to file a lawsuit in state court to halt or reverse coastal violations. And then it says, I guess there's a, under the citizen suit, quote unquote, provisions of the Coastal Act, any person or organization can bring legal action against individuals, private developers, or public agencies to stop unpermitted development or to enforce Coastal Commission orders. And so that's why I'm asking those questions. We have to have thought through all these scenarios and making sure that whatever actions we're taking are not going to wind us up in litigation, and then then we could face steep fines, attorney's fees, and who knows what else, what other types of punitive penalties. But then I read the Coastal Commission Act, right? I read this, then I read that, and it seems pretty clear. The Coastal Commission is saying parking restrictions is not an option because they're saying enforcement is the option. They're saying enforcement is the option. And so if they're putting that in writing and telling us, and then we go and enact a parking moratorium, and then there's somebody files a complaint or somebody files litigation, they're going to say, yes, we agree. We told them that there was an alternative, which was enforcement, for them to strongly consider. And then they go into looking in the paragraph below that, it said looking into the medium and long-term alternatives. And that's where I agree, because even if I agree to some parking restrictions, I was saying we need to look at those alternatives to provide the public greater access for parking opportunities in this highly desirable part of our county on Highway 1. But anyways, I think, so that has me more concerned that reading up on who could file a legal action, the question on is this a clear issue of requiring a coastal development permit? I think it is, from the Coastal Commission's materials and from the other litigation I looked over very quickly, and then looking at the Coastal Commissioner staff's letter where they're signaling to us the parking is not the option, enforcement is, and the medium and long-term solutions to find a better solution for coastal access. So that's what has me taken aback even more so. But if our county council could opine generally on those questions.
I'm going to give you a lawyer's answer.
It depends.
Absolutely, citizens have a right to file a lawsuit for coastal access. There is a competing public safety issue. The cases you cited, I believe, are private entities, so to speak, blocking access versus a public agency making findings that there is a public safety issue. Will the Coastal Commission sue the county over an emergency moratorium? It is a grayer area. If it's a permanent, I think that there is more risk. If it is a moratorium for a certain amount of time, I think there is less risk. I'm not saying they won't, but I think there is less risk if the appropriate findings are made about public safety.
But the Coastal Commission wouldn't file a lawsuit against us. They would just start fining us. They already have that power.
Right.
I think the legislature increased their fining amount per day not too long ago. But the question is, does any parking restrictions or putting up no parking signs, is that development, and does that require a coastal permit?
We have Craig Spencer on the line.
Yes. Yeah. Yes is the answer. Any change to access or the physical installation of the signs, the adoption of the no parking ordinance would be defined and considered development under the Coastal Act and considered development by the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission, they enforce the Coastal Act provisions through the coastal development permitting process. So we would need to process the coastal development permit. If we did a no parking restriction without it, we would clearly be in violation. But with the coastal development permit, we would have some coverage to do that work. The question is emergency coastal development permit for a short period of time with a commitment for a follow-up using the regular process, or a coastal development permit that's not using the emergency process.
Well, I don't think I'm clear on that. Where in the Coastal Act does it say there's a emergency coastal permit while you're seeking the long-term one, right? I just want to be clear. Where in the statute does it say you don't have a coastal permit yet from the Coastal Commission, but then to counterbalance public safety or traffic?
30210.
Yeah. What does it say?
Maximum coastal access shall be provided consistent with public safety needs and the need to protect natural resources from overuse.
Okay, that's very general.
Well,
it doesn't say that a public entity could go and enact its own moratorium before obtaining a permit. And had the Coastal Commission agreed that there's a way to do that, they would have stated so in the letter, I believe. They didn't say that. They said the option is enforcement. It wasn't a parking moratorium after the conversation last March.
So is that a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting. I should be there. There is a provision in our local coastal plan that outlines an emergency coastal development permit process for the permitting of actions that can't take the time to go through the normal permitting process. When we make findings that there's a threat, a health and safety threat, we can adopt an emergency coastal development permit. The Coastal Commission, provided the emergency coastal development permit is limited in time and has a commitment for a follow-up permit, the local agencies' actions on emergency coastal development permits are not appealable to the Coastal Commission. Now, I think County Council can talk more about the legal exposure, but procedurally, we have the ability to make findings, implement an emergency coastal development permit. If we can make the findings and support it with evidence that there is a health and safety impact, we can adopt an emergency coastal development permit. if we do not have a restriction on the time and a requirement for a follow-up permit, that action could be appealed to the Coastal Commission. But with those two components included, it would be a local action with the appropriate findings that goes into place. And then we would be committed to doing those follow-up actions by either allowing it to expire within a year and by following through with a regular coastal development permit process.
Thank you. That helps me understand that if there's a way to get there legally. But the question would just be, does the local county emergency permit preempt the Coastal Act and the powers of the Coastal Commission?
I think we, at least Randy, Director Ishii and Director Spencer, and I agree about the risks and the requirement, if it's permanent, to go to the Coastal Commission. What I think is the unknown is whether an emergency moratorium, you're right, a citizen could sue, you're right, the Coastal Commission could fine you. I think the shorter the time, the less likely you're going to get that action from the Coastal Commission, but I can't tell you that they wouldn't.
So is there another question then? Otherwise, we'll go to a motion. Okay, let's go
Just
to a motion.
want to comment on a couple things before making a motion. I want to be clear that, you know, I'll outline the findings that I think exist. And if the Coastal Commission were to oppose an emergency access that it tries to or seeks to address a public safety issue and concern that's well documented, I think there's some liability there as well. So if we're going to talk about liability, let's be really clear. And Supervisor Lopez, you referenced the Green Bridge, and I looked it up, and it was extended no parking zones. It was fines that were increased for parking, and it was over private property, which this is private property with a highway that runs across it. So when people base jump, which happens all the time, they base jump into private property. When property is damaged, it's private property. So I don't know if I necessarily understand that correlation to Green Bridge, because I think it's exactly what we're trying to do here. And the 12 months would give us the time to plan for a safer means to travel this stretch of coastline. I want to also be clear that I didn't do this in a vacuum. You know, I spoke with the Coastal Commission. I tried to have the meeting with the public safety entities. One thing that was confirmed for me in that meeting is that they were not able to identify another location outside of Big Sur along the California coastline that's experiencing this. The only reference was to the Tahoe area and what we're seeing in winter when folks are coming to sled or whatever they're doing in a way that is obstructing traffic. That was the only correlation. There wasn't another place on the California coastline that's experiencing this. And I want to also be clear, there's no alternative routes to this location. So what I am proposing today is a solution that we could put forward today while engaging in some long-term planning and long-term strategizing. But summer is right around the corner. We got a good flavor for what that was like over spring break. It was unlike anything we've ever seen, and that's the frame for this conversation. So with my motion, I do want us to move forward the urgency ordinance establishing a temporary 12-month no parking zone on Highway 1 in the immediate vicinity of Bixby Bridge. I would, direct Mr. Ishii or Mr. Spencer, whatever's necessary in terms of the actions that would require. And I wanted to lay out some findings I think do exist. I think immediate action is needed to address a documented public safety hazard at Bixby Bridge. I believe this is an action that is consistent with Coastal Act Policy 30210 because it protects public safety and mitigates overuse. I think the ordinance is consistent with the Big Sur land use plan's emphasis on visual access and resource protection. I think that access is still available. No one is saying to anyone, do not come to Big Sur. This is an opportunity that allows everyone to have that magical experience, not denying that experience to some because of the congestion on the north and south ends of the bridge. And I think that's consistent with the Big Sur land use plan in terms of the types of access it also prioritizes. I think that this is a temporary ordinance. It's geographically limited, and it represents the minimum level of intervention necessary. So I hope that staff will process an emergency coastal development permit, return to the board with some long-term access and management options, and implement the necessary signage, which literally could be sandwich boards at this point in time, as well as the public communication. And once again, before I end my motion, this is not part of the motion, but please understand what that document was at the end of the letter and what it signified in terms of solutions that can work and ones that cannot.
I'll second that motion.
I got a question. I'm sorry. It's for Craig. Craig, I hate to put you on the spot on this, but when you say, use the phrase short term on an emergency action, is 12 months what you view as short term?
I don't think there's a definition. I think the Coastal Commission, through their practices, requires that an emergency coastal development permit be limited in term. And in practice, that is maybe 2 years under certain circumstances, but generally about a year. So I think there's a limited term. I don't know if I would call it short term, but it's the limited term that is a component of an emergency coastal development permit that needs to be there in order to avoid the appealability of that local decision to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll just
Comment? Let's just. Okay, we're all here. Okay.
I mean, I'll just say that I'll support it on the condition that, we'll come back in a year from now and it be reevaluated for adjustments that might need to be done.
I would hope we're going to come back sooner than that, because that's the direction that I gave, that we strategize long-term in this period of time.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. We have county council comment.
There's a point of procedure, because there's no ordinance laid out, but you can go forward with no parking, correct? Or no? Okay. That's why I'm asking.
If staff could clarify, while there are some things that operate on a parallel track, the actual implementation would rely upon the actuation of all three bullet pointed items of an adopted ordinance, whether it's an urgency ordinance or a due course ordinance, the issued Caltrans encroachment permit by Caltrans and whatever conditions they may have in there, and then thirdly, the emergency coastal development permit or coastal development permit, whichever is the action chosen.
Mr. Ichi, if I could just reflect, I know that in the past we needed the encroachment permit from Caltrans, and we were able to initiate temporary no parking, and then we were told from the Coastal Commission that we needed to do and issue ourselves a coastal development permit. So what could the timing look like for this in terms of Memorial Day fast approaching?
Staff would note the comparison slide nearer the end of the presentation that showed very approximate timelines for the different approaches. If the ECDP permit route is the one that's chosen, staff envisions that it could take a few months to do all three actions in order to implement the temporary no parking. And there's still that question about the enforcement.
So if I could just modify my motion, just to be clear, that we instead of adopt an urgency ordinance, can it say adopt an ECDP, or what would the word be? I would like for us to issue ourselves an ECDP for 12-month no parking zone on Highway 1 in the immediate vicinity of Bixby Bridge, and direct staff to file and process all, whatever's necessary in order for us to implement the ECDP.
Thank you for the clarification, Supervisor Daniels. Staff apologizes for not being more clear. What we're simply trying to convey is that while HCDs under Director Spencer's staff could process the ECDP or CDP, whichever, but in this case the ECDP, on a parallel track, staff would still need to go to Caltrans to get a Caltrans encroachment permit to place signage out there. And then the county itself does need to adopt an ordinance that makes this portion of State Route 1 a no parking zone, which is a precursor step before applying for the Caltrans encroachment permit. And then when all those permits are issued or an ordinance is adopted, then signs may be placed, and then it can be enforced.
So to clarify the motion, it's to follow that route as described by Director Ishii. My second holds. I think that's the intention.
That's perfect.
So, okay. Any further discussion on this item?
Just quickly speaking to the motion. So this is going to require at least 2 more meetings, right, for an ordinance to come back to before we can even put the signs up, correct?
That is correct, Supervisor Alejo. It would take at least one, if not 2 more meetings.
Public. So I don't think I could support this today. I think that a shorter term is justified to get us through the summer months, the peak months. Tourism and these issues drop off drastically come October, November, December. But I think we should have a follow-up conversation that if the board approves today, we should inquire with the Coastal Commission whether they would likely be seeking enforcement against such a moratorium, however long it is. I mean, we should get our county council and their legal staff should probably have a conversation on what the risk is if they hear we took a vote and this is going to come forward for an actual ordinance that requires 2 approvals down the road.
And through the motion maker, is that an addition? Are you requesting a friendly amendment to the motion?
No, I was speaking why I can't speak to it today. But if we come back and they say they might, if the staff, Coastal Commission staff thinks or is signaling to us they're not going to enforce to us, whether it's a 6-month or 12-month, when the ordinance comes back, maybe I would consider supporting it at that time. But I have that doubt. I don't want to approve this and then Coastal Commission come back and say, we warned you, and now we're likely to seek enforcement against you, and then we're going to have to backtrack on this.
Okay, so
Mr. Spencer can confirm, but at this point, I don't believe there have been any warnings. And we've been in touch with the Coastal Commission all along the way.
So I think we have heard additional commentary and concerns. There's a motion on the table. In the absence of anyone else jumping to the microphones, I'm going to call for a roll call vote since it sounds like this will be a split vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
I'm going to abstain.
Supervisor Church? Supervisor Lopez?
Abstain.
Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Rudowski.
Aye. Thank you. So a motion passes 3-2, and I believe, did we fix our abstention rules, or does abstains count for the majority?
Not anymore.
Okay.
The policy changed, so it's just a regular.
Abstain is an abstain. All right.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you all for the very engaging discussion. It sounds like there's more discussion to happen. And
Just clarification.
Please.
I've been told that you need 4/5 for a ECDP. This is news to me.
It's actually we were talking about a potential emergency or urgency, but if we go regular, then we have time.
We're fine.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yep, thank you all. We're going to close this item, move on to the next. I am going to do a quick time check. It is 4 o'clock. I think some of these items took quite a bit longer than what we had anticipated. And I know that some folks have hard stops today. We need to get through the climate action item so that they can open public comment period on that. And we have next up AB, the sheriff's item. So I'm going to see if we can stay on track to get through these final items in a timely manner, although we could be expecting quite a bit of public comment on both of those. So we're going to move on to item number 8, which is to approve a military equipment use policy for the Office of the Sheriff pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. Do we have a representative from the Sheriff's Office with us?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Chief Bixler on.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Showing my PowerPoint here. Sharing that with you momentarily. All right, you guys see it?
No, we don't have your slides up.
I'm sharing it. All right. Yeah, it says on screen sharing.
Looks like we've got it now. Okay, we've got your slides up now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess it was a little bit slow. All right, no problem. All right, I'm Eric Bixler. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Sheriff's Office, representing Sheriff Nieto. I'm going to present a requirement per AB 481. It's our military equipment use summary. It is authored to address the funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment by law enforcement agencies. Sheriff's Office is required to obtain approval by you guys, the Board of Supervisors, to adoption of the military equipment use policy through our ordinance. And our policy must be posted on our website for 30 days prior to introduction, adoption of the ordinance, which we have done. We are required to submit an annual report to the Board of Supervisors, which includes summaries of how our equipment was used and the purpose, any complaints, concerns received, annual costs, quantities sought, and any other items. Our policy notices we abided by. Our report was posted on 5/6 of 2026. We had a public meeting announcement posted on our social media on 3/30/26 for review and comment. We also had a meeting at Schilling Place where we hosted the same thing, and is now on the agenda for today, just a little bit later. Qualifying equipment for this report is our drones, or UAVs, our vehicles, explosive breaching apparatus, non-deadly launchers and munitions, specialized firearms and rifles. Drones, we currently have 11 units. Our uses are for patrol, search and rescue, tactical response, and bomb squad. Our vehicles, we currently have 13 units. Our first one is an MRAP, which is a mine-resistant ambush protected vehicle, which is just bulletproof. And we can use that for flood response, high water rescue, and tactical response. We have 8 Humvee patrols. We can use that for patrol and flood and high water rescue, as they have snorkels on them for driving in water. We have 2 pickup trucks, 1 Bearcat armored carrier, that's for tactical response, and 1 mobile command post vehicle. And that's for special events and extended incidents. Our munitions and launchers, we have distraction devices, which are commonly known as flashbangs, which are noise and light diversionary devices, chemical agents, which is OC. Our launchers, we have 40 millimeter, 12 gauge beanbag rounds, and the FM303. They're deployed in tactical situations requiring crowd control, crowd dispersal, or barricaded suspects. Our breaching explosives, it's a thin plastic tube filled with fast burning explosive material. Bomb squad use, we use it for training, safe destruction of suspicious devices, precision demolition, and tactical breaches. We further have rifles, and our patrol uses the Colt M4. Our SWAT team uses the Colt 6940, and they are both 5.56 caliber ammunition. We also have model HK MP5, which is a 9 millimeter weapon. It is a lot shorter, so when a rifle is not practical, we use it for that. And our utilization in 2025, we had 43 deployments, which recorded across 2025 across 8 categories. Those categories were apprehension, which are searching for persons on an active law enforcement activity. Our SWAT operations, which are 3, include specialized rifles, drones, and specific munitions. Special events, there's 12 of those. Crowd observation, incident overwatch for large-scale events. Our search and rescue, we use those when we're trying to find people in the ocean or along the coast or in lost hiking trails. We also have Deployments that occurred in all areas of the county. The Peninsula, Salinas regions were the highest. You can see the peninsula is a lot higher because there's a lot of specialized events and a lot of our search and rescue occurs out in that area. And we also use the Salinas region, includes deployment from within the county jail. Our training, we had 12 deployments for training. Fire assist is thermal imaging for the fire to see which way the winds are blowing and the vapors going to which way to evacuate people. Jail operations, 3 times we carry deployed in custody setting. And our CSI, we're using the drones for aerial imaging of an incident scene. Equipment acquisition plans. We have 6 drones identical or similar to existing equipment. We have the Focatite Sigma tethered drone, which is a drone that will stay up for an indefinite time for certain applications. 1 or more Humvees or MRAP Star vehicles. No cost to obtain via federal program, must be used to support and maintain existing equipment. And also a Rook, which is an armored vehicle. Grant funding for that would be $475,000. Our lexible policies, which are controlling this, are 208 training, 300 is their use of force, 312 are firearms, 316 deputy response to calls, 408 crisis response unit, 416 are response to bomb calls, 613 are unmanned aerial systems operations, 1020 personnel complaints, and 709 military equipment. Our complaint process. Personnel complaints governs response to complaints received from the community. Our policy 709, military equipment, governs questions or concerns related to the use of military equipment. Complaints handled in the same manner as any other complaint that we receive, and there were no complaints received in 2025. Annual report was also submitted to the board. We also published on our website and our social media accounts. And that's all I have on that issue.
Thank
So if
you.
there's any questions?
Thank you, Chief. We'll bring it to the board for any questions. Okay, we're going to open it up to public comment for anyone who's with us from the public today. In chambers, in the back. Nope. Okay, I just thought I saw a couple people. Online, we have a couple hands raised. I'll just need help to identify. Right, we have a phone number ending in 705, followed by a phone number ending in 837.
Yes, I think that the police having military equipment is exactly what President Eisenhower warned us about. And yes, they're going to want that and more and more. And as we militarize the police, they become more militant. There has to be a limitation. Where is our limitation? We're not even allowed to have guns now to defend ourselves or others. You know, they've taken that away, especially in California. So we can't even defend ourselves. But the police now want to have all these weapons, and they're becoming increasingly intolerant and militant and unfriendly. To give you an example, I was watching a man being taken into a police car. He was drunk and he was homeless, and they were doing their best to be gentle with him. I followed this man in the police car to the police station to make sure that, you know, I could get in contact with him and make sure that he didn't get lost in the cracks. And the police officer suddenly interrogated me, and he made me feel so threatened. And I thought, oh my God, instead of being polite and saying, yes, well, you can do this and that, he said, well, what's your business? He got really militant. And that's what's happening. So they're going to have to stay human. I really object to having drones and all this kind of military hardware that they're asking for. There has to be a limit, and I hope that you set that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 837. We have public comment
Okay.
for the, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, now you can. Oh, wonderful. Hi. Yeah, this is Brian Rosen again. I'm concerned about the emphasis on too much emphasis on technology and equipment, and not enough emphasis on training and humanity. Psychological training is important too. Some cops give them a gun, they feel real powerful. It does something. When somebody has all that power in the gun, people feel pre-intimidated, especially around real heavy-duty police equipment. And I don't think it's going to make the police feel tougher. Is it going to stop crime? No, not necessarily. I think if we want to stop crime, we're going to accomplish a lot more if we put our energy into education and helping young people and taking them on camping trips, all that sort of thing. But preventing crime doesn't seem to be the name of the game. I saw this young black man being cornered. I don't know why there were like 6 squad cars, and I was going by my bicycle. He said, help me. Well, what can I do? I just felt bad for him. I think there's a danger in becoming too militaristic as a society when the government and the police are too powerful. I mean, the government, look what's happening on the federal level. Power corrupts. They're too powerful. I don't think the police need all this extra equipment. It's intimidating, scary for people, particularly people of color, who don't have the confidence in the police that a lot of white people have. A lot of black people have a distrust of the police. Not always, of course, but I just want you to put your resources, please, into more community programs. Taking young people on backpacking trips. I guess it's fictional, Andy Griffith, but there's some good lessons there about being human and working with the community, not being intimidating, not being threatening, just trying to teach police to give them some training in psychology and how to communicate and how to be friendly and kind.
Thank you. All right, we have a phone online iPhone 2024, iPhone 2024. My apologies.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair. Thank you for all your time today. A lot of very long items. In terms of the military and civilian law enforcement and military enforcement, totally different worlds and spheres. And the military world designed to kill, let's be frank, it is to kill. So in terms of crossing the line between civil and military, I think there should be a very clear delineation. And our militarization of the civilian police force, I think is a very, very, very bad thing to do. Particular in the times that we're in now, it is forgetting the use of what type of equipment. You say, well, this is good. We can use this for gangbangers. We're going to have these vehicles that can take a bazooka hit. Come on. So let's please not militarize our civilian law enforcement agencies and give them another pass. In fact, an endorsement. Let's use this heavy-duty military equipment on our civilian population. It's just on all fronts. It leaves a very, very bad taste in anybody's mouth. So please leave the military, be the military, and the civilian police work on civilian policing. I thank you for all your time today.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, and I'm seeing no one in chambers, so we'll bring it back to this board for comment and action. I'm going to look to my colleagues for motion or discussion.
I'm happy to move to accept the report.
Okay, we have a motion from Daniels and a second from...
To clarify your thank you. Yes.
The staff recommendation. Okay, we have a motion, and let me make sure I got that right, from Daniels and a second from Alejo to adopt the staff recommendation. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll move on to, I'm just going to do a quick time check. We have a fairly lengthy presentation scheduled for the Community Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I'm not sure that we're going to have enough time to get through that item. So are we going to be able to, okay.
Yes, I've shortened the presentation quite a bit.
Okay, because we still have a couple items after that, and we're losing people at 4:55 to be more specific. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started on item number 9. This is our County Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. And we'll need to make sure that we're also including comment period time. So thank you.
All right, I've been given 20 minutes. So thank you, Chair. My name is Cora Pancherod. I'm the Sustainability Program Manager, and my colleague at Ascent Environmental will be sharing her screen with the presentation. So we are here today to hear a presentation on our draft of our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and provide initial board feedback and then authorize direction to open up our 60-day public comment period where we will be doing a roadshow, having a lot more public comment. So I think having a shortened presentation is okay today because I will be talking about this to anyone who's willing to listen. So our Climate Adaptation Plan and Climate Action Plan is really a roadmap for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions in line with state targets that are set to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by goals according to AB 1279 and previous climate legislation targets. In addition to that, it also develops an implementation program that we will be looking to implement. We are also fulfilling our general plan policy OS 10.11. So this is county specific, and here are the requirements that set our scope for this project and have really guided the process for the last several years. And just looking at that timeline, this originally started in 2021. So it's been a long time coming, and we are now in the process where we have a draft available and we are ready to bring that out to the public, receive those comments, and then move forward with the adoption and implementation stage. And we've done a lot of public outreach and have reached over 40 community-based organizations and had multiple community workshops that have been pretty well attended. And more specifically, I think for our outreach sessions, we also have done a lot of agricultural outreach, and this is something that I'm certainly looking forward to continuing. They've been really wonderful to work with, and I've learned a lot throughout that process. We had a question earlier from Supervisor Daniels in Alternative Energy and Environment about what kind of Indigenous engagement we have done. And this has mostly been at the Monterey Bay Area Climate Justice Collaborative meetings. There's an Indigenous engagement working group that we've been able to provide multiple presentations to, the larger group, as well as the Indigenous engagement working group. And there are good connections there with folks from the Collaborative for Right Relations and Four Directions Indigenous Consulting. And we are always looking to do more in this area. If you have recommendations during the public comment period, please do let me know. One action I do want to draw your attention to is action NWL 2.3. So really what this is a doorstop so that we can develop a formal framework for Native peoples' participation in climate efforts in the county. What I've learned from my time doing Indigenous engagement is that if you don't have the time and budget and scope to really do that well, it's better to not do it and mess it up. So this is an avenue for us as a near-term action to really pursue that with earnest after the adoption of the plan. So our action plan is founded on our greenhouse gas emissions inventory, and you can see in this next graphic that there are quite a few things that are included above that dotted line, but some things that are excluded, like industrial sources and oil and gas, is because that is already regulated by the cap and trade bills as well as the California Air Resources Board. So when we actually look at what our emissions looks like, so this was in 2019, so this is a snapshot of our emissions, and this will be updated every time we come back to do a progress report and 5-year updates on the Climate Action Plan. Here's what this looks like. So on-road transportation is our largest emission sector, and here's another way of looking at that. That really breaks down. You can see that on-road transportation is mostly light-duty vehicles. Agriculture, our next biggest emitter, is 32%. This is predominantly fertilizer application, and then combined buildings reaches about 21%, and that is mostly gas use in those buildings because our electricity is fairly clean. So next, we're looking at what are our climate targets. So our 2030 target is a 40% reduction by 2030, and then an 85% reduction by 2040 to eventually reach net zero in 2045. This graph shows breaking down the scoping plan of AB 1279. Go back one, Hannah. And and it's showing Monterey County's fair share of these emissions. And as you can see, this graph is without local action. It accounts for state actions, but not things that the county would do as part of this plan. So quick snapshots of building energy. So some of our strategies here include energy efficiency and electrification measures to really build that out in both residential and non-residential programs, as well as to really focus on clean energy to support our partners like 3CE in that regard. Next is transportation. And really our strategy for transportation, the top ones are really sustainable transportation and land use planning to reduce vehicle miles traveled and get people out of cars for their trips. Promote active transportation and make that a more safe, reliable option. And then finally, to electrify the vehicle trips that we simply cannot eliminate through planning and other means. Agriculture is our other top three. And the strategies that we see with agriculture are really around rehabilitation, restoration, fire-adapted landscapes, climate-smart agriculture, and green space and infrastructure upgrades within our communities. So I do not want to spend too much time on this, but I want to just highlight our agricultural related actions as part of the Climate Action Plan. And one thing that I want to point out is that none of these are regulatory or enforcement in nature. These are all collaborative, providing incentives, providing funding, providing opportunities to work together and expand research. But none of that is looking to add additional cost to our agricultural partners. And similarly, that can be said with our adaptation-related actions with agriculture as well. So we spent a lot of time during the development of the CAP to look at carbon sequestration. So we developed a carbon stark forecast looking at the scope 2022 scoping plan that was based on the Association of Monterey Bay Area Government study that really looked at carbon stock throughout the Tri-County area. So we were able to develop that and bring it into our plan and break it down to the county level. And that allowed us to convert that into a carbon sequestration rate. So there are plans, or there are actions within the plan that shows how we can be able to take credits for that carbon sequestration and be able to accelerate the good work that we see many of our partners in the area doing and be able to use our natural resources and protect them to increase carbon sequestration over time. So on the next slide, with all of the proposed local action that we've talked about and much more that's in the Climate Action Plan, here is where we would be looking at achieving. So one thing I want you to notice is that dotted red line. So that is accounting for the carbon sequestration actions that we mentioned. So with this planning, we would be meeting the 2030 and 2040 goals for our climate targets. We are not reaching the 2045 goals, but that is okay for the purposes of this planning document because it is an iterative process and we'll know a lot more in 15 years about how we can get there. So adaptation is also a key pillar of this plan, and we were able to do a lot of work in this regard that supplemented the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan that really focused on wildfire, heat events, flooding, and sea level rise, and take a look at critical infrastructure. So as you can see with our next slide, this is certainly top of mind, especially considering the extreme heat events. Right now, on average, we have 4 extreme heat events a year. We are projected for that to increase to about 35 on average. So there's certainly a lot of concern about focusing our efforts on adaptation, and we need to do that as well as mitigation work. So in the actual documents, here are the chapters that focus on our adaptation strategies. First is coordinating multi-hazard responses, and then we focus on hazard-specific strategies. A couple words on implementing the CAP. So the sustainability program will be the lead department that will oversee the coordination, tracking, and accountability of the climate action and adaptation plan. And this will be with the assistance of other departments in the county that have their own lead actions based on their authority and expertise. So there will be separate workflows, but the sustainability program will be supporting during all of that. And then we will be also working in collaboration with regional, state agencies, community organizations, and our residents within the county. There has been some consideration of the costs as well as the benefits of implementing these strategies. So current literature shows that the estimated annual value when we break down EPA literature to the county level is around $45 million a year because of the many co-benefits, energy savings, reduced health disparities, and those kinds of co-benefits that really make a difference for the quality of life in our communities. What we did consider as part of the climate adaptation plan was to develop a near-term implementation cost that really focused on the county impacts using the staff time and estimated levels of investments from these strategies. So this is really useful in thinking about the scale of investments to accomplish these goals over the near-term actions from 2026 to 2030, but it is not specific enough because there are many strategies in this climate action plan, as you know, and all of them are going to have to come back to the board for implementation because this is a policy and plan level document. And for anything that actually needs to go into effect, we need to go back through our CEQA process, go back through our cost analysis process, and then the board will take action individually on those items. This level of analysis that we've done is consistent with OS 10.11 and goes beyond what we are actually required to do from OS 10.11 and is consistent with what we see with other counties doing across the states. It's pretty rare for a cost-benefit analysis to be done at this level. And if we were to look at that, it's something that we considered, and that scope is estimated to take around 4 to 6 months and cost anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000. It's certainly an interesting action, and if the board is interested in doing that, then I would recommend that this be a near-term action so that we don't stop our adoption process and we're able to continue the rest of our implementation work as our timeline for implementation gets shorter with every passing day. A little bit on monitoring and reporting. So we will be tracking our progress annually to report back to the Board of Supervisors and coordinating across departments for budgeting and staffing concerns. We will be tying this to specific performance metrics, and then every 5 years we'll come back with a more comprehensive 5-year review and reporting, and we can update our inventory at that time. And as we continue to do our implementation and outreach, which is an ongoing process, we will really focus on transparency, equity, and continuous improvements to learn from those strategies. So on the next slide, you will see our QR code. So this is the site where we will have our climate action and adaptation plan available for public comments. If anyone is feeling not up to that technological aspect, then they can still email us the public comments like normal. And with that, our next steps are to provide board feedback on the draft climate action adaptation plan, and if so moved, to recommend that the public draft for the CAP be released for a 60-day public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you. You did condense that down quite a bit. There's a lot more online available. I'll start with questions from the board. Okay, we'll go to the public. Anyone in chambers for public comment on this item? Thank you for your patience today.
Is this good? Oh, all right.
We're good. You're on.
All right. Good evening, supervisors. My name is David Prina, a North County resident and leader of the Monterey Bay chapter of the Citizens Climate Lobby, a national climate advocacy group. I support the board releasing the CAP for public comment. Over the years, staff has worked diligently to solicit and integrate stakeholder and community feedback into the plan. I myself have participated in community workshops on the CAP and have seen my input included in this current draft, so I know they're listening. It's time to open the CAP for public comment and move us closer to kicking our dependence on oil and gas, which is hurting us all right now. Our pocketbooks are hurting a little bit more than usual at the moment, but issues like air pollution are a daily health risk and have been for years, so we should be working on that. As written, this is an ambitious plan, and I approve of the county both thinking big and taking big swings on climate, affordability, and public health. The CAP lays out a credible and thoughtful strategy for achieving these goals. And I'm sure Monterey County residents will agree on the need for action, and I hope you will agree too. So in short, with respect to climate action, the hour is late. The need is great. Our dependence on oil and gas we need to abate. So let's get the CAP on the county's plate. As long as the Strait of Hormuz continues to snooze and while the Monterey County residents continue to lose, we can at least get started on this clean future that we choose. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Keeping us awake over here.
I can't rhyme that well, so.
My name is Dr. Laura Solorio, and I'm president of Protect Monterey County, which passed Measure Z in 2016. So I'm a big fan of Doug Tallamy. I don't know if any of you have heard of him, but he wrote a book called Nature's Best Hope. And what it is about individuals changing their backyards into places where native plants and insects and animals can thrive. And this makes like a huge difference if many people in the world do this. I have wild native plant classes in my driveway for my neighbors who all have lawns, and just, try to just kind of keep that population going because it's definitely at risk. So I have a few comments. One is that making changes does not allow us to go backwards. We can never do better than what we're doing right now. We will still have fires, we will still have floods, much like we are now, only it will get worse if we do nothing. Today, for example, is 15 degrees higher than our usual average. And let's not talk about saving the earth, because the earth is going to survive. The earth is going to survive, and it's going to do better, but it's humankind that we should be worried about. It's my 4-year-old granddaughter, our kids, that we should really be concerned about, because really, I think the really rich people in this country, oh darn, I'm almost done. The really rich people in this country are going to live on Mars. I think you're going to hear from some very influential groups who feel that mitigation should not be our goal, but I'm hoping that you'll listen to people like us. I also want to remind you that we have AB 3233, which does allow local jurisdictions to have regulations over oil and gas. Thank you so much.
Laura Davis, providing comments on behalf of Landwatch. Landwatch asks the Board of Supervisors to move forward with the draft Climate Action and Adaptation Plan so that implementation can begin as soon as possible. We acknowledge the hard work that the county and staff have put into this draft, and we thank everyone for their efforts. The document before the board today is thoughtful and thorough, and it includes a strong set of climate action strategies. We especially note the careful consideration put into Chapter 4, which recognizes the important role that natural and working lands play in local carbon storage and identifies key actions to protect open spaces and prevent major carbon loss. We also find that the strategies laid out in Chapter 6 effectively address many of the county's major challenges in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, including from on-road transportation, building energy use, and fertilizer. Implementing the CAP provides an opportunity to address objectives shared with the county's draft housing element. Where housing is built and its level of affordability determines proximity to resources and jobs. This in turn impacts greenhouse gas emissions. When we build more sprawl, people have longer commutes. When we build more infill, people can walk, bike, or drive shorter distances. The objectives covered under the draft CAP will play a key role in bolstering good land use and housing development under the housing element as well. But the county can't afford any further delay in implementing these strategies. Under the 2010 general plan, the CAP was supposed to have been completed by the end of 2022. Because of these delays, the county will have to move more quickly to meet the emission reduction targets the general plan sets. The county should adopt the CAP as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Hennington. I'm a resident of unincorporated Monterey County. I'm a member of Citizens Climate Lobby and also Community for Sustainable Monterey County. I want to thank the board for putting this on the agenda and urge you to go forward to put the plan out for public review. It's a plan long in the making, and there's no question that it's necessary. Climate change affects us all, individuals, families, farmers, ranchers, businesses. And so, we do need to take the steps to protect our livelihoods, our lives, and what we do here. So I would like you to put the plan on the table right now for public review, and then so we can have a discussion and figure out what we're going to do, what we're going to prioritize, how we're going to spend the money. But we can't do it without the community looking at it and making comment. The science is good, We just need to figure out our priorities, and let's not delay in doing the work. Thank you.
Hello again, Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. First, I want to thank Cora and Hannah for the engagement that has been made with the agricultural community over the last 3.5 years. A lot of good, productive discussion there, and we really appreciate the engagement. I look forward to the comment period where we can submit our specific comments on elements related to agriculture, but I want to focus today on the ambitious nature of this plan and the commitment that the county is going to be making going forward if you decide to implement this plan. And I'm not just talking about the management of how you move that, but the financial commitment that this is going to involve. And this is in perpetuity, at least for the length of the goals that we have set out in the plan. So I think that's going to be an important consideration as we move forward here and how this fits into the overall budget, not just next year or the year after, but how we move this forward in perpetuity. Along with that, I think there's some concern that some of the mitigations that are now voluntary, if they're not met in the goals, that will suddenly become mandatory or mandates. And that's a little concerning if we don't have some opportunity to see where we fail. And so I would caution moving that part of that forward. But moreover, I think it's important that we need that economic study to understand the impacts to agriculture, transportation, other parts of our economy that are going to be impacted by these mitigations, and how we can achieve those mitigations without causing economic havoc within our community. And that affects our tax base and, again, affects how we pay for this plan and the implementation. So look forward to making comments on this as it's moving forward in the next 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for hanging out in these warm chambers this afternoon. We're going to move online. We have a number of hands raised. This is for climate. We're feeling some climate in here. We have a number of hands raised for public comment on our community climate action and adaptation plan. We'll start with the phone number ending in 705, moving to the phone number ending in 837.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello.
We can hear you. We've got
Hello?
the phone number ending in 705.
Yes, that's me. This Board of Supervisors, I think, is the worst I've ever seen for climate change. And I want to give you an example of that. You've all voted to cut down 2,000 eucalyptus trees because they're non-native, and you say they're a fire hazard, even never consulting the top fire scientists in the United States that states that eucalyptus are not the problem. It's a house zoning problem. And fires are part of the climate change. Elkhorn Slough is now burning up all the eucalyptus trees there, heating up that whole area. The smoke is horrific, and you voted for that. The 2,000 eucalyptus trees that you cut down represents something like 2,000 tons of CO2 and pollutants that will no longer be absorbed in our area. It heats up our bay. They provided oxygen, 51,000 pounds of oxygen a year. 300 tons of water vapor a year gone. And I'm just talking eucalyptus trees. And then you've covered up the railroad tracks with a useless surf project that no one's going to use. $100 million there. You have got to get with the program supervisors. There is no one on that bench there that I could say cares at all that I can see for our climate. And yes, we will make comments, and I predict it'll be a very, very bland, project. because you're really not into it. We had a hurricane this last winter in the Bay, 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 837 and then to Walt.
Hi, supervisors, once again. This is Brian Rosen here. Nice to talk with you. Okay, so let's talk about climate. What needs to be in the climate plan? Well, we need to have a plan to have buses running up and down the coast from San Luis Obispo to Monterey on the Big Sur coastline. For some reason, in these more sparsely populated areas up in Oregon and Northern California, the buses seem to go everywhere up and down the coastline. And you didn't seem to care last time. Nobody paid any attention to my comment about having a bus stop at Bixby to encourage public transportation. We also need to really incentivize rail to get to Monterey. When it finally comes to Castroville, we need to have dedicated shuttles to Carmel and Pacific Grove and Monterey, quick and convenient. And we need to incentivize it through the hotel discounts and so forth. And we need to study looking into having rail, some kind of rail between Santa Cruz and Monterey. It wouldn't necessarily have to be that fast, but it could take a lot of tourists off the roads, and it could make a big, big difference. Like the oldest railroad in the world in Romania gets a huge amount of visitors. It doesn't go very fast. And the tourist destination proximity maybe wouldn't require such an expensive upgrade. There's a lot of things. I can't take my electric bus on the bicycle because it won't fit the bike racks. And I can't charge my electric bus because they don't have charge my electric bicycle because they don't have electric charging ports. And this makes it all, an electric bicycle is still a hell of a lot better than an automobile. And there's so much that needs to be done. We need to really have more bicycle rental. In Santa Barbara, they have bikes lying around town where you can rent them from a private company. They're very well used. I see them all over Santa Barbara.
Thank you.
Nothing like that.
Thank you. We'll go next to Walt and then to Christopher.
Hi, folks. How's my sound? You hear me okay?
We've got you. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. I'm Walt Duflock, generation partner at San Bernardino Rancho. And echoing Norm's earlier comments, Sage and the ag community do appreciate the ongoing dialogue with staff on the climate action plan. We think there's progress being made, more to be done. As you saw, the costs of the cap are estimated from the slides at $16.7 million a year. That will go up, while budget pressures on Monterey County are also going up, as we've heard from just today's agenda. I don't think that's a new item. The means to achieving the cap targets will impose some massive costs. We just want to remind everybody on the agriculture industry, there is an EV mandate, but there are very limited options for EV tractors and trucks that will need several years to get to scale and cost significantly more than current choices in the market. In addition, as you saw from some of the slides, to support the EV mandate, significant upgrades to the electrical grid will be required at large cost to both ratepayers and the government budgets. Finally, there's an opportunity cost to the cap that we should not ignore. Farms don't have ag robots like we've already done with statewide programs.
Well, we're losing your audio. It's
EV
cut.
tractor.
Well, we've lost your audio. I'm sorry, Walt. We don't seem to be getting a solid connection for your comments. I can put some time back on the clock for you if you want to try calling in another way or logging on and logging off. We're going to go next to iPhone 2024 and then we're going next to Christopher and then to iPhone 2024.
Thank you. This is Christopher Bunn. Good afternoon, supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, just real quickly, like Walt and Norm already mentioned, I look forward to a comprehensive economic analysis of the plan in terms of its effect on ag industry, the whole 9 yards, the entire county. We really need to see those numbers. And just to follow up on the point Walt was starting to make, the EV mandate for ag technology and vehicles and tractors, there's nothing out there. It doesn't exist on the scale that's necessitated by Salinas Valley Ag. If you're going to take a 900 horsepower Cat or a Fendt, there's nothing in terms of electric tractors can even come remotely close to touching that kind of output and capability. So anyways, looking forward to the public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to iPhone 2024.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Chair and Supervisors. Well, this is a big picture plan with a lot of details and backfilling. It's a fantastic roadmap on many levels. I think the county, in dovetailing into what this plan is specifically, but on a county level, the state 5-6 years ago adapted vehicle miles traveled versus level of service at intersections as a way to cut down on urban sprawl and greenhouse gases. A few weeks ago, a subdivision was approved on Valverde and Rio Road for 74 homes. This is an infill development. It is next to 2 existing shopping centers. Using vehicle miles traveled, the state yardstick, this is the least greenhouse gas intensive subdivision in Monterey County. The Planning Commission, a specific planner, raised the flag over and over and over that the level of service, the amount of traffic that this development would create was heinous. Suggested that she needed to get a new traffic report that would more support her no growth agenda. So I think on a county level, to help with the big picture, please adapt the state guidelines, use vehicle miles traveled to prevent urban sprawl, and to stop using level of service as a tool to stop any type of development. Of course, stopping development at the mouth of Carmel Valley and infill developments means more urban sprawl, higher greenhouse gas emissions. Please adopt state mandated vehicle miles traveled when analyzing developments. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Sandy and then to Janelle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Sandy Hogan. I'm here today as a member of Citizens Climate Lobby and in support of this plan moving into the public comment phase. The draft recognizes that Monterey County's economy, public health, agriculture, coastlines, and natural resources are all deeply connected to the environment. We need to move forward with this plan because the impacts of climate change are no longer theoretical. We are already seeing more severe flooding, hotter temperatures, drought conditions, and wildfires across the county. These events threaten public safety, agriculture, infrastructure, and the health of residents, especially vulnerable populations and agricultural workers. Acting now to reduce risks not only mitigates human harm, but also saves our county money in the long run, because the costs of fires and floods will only get larger. This plan is well-baked. It's been years in the making and involved many public forums and economic groups, and it is time for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Janelle.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Great. I just want to say thank you to all the supervisors and Cora and her team for interacting with the stakeholder groups, because this does directly impact our industry and agriculture. I myself am also a resident of unincorporated Monterey County, and sometimes it can be hard to see issues and topics and plans like this that directly impact just unincorporated Monterey County and not the rest of the county. And so it puts a unequitable burden sometimes on my community. I do want to support the sentiments of looking at the economic impact, not only the cost to taxpayers, which I believe this whole plan is $16 million for the entire plan's implementation. And how do we sustain that moving forward while also knowing there is a huge budget deficit on the state level and here within the county. So this needs to be a monetarily sustainable plan as well. And I know we have a lot of other pressing issues to put our focus on. But lastly, I also want to make a note on people that are talking about hurricanes and more flooding. I personally was directly impacted by the floods. We lost a home, and I can personally attest that many of the problems that we are facing with flood resiliency have to do with man-made mitigations and red tape being put on us by bureaucratic agencies like NOAA, NMFIS, the Army Corps of Engineers. The list goes on. CDFW, I am happy to talk about that in detail, but the county does need to step up in regards to flood resiliency. This plan, however, when we look at it in an overall scape, is actually less than 0.05% of an impact on a worldwide scale for climate change and mitigation. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to the public comment.
Thank you. We're going to try one more time for Walt. Walt, were you able to get a better connection? We'll do one final call for Walt.
Sorry, guys. Can you hear me now?
We can. We're going to give you another minute to see if we can get a better connection here.
Okay, so I don't know where I lost you, but basically I'll try and finish off in a minute here. The big point is the means to achieving the cap targets are going to impose some massive costs on the ag industry. The EV mandate is the one that I look at as a pretty direct impact. Very limited options for EV tractors and trucks. I think Chris Bunn covered that nicely while I was getting my stuff straightened out. That'll need several years to get to scale, several years to get the costs where they need to be, and they're already costing more and unavailable compared to current choices. And supporting that EV mandate is going to mean significant upgrades and significant costs to the grid to get the charging stations and all the infrastructure built out, large costs involved with that. And there's an opportunity cost here. I just wanted to point out to everybody, farmers don't have a big need for EVs in ag, but they do have a big need for some labor help. And one of the ways to do that is automation. So the ag robots could be from repurposing CAP funds to subsidizing ag robots. We already do this with EV tractors through CARB. And I would think repurposing CAP funds in no small way to ag robots would help ag operate and stay in Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for persevering to get through to this comment period. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back to this board. Supervisor Lopez.
Can I ask Cora, there was a electrification ordinance BE 1.1, and I think that was something, I'm trying to understand what that is in terms of, this board once took a vote on the idea of electrification of homes. Is this the same, because it talks about residential, is this the same thing that we voted down before, but now it's included in this plan, or is it a different requirement?
Hannah, could you bring BE 1.1 on the screen for us, please? So what we're looking at with this is to have an electrification ordinance. What we had previously brought to the board was looking at new construction. So this is encompassing new construction as well as existing construction. So that would be more comprehensive and is something that would be explored and brought back to the board at a later date. And there would be extensive cost effectiveness studies that we rely on the states to help us produce for that ordinance.
Okay, because when I read it, I thought it said we were looking at a 2029 adoption of a policy for that.
So yes, that is for the new construction aspect, and then there would be another ordinance for existing construction. So it's multi-phase in the actual plan.
Okay, so that's I think in looking at this plan, reviewing it this weekend, that was the only one that really stood out to me as a big flag, just based on sort of prior policy from this board. But big picture, I'm really looking forward to the 60-day window for community to dig into this. I really appreciate what I see as a major shift in how we approach the ag industry and acknowledge what they're up against in terms of challenges is outlined in the report, talking about the fact that they've done a lot already and the different approach on specifically the cattle side really meant a lot to me. So thank you for the work that's gone in. Most of the rest of the plan, trying to find 12.5 FTEs over the next few years. We're staring down a real budget deficit, real big questions here for us. So I would just want to make sure that what we pass is something that we feel we can do, given the financial realities and limitations on us and laid out here. And so again, I think besides that 1.1, everything else I think I'm good with, but that 1.1 is one that for me, I haven't been able to shift my position on, just given what I hear from my residents and concerns about affordability today. Looking at tens of thousands of dollars of retrofits for low-income folks in South County isn't something I think I want to be able, I'm going to be able to support if that stays in. But other than that, I think it's a really comprehensive and well put together plan. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in because I think Supervisor Church Lopez and I had concerns about this particular provision that Supervisor Lopez, the BE 1.1, the ordinance will be written such that existing residential buildings modeled energy efficiently must achieve half of the maximum cost-effective retrofit measured scored at the time of the retrofit by 2030, and the maximum cost retrofit measures scored by 2045. The last time we had a longer conversation on this, right? Because I think the analysis kind of showed that to achieve the carbon reductions, the most of that had to come, I think, from future residential development or existing development, removing gas stoves and heating systems. And that's where we had a lot of concerns. Obviously, more so in Chris's and Supervisor Church's district, they have a lot more rural homes. When we got a power outage, many of these homes still have their gas option, right? Even in Salinas, when my power goes out, I still got my gas to be able to heat up my home. But when you ban that, and we have a power outage as it's becoming more frequent, then people don't have light and they don't have a way to cook food or stay warm. And so I would just say that one. I think we said we weren't in agreement, but now it's back in the document, and I just want to say I'm just flagging that as well, that I still have concerns about that. I think we would when you frame it in real world terms for your average resident out in our community, the possibility that they'd have to be incentivized to take out a heating system or to replace their stove, or all future residential units in our county wouldn't have a gas heating option or a gas stove option. I think that's where you rather than being like an abstract future plan, that's where you actually will get a different point of view or some different input from our residents. We raised this many months ago, as you know. We're raising it again here. We're consistent, but I just wanted to raise that as well. But I appreciate all the work you've done, all the other parts of the plan, and all the outreach that you have done, and the other additional outreach you will do is very much appreciated. And I really want to say we appreciate you doing this work on behalf of the people of Monterey County and our staff, because it's a very specialized area. It must be done. But also, I think there's some areas that you'll get some community resistance to goal the state sets, but also how it impacts people's everyday lives and the options to stay warm or to cook their food or just to have a good standard of living in our county. Thank you.
In the public comment, I heard that the hour is late and the need is great, and I missed the middle one, but appreciated it because it is true that doing nothing is not a choice here. And I appreciate all of the work that's been put into this, and I really do appreciate that you were able to follow up and bring this to the Ag Advisory Committee and connect all the things that came out of the Alternative Energy and the Environment Committee meeting. That is much appreciated. I'm ready to move it to the 60-day public comment period and look forward to having a more robust conversation. I'm assuming it will then come back to us before final adoption. And there will be questions I have just about the economics and how we fund such a plan, as well as what does the timeline look like at this point when we have incentive-driven transitions that you're recommending. I hear a lot of concerns about them becoming mandates. What does that look like? I mean, we can answer all those questions at that point in time. But again, doing nothing is not an option. I appreciated hearing that from somebody in the public and could not agree more. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, Supervisor, and you are correct on the timeline there. So after that 60-day public comment period, staff will work to incorporate the comments, respond to them as necessary, and then we will go back through our board process to return here. And then even at that stage, after the Climate Action Adaptation Plan is adopted, all the individual actions will still need to hold up on their own merits. So if there's a specific program or action, we'll bring that back to the board as circumstances, technology, and costs change dramatically over the years. So we'll be able to consider them as a board then.
Happy to entertain a motion.
Can I comment?
Oh, please, yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Cora, when would you expect that it would be coming back to the board for approval?
So what we would like to do is to be able to release our documents online on the platform, and we are hoping to target the 1st of June for that. And then that would be a 60-day public comment period starting then. So we'd be coming back after June, July, and then hopefully, depending on how many comments we get is really the key factor. So anywhere from mid-August to mid-September is when we'd be able to come back to the board.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. This is something that I think as everybody has sort of hinted at here, or not even hinted at, but directly spoken about, that it's not an option. It's just mandatory. We have to go ahead and do something here and move ahead. I have a couple of concerns onto there, and it is a little bit on the affordability impact upon it being disproportional on low-income folks and in rural areas, but also small business, small farms, as I've mentioned. There's 1,000 farms in the county, 500 make under 200,000 a year, and so I want to make sure that with those that are less able to cover some of these costs, that there is some options for them somehow, because they're a lot of times not the ones that are creating the most climate risk impact, but are suffering the most as we try to go through and do things. I think the electrification is a good example on that. I think what I'm hoping here is that maybe in the 60-day period, maybe we could have a meeting, and I could raise up some of these questions and get some clarifications onto them. Because, for example, as I understand it, with electrification of older homes, is that change should go over when it sells. Is that correct?
So there is not a specific mechanism that we've targeted at this point because further analysis is required. One way to do this that we've seen in other jurisdictions is to have that point of sale ordinance. What is more cost effective and more complicated is to actually do a replace on burnout ordinance. So that just means that when an appliance is at the end of its life and it needs to be replaced anyway, that is when you are swapping out that technology. And this is so that you're not installing a water heater in 2027 and then we say, okay, 2030, you have to replace that. So that way we're able to burden our homeowners and renters a lot less.
Okay. So. Yeah, no, that would be much better, because I could see the real problem for limited, those on limited income, a low income homeowner, having to do all these changes at one time. So appreciate that. That's some of the steps that I want to make sure that we're addressing to ease that impact. So I appreciate your looking into that on a larger scale right now. I mean, this comes right when we're also discussing another big impact economically on this county, and that's the groundwater sustainability issue. I mean, we're talking about billions upon there. That's going to come out for a decision at the same time in August and September. And I'd like, I think it's important for whatever we put together incorporates and understands what decisions are made by the GSA on that, because I don't believe, for example, we could go down and have a fallowing that, that occurs. And I don't believe fallowing is really addressed inside here. And yet that would be a very big, reduction in greenhouse gases, since ag represents 32% or whatever the number is here. So I guess what I would really, before it comes back to the board, I would encourage you to really discuss with the GSA what they're developing, so we can kind of, I just kind of coming in kind of late, I understand, with this all being finished, but I think it really has to be some consideration with those potential projects that are coming up and the huge billions of dollars of impact it'll have on this economy, on how we're going to work this in, because some of those things may address some of the climate change goals that we want here. And so we don't need to overlap. And then on other ones, there could be a need to do some adjustments. So that's right now my biggest concern is melding those two together, because these are just two huge things that are really going to be defining Monterey County for the next 30 or 50 years, and they're happening right at the same time, and we can't look at them as parallel. They're going to intertwine. So
we can definitely make that engagement happen over the 60 days. Super.
Great, thanks.
I'm going to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. We have a motion and a second. I did want to just make a couple comments, and I look forward to very robust community input on this plan. I do think that there's a number of the regulatory enforcement items that are sort of floating in there that I'm hearing some ongoing concern about. And as we iterate on those points, I think that there are ways for us to tie goals to conditions about where CARB is at, where technology is commercially available, and again, to remind everyone that I think we really, there is a level of trust that, like, as we move to implementation, we've got to find the right path for the community that we represent. And so keeping those lines of communication open will be important. Also wanted to point out that I think Fort Ord, which we haven't talked a lot about in terms of carbon sequestration opportunities, but presents a significant opportunity for carbon sequestration on the county-owned property. We're in the middle of another process looking at those properties, but I think there's more conversation to happen there. So with that, I'm going to take all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 4 yeses there. Thank you very much. One other note, just as I'm reading through my notes, the HCD webpage needs to be updated to clearly show that we're in public comment period. I think right now it just points a link to the other document, but it's confusing for people who are looking at the HCD page. So thank you. All right, with that, we have one more item that does require a 4/5 vote, which we will be losing here momentarily. This is the Life Foundation acquisition, authorizing the County of Monterey to purchase the Department of Social Services facility at 1000 South Main Street in Salinas. We had moved this item to be a public item, a scheduled item, mostly because we wanted to make sure it didn't get lost in the consent agenda anywhere. So there is a detailed staff report included, and we were going to pass the floor to our team, but so as to keep our 4/5 vote here, I'm going to ask my colleagues who've reviewed this, I know in great detail, if we're prepared to move forward without a full presentation on this item.
Yes, I got a time check of 30 minutes. I have to be at Alsa High School by
someone
6.
out the door right now. So, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank our staff who came prepared to present. I'm going to open this directly up to public comment. And as I said, this had been originally come through as a consent agenda item. We moved it to the scheduled item just so that it would be more public and have more eyes on the item. We didn't want it to slip through without having that prominence. So is there anyone in chambers for public comment on this item? Is there anyone online with public comment for this item? This is, we're on item number 10. Okay, I'm seeing no public comment. We will close public comment, bring it back to the board to consider discussion or action. Happy to entertain a motion.
I'll move the recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Glenn and a dual seconds from, we'll go with Alejo. So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you for the staff work that has gone in behind the scenes on this acquisition. I know it's been, there's a lot more detail there. And for anyone who's watching and wants to read more, there are detailed staff reports available online. And we do encourage you to take a closer look at those if you're interested, as well as a copy of the presentation that would have been provided today. But we didn't want to lose our 4/5 vote.
And Madam, just for the record, this is where the Department of Social Services already has many of their services offered out of. This is not just acquiring that facility rather than keep paying a very expensive rent moving forward.
Correct. Long history with this property the county has. All right, with that, we now are going to lose our 4/5. So thank you for sticking it out with us. We're going to move on to item, our referral matrix. We have one and report out.
Yes, it's very briefly. We do have a new referral, and it is 2026.10, and it's a flag policy amendment related to the pride flag. And in summary, it is to review and update the Monterey County Board Policy G146, which is otherwise referred to as a flag policy, to establish consistent countywide procedures for ceremonial display of the pride flag during Pride Month. And this referral came in from Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? Referral announcements? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. We'll go to 12 was already heard as item 7.1. We'll go to County Administrative Officer comments.
I'll just keep it very brief. I just want to thank all department heads for helping us put together the county budget. It's now available for review for the public, and we will be having budget hearings next week on Wednesday and Thursday for additional information related to the fiscal year 26-27 budget, and then adoption would follow in June.
Great, thank you. And we'll go to board comments. Colleagues who would like to make comments?
Sure, I'll just go and say I had a real pleasure of going to two graduations, one on Friday, one on Saturday. The first one was a speaker at the IBEW's graduation of their class, which is 5 years of basically training to be a journeyman electrician, and really appreciate having that opportunity and seeing the length and just the dedication of those that were all engaged into that. In addition, I then went over and had on the next day had my own son's graduation at the Stand Sports Complex, where he graduated in CSUMB, as I mentioned last week, and as I learned, because he doesn't share things with me, graduated cum laude, and from computer science and chemistry. Wow. So there's always a surprise.
Congrats.
Your kids don't talk to you all the time. But I guess I'm not alone on that. So also wanted to, I mentioned, and Supervisor Alejo and I were both at the ribbon cutting of the tiny homes, the Hope Village in Watsonville yesterday. That was also a very enjoyable event, and there's also mentioned there's going to be the Romus Grange is holding a Memorial Day barbecue on Sunday the 30th. On Sunday, and on the 30th in Moss Landing, there is the annual Avenue of the Flag ceremony at the Moss Landing Cemetery. I will not be at that one, though. I'm going to plan on be at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which is also having an event around that same time. And because I know we're running late, I'm going to cut it at that.
Thank you. My comments would just be that I'm proud to join the Joe Cap family, the first Mexican-American who grew up in East Salinas, who was the first to quarterback a Super Bowl, but I'm joining his family for the annual scholarships tonight at Alisal High School that are in his name. And that from tomorrow, Wednesday through Friday, I'll be at the CSAC Legislative Conference. I think several of us are up there, and county staff, so that's where we'll be busy advocating at our state capitol and having our own legislative conference. Thank you.
Thank you. lots of events, so many events, so many to keep track of. But I want to just thank everyone in our community who is doing the work of serving our neighbors. I wanted to just take a moment to address the Supreme Court decision of Calais versus Laundrie, which gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is our primary legal tool communities have that we've used for decades to challenge maps that are drawn to dilute Black and brown voting power. The Democratic county officials, as well as others, have put out statements condemning this ruling. I stand by those statements. And I just want to comment that as county officials, we do run elections here as part of our county. We know and see what fair representation looks like in practice, and we do see what its absence looks like as well. This is an issue that we all need to be watching closely and to continue speaking out and using every tool available to protect fair representation for all people in this country. But it's a sad day in democracy for those things to take place. With that, we have report outs from closed session.
No reportable action for either closed session.
All right, and we have an adjournment in memory. I'm gonna. Supervisor.
Yeah, I'm
you.
stepping in for Supervisor Daniels to adjourn our meeting today in the loving memory of Elizabeth Ann Petty Helfrich. And I'm going to try to read most of this, but I'm going to try to keep it shorter. Elizabeth Ann Petty Helfrich passed away peacefully at her beloved home on April 14th, 2026, at the age of 103. She would have described her life with the charismatic humility as simply a wonderful one, filled with dear friends, shared family, valued legal colleagues, civic purpose, and above all, a 60-year marriage to the love of her life, Robert A. Helfrich, MD. Ms. Helfrich was born on November 18th, 1922 in Norfolk, Virginia, the second of three girls born to Vivian and Helen Hagood. Her father served in the United States Navy, and her mother was an Irish immigrant who had arrived at Ellis Island alone at the age of 16. Both her parents shaped her exceptional strength of character that would define her throughout her life. She completed her Bachelor of Art degree in political science from Stanford University and later enrolled at the University of San Francisco School of Law, earning her JD in 1958 and being admitted to the California State Bar the following year. Her first position as an attorney was as Deputy District Attorney in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, a role that in the late 1950s was exceedingly rare for a woman. She later moved to Salinas after her honeymoon, where she was on the staff of the Salinas Valley Hospital, and she quietly set about making her mark on the local legal community. Before long, she had become a partner at Piota, Bryan, Ames, Helfrich, and Wills, attorneys at law, where she practiced until her retirement in December of 1990. From the moment she settled in Salinas, she had set about building not just a career, but a community. She was among the very first women to practice law in Monterey County, and in 1988, she became the first female president of the Monterey County Bar Association. She was also the first woman admitted to the membership in the Salinas Rotary Club. She had extensive local civic service, a long list to mention here, but it's outstanding, and including serving the Steinbeck House and Palma High School, among many others. Her professional honors included the Gibson Award, one of the top Monterey County Bar Association's recognitions for distinguished community service, and the Lady Justice Award presented by the Monterey County Women Lawyers Association in recognition of legal achievement and commitment to service. To those who knew her, she was far more than a remarkable resume. She had a rare and luminous gift for seeing the best in people and for making each of them feel genuinely valued. She was loyal, steadfast, and an irreplaceable friend to many, and over many decades, she treasured those friendships with particular and inviting warmth that was entirely her own. Her funeral is scheduled to take place at Palma High School at 10:30 Friday, June 5th, 2026, and will be officiated by the Reverend Michael A. Volk, the pastor of Helfrich's longtime parish of St. Joseph's Catholic Church located in Spreckles. So today, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we honor her legacy and her memory and her amazing history and accomplishments, and we will adjourn our meeting in memory of her, and may she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.